Hello, good morning and welcome to Donington Park for the second event of the season for the 750 Motor Club here at the Leicestershire circuit. And it's a cloudy but bright and a mild morning here, as I say, this second event of the season for the 750 Motor Club, being brought to you by Alpha Live. Joshua Barrett alongside myself, Ian Soman, here in the commentary box at Donington Park today, looking to ahead to a very busy day of racing. As you can see, we're on the full 2.5 mile Grand Prix circuit this weekend, which is just as well because we've got some huge grids of cars for you during the course of today's 9 races. Let's have a look at how the forecast is for today. Well, a few clouds at the moment. Yes, there is a little bit of sunshine right now, with scattered clouds forecast later on, probably a bit cloudier and getting up to about 11 or 12 degrees. Not too much in the way of wind or breeze here today at Donington Park. That's the forecast for the next couple of hours at least. So, as I say, Joshua Barrett alongside me in the commentary box today. We'll also hear from Matt Suckling. He's going to be our pit lane reporter for today's racing events. We were due to be underway about 10 minutes ago, actually, but one or two delays during the course of qualifying this morning mean that we're just coming to the conclusion now of our final qualifying session of the day for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. We've got racing as well for 4 other categories during the course of today. We've got the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. They'll be first up for the first of their 3 races today. We've also got the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship, 750 Motor Club Formula V, and the Calm All Porsche Trophy as well. So a bit of variety today. Our first single-seater action of the season with the 750 Motor Club as well. So plenty to look forward to, Josh. Yeah, that's right. And big grids, as we've come to expect. But particularly here to start the season off with 3 of the 5 championships sort of oversubscribed. The MR2 championship you just mentioned there, there's so many of them here, we have to split them into groups. Formula V, I think we've got something like 38 entries. And there's some good entries too from the bike sports and the Porsches as well, and they're going to have some really good racing, I think. I think we had 7 cars in qualifying in bike sports separated by a second. So that should make a great race later on today, and then a good mix of cars for the All Porsche Trophy. And then you mentioned Club Enduro a moment ago. There are currently 56 cars on the circuit in qualifying, so that's going to be a capacity grid there for our 125-minute race later on today, with a fantastic looking grid of cars that were assembled below us in the garages earlier on today. Had a look through those, some really good liveries and some great looking cars in that as well, and lots of cars in the top 2 classes for this weekend. But a great start to 5 new categories starting out this weekend for the 2022 season that we look forward to getting underway shortly here at Donington Park with the MR2 Championship, with what is going to be a good start to our day of 3 MR2 races, with the reigning champion returning in, which is going to be a really intriguing opening race of the day. Yep, it certainly should be, and I say that 3 race format always makes for a little bit of interest. The first race we're going to have actually should perhaps be the most interesting of the races, with the duo with 6 championship titles between them racing against each other for I think will be the only time this weekend. Yeah, and that means we're obviously guaranteed at least 2 different winners over the course of the day. Maybe we might get 3. So we could end up with 3 different winners from 2 rounds of the championship. But we'll come to that shortly. Interestingly, with the MR2 Championship, there is loads of Mark III Roadsters, which has slowly been building over the last few seasons. But now that for the last 2 seasons a Mark III Roadster's won the championship, it's interesting to see how all of a sudden we have all these newly built Mark III cars out there. Yeah, absolutely, and a lot of drivers have switched across from the Mark 1s as well, interestingly, over the past few seasons, which is a change for them. It's a similar car in a way, more similar than the Mark 2s, because they're both relatively light cars, aren't they, the Mark 3s and the Mark 1s, but more and more people going that way. A car from the sort of mid-2000s, early to mid-2000s, I think, the Mark III, whereas the Mark II, the heavy car from the 1990s, and the Mark I's, of course, from the 1980s. So we'll see those cars out on circuit shortly. That will be for the first race of the day. 750 Motor Club not only in action here at Donington Park today, but also at Castle Combe, because the 750 Motor Club Sport Specials are in action down at Castle Combe today. They've already qualified. Andy Hiley there taking pole position in his Cross, the man who's been champion for the last couple of years, ahead of Paul Boyd, Martin Gambling and Clive Hudson. So 3 eclipses in the top 4 places with Andy Hiley, and the best of the Class B drivers, Brad Snow in his Silver Phoenix. So action down at Castle Combe for the 750 Motor Club Sport Specials, and we'll see those during the course of the season on the Alpha live stream as well, no doubt. But yes, I mean, today the mix of cars that we have, we've got the MR2s up first, but the Club Enduro, that's looking really interesting this year.
Yeah, that's right. There's, I think, half dozen Seats, which of course won the championship last year in the hands of Rob Baker and Cole Swift. There's some BMWs, but there's some new cars. There's the Audi RS3, which I'm looking forward to seeing. Didn't see that in the paddock earlier. There's more Lotus than before, and Exiges and Elises. But if you look at the top class, the addition to it is the, going back to Toyotas, is the Gazoo Racing Yaris, which will be driven by Cam Walton. And that's going to be really interesting to see. I think it's a four-wheel drive car. It's the car that was Toyota used as their base for the World Rally Championship car. So I haven't seen, again, that's not a car I saw in the paddock. I'm really looking forward to seeing that out this season. And it's pretty much a brand new car as well.
And the first GR Yaris to be seen racing, certainly in this country as well. So that's going to be interesting to see, a sort of hot hatch that made waves as a road car. And so it'll be interesting to see it in race trim.
Yeah, and then we move into Class B. There's lots of Volkswagen Golfs out this year from Area Motorsport. We've also got Porsches. There's a fantastic looking Sirocco as well, which I saw earlier on. And then some BMWs and Hondas. And there's a Renault Megane, again, another new car into Club Enduro. And then you move into Class C, where we've got Mazdas and Clios and BMWs as well. So it's a great mix of cars. There's 56 of them that are here. 53 can start. So we might be in a situation where we need to actually have some reserves for that race later on. But in qualifying at the moment, I think that's come to the end now, that session.
Has, yeah.
Rob Baker and Cole Swift, the reigning champions, are on pole, but that's only by half a tenth of a second. So it's very competitive out there. Also interesting to see the former Hot Hatch champion, Ben Rushworth. He is returning to the 750 Motor Club this weekend. He's qualified 8th, which I don't think he'll be overly delighted with, I suspect. But that's going to be a really interesting race later on. In Class B, it looks like Christopher Freeman's Volkswagen Golf is quickest there. And in Class C, that's gone the way of Graham Kelly's BMW 325i. But with so many cars, there's going to be a lot to happen, I think, over the course of just over 2 hours, which will come up sometime this afternoon. Yeah,
it will. And for those of you who are following these things, there has been a change to the timetable. So we're now just going to have the 2 races before lunch, the Toyota MR2 Championship and the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. Those are the 2 races before lunch. Then we'll take a break and then we'll get underway once again with the 750 Motor Club Formula V Championship, the Carmel Porsche Trophy, and then progressing on through the rest of the programme as scheduled. If you want details of the event programme, by the way, it's all available for you online. So if you've got your smartphone with you, you can head to the 750 Motor Club website. Go to 750mc.co.uk/calendar, and that will take you to a list of all the events that are being run this season by the 750 Motor Club. Find the link to this Donington Park event, and you'll see then a link to not only the digital race programme with all of the entry lists and so forth, but all of the live timing as well, and other information about today's racing here at Donington Park. So 750mc.co.uk/calendar for the link to the programme and the timing, and 750mc.co.uk/live for the link to the live coverage produced by Alpha Live here at Donington Park this weekend. Well, the qualifying sessions have come to an end. I can just see out of our commentary box window some circuit vehicles just heading out onto the track just to make sure the circuit is all set for racing. The first event of today will of course be the Toyota MR2 Championship, which we'll look forward to very shortly indeed. The championship that was founded in 2008, and the grids of cars that have little in the way of modification. as I say, split across 3 classes for the different marks, Mark 1, Mark 2 and Mark 3, with all of them, of course, rear wheel drive. They have different minimum weights within their respective classes to try to keep the performance relatively even. And there has been a change to the regulations for Class A this year, which has allowed them to use the 1.8 litre engine, which I think comes out of the Mark III, also in the Mark 1s as well. So a slight change to the regulations for 2022. Let's have a look though ahead to our first race of the day, which is the Toyota MR2 Championship. Yep, so the Toyota MR2 Championship, as we say, split into 3 groups. Each group races twice. And let's have a look at the grid for the first of those groups. So on pole position, it's the number 27 of 4-time champion Sean Traynor, and alongside him is the champion for each of the last 2 years, number 1, Aaron Cook. On the second row on the inside is number 26, Paul Cook, and beside him is number 6, Darren Aldworth. Row 3 has 84, Neil Stratton, and 21, Daniel Sylvester. On the fourth row, in one of the Mark IIIs, it's number 77, Tom Mailings, and 4 is Peter Higton. On row 5, it's number 41, Ali Topley, and 32, Luke Carter. Andrew Ruthven, 82, and Daniel Bryant in 69 are on row 6. The 7th row is 15, Gavin Aldworth, and 86, Lee Brown. Maxine Nichols returns once again. She's on the inside of row 8 in car 17 alongside Richard Centre. Then it's Gary Patterson, number 12, and William Boggis, number 99, on row 9. On the 10th row, it's 37 Christopher Allison and 51 Andrew Strange. 30 Andy Williams lines up alongside Veer Aldridge, number 65 on row 11. Then it's Gareth Baxter in 14 and Patrick Stoner in number 20 on row 12. Last few rows of the grid have 56 Nathan Harrison and 57 Chris Brown on row 13. It's Tim O'Brien 76 and Tim Risley 39 on the 14th row, and the 15th and final row is number 70 Stuart Briley and Lee Forrington, number 72, having switched across from 116 Trophy. So that's the way the grid is going to line up. As I say, that's 2/3 of the entrants that we have for this weekend's races. They'll be out again in race number 5 of the programme and at the end of the programme for race number 9. So everyone will get 2 races over the course of the day. Each of the races does count for full championship points. So car's being released shortly, Josh, but who's your money on in this one? I'm presuming it's going to be one of the 2 on the front row.
You'd think, wouldn't you? Last year, Sean Traynor finished 12 points behind Aaron Cook, took 6 wins. Cook took 8. So it's very little, isn't there, that can choose between the 2 of them. 4 championships for Sean Traynor, 2 for Aaron Cook. And you don't really want to predict it, do you? Because it's going to be a great race. That's what's going to that's going to be the prediction.
Motorsport will be the winner. Yeah. Okay. Well. Okay. If you're not going to put your money down, neither will I then. But I think there's. I think there'd be little to choose between those two, Sean Traynor and Aaron Cook with the bookies. But Paul Cook, a good outsider. He's won several MR2 championship races in the past as well. So. He always likes to get stuck in. We saw him out at Croft last weekend in his BMW Car Club Racing Championship car, and so back in the MR2s this weekend. And yeah, quite a few of these now racing the Mark IIIs as well, which is interesting. Pole position though is 27 Sean Traynor, as we say, the 4-time champion from Winchester. He won all of those titles, didn't he, in the Mark II though? It's not one yet in the Mark III.
No, he switched to the Mark III, I think it was right at the end of 2020, wasn't it, where he did one-off meeting and then full season last year. And took him a little while perhaps to get used to it. So towards the beginning of last year, I think Aaron Cook won a lot of the races, but then at the end of the season, Sean Traynor racked up some victories. Then you've got the Mark IIs, haven't you, on the second row of the grid. With Paul Cook and Darren Aldworth. You kind of wonder if Paul Cook can make the start and get ahead of the Roadsters, but that little bit more power that Mark II's got, he might be able to hang on. But through the Grand Prix section, through the chicane and through the hairpins, that's where you'd think the lighter Roadsters will be a little bit more nimble. And But obviously, if you've got more power, it is that little bit easier to defend. So Paul Cook's ambitions here, I would think, would be to try and get a good start and get ahead into Redgate. But that's easier said than done, obviously.
Yeah, it's worth just explaining as well. The point system works. There's an overall points classification based on the overall results, and there's separate classifications within the different classes as well. So you can go for either the overall or your class title as well. There's an on-board shot. That's from number 4, Peter Higton, and you can see he's still in the assembly area at the moment. Shortly, these cars will be released out onto the circuit for their race, where they won't have a green flag lap, and that's the view, Josh, from Maxine Nichols.
Yeah, that's right. Good to see Maxine is back out racing in her memory of her dad, Mick, who passed away sadly just over a year ago. And Maxine has qualified well, hasn't she, up there on the 8th row of the grid alongside Richard Centre, that's racing back with the MR2 Championship this weekend.
And the other on-board view we have is number 41, which is Ali Topley there in the yellow overall. So he is lining up on row 5, and that's possibly a little bit further back than you might expect to see Ali Topley.
We didn't see him last year, did we?
No.
So we had a year out.
Yep.
But yeah, we expect him then to move forward. Perhaps he hasn't done much testing, much time in a car since we saw him a few years ago. But he was a race winner, wasn't he? Would battle with the likes of Aaron Cook. Topley was about a second and a half slower than Paul Cook, who's in a similar car to him. He's in a Mark II in qualifying. So we see him move up. You hear the engine's been fired up, so the cars are making their way now towards the grid. So they head on to the Grand Prix circuit here. So a bit of behind-the-scenes footage from Alpha Live, which you might not see otherwise. So great footage here. So out of the assembly area, and then they head on to the Melbourne Loop. And so it's just a short amount of time where they can try and get a little bit of heat into their tyres.
Yeah, because there is, as you say, no green flag lap for the Toyota MR2 Championship, backed by Toyo tyres, of course. And it's been an association that's gone back a few seasons now. So Toyo tyres, the sponsor, also providing the control tyre, the R888R, in medium hard compound to be very specific. They provide the rubber for this championship as well. So you can see the cars forming up on the grid on the left-hand side of your screen. For those of you watching on the live stream, it is the white, blue and red car of Sean Traynor, and it's the black, white and red car of, next to him, Aaron Cook, who not only won the championship for the last 2 years, he also won the John Miles Award for young drivers, and he received a £1,000 cheque at the club's annual awards night about a couple of months ago. And that award in memory of the late John Miles, former vice president of the club, who sadly passed away, I think about 3 or 4 years ago now. But John was a great supporter of young drivers, the former Lotus Formula 1 driver and Top Gear presenter as well, back in the day. Just looking a bit further back on the grid, you've got Paul Cook, and then next to him, 6, Darren Aldworth. He's in the blue car you can see on the right-hand side of shot there. Row 3. He's 84, Neil Stratton, who lists Donington Park as his favourite circuit. He's 38 years of age, he works in IT. His 5th year in the MR2 Championship. Used to race one of the Mark 1s, but recently has raced one of the Mark 3s. And then it's another of the Mark 3s next to him, which is number 21, Daniel Sylvester, in that self-built roadster for the driver from Yorkshire, who's been racing since 2020. The 4th row, on the inside, you've got number 77, which is Tom Mailings, son of Graham Mailings, who will also see action in the course of this weekend. He's been racing for several seasons now, but not tended to do every race, but usually fairly quick when he does. And alongside him is number 4, Peter Higton. Again, he's been racing the roadsters with the MR2 for several seasons now. And then row 5, we've got on the inside, as we said, 41, our on-board car, which was Ali Topley, the driver from Glossop, and also 32, Luke Carter, the driver from Witney in Oxfordshire. But altogether, there should be 30 cars, I should say, on this grid, and 45 in total having qualified for the weekend's racing. But it should be a good 15 minutes of action, this, Josh.
Yeah, you think 30 cars, that's pretty good, but it's actually only 2/3 of the grid. So great to see the support here from the Toyota MR2 Championship, which just gets more popular, it seems, every single season. So we'll see what Aaron Cook can do. Only in his 4th season of circuit racing, already twice a champion in this category, coming over from short ovals before, where he was a European and a British champion there. So he's been quickly managed to get to grips with circuit racing. We'll see how the 2022 season goes now, Ian.
Yeah, we do, because the green flag waves at the back, so we're very shortly going to be underway for the first action of the day here at Donington Park. Even it's the Toyota Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. So Sean Traynor in the white car on the left-hand side of the shot. It's the black car for Aaron Cook. The red lights are on. They go out now, and away we go. And it's a pretty even start between the two of them on the front row, but of course it's Sean Traynor with the inside line. Paul Cook has made a good start from the second row as well. Darren Aldworth, who started fourth, I think he might have lost a little bit of ground. He's leaving the door open on the inside, certainly. No, he is going to hold on to fourth place, though. Paul Cook, though, might get to second. He might even get to the lead by the time they get to Hollywood. No, he doesn't. He's back down to third, and that's Daniel Sylvester, I think, going on the inside line through Redgate. We go on board, though, with Maxi Nichols right in the middle of this 30-car pack as they dive down through Hollywood and Craner curves towards the old hairpin for the first time.
Yeah, that's right, and it's Sean Traynor who's got to the old hairpin first. And in second is Aaron Cook. He managed to get back ahead of Paul Cook there, who made that good start. He dived down the inside into Redgate, but lost momentum on the exit of the corner, but he's still there in third, ahead of Darren Aldworth. Then Daniel Sylvester got fifth, but the champion there from last year, Aaron Cook, was out wide. There's Lee Brown going very sideways. He's just about saved that. But I want to see what's happened for second. Well, Aaron Cook's just held on to second. He was out wide, out of McLean's, but he just kept Paul Cook at bay. But this has all allowed Sean Traynor, race leader, to get away.
Yeah, so just over the crest there as they head now down towards the Fogarty S's, the left and right flick that takes them on to the Grand Prix loop. So there's Aaron Cook, number one, champion, number one on his car in second place. Paul Cook there in third position. And there's Sean Traynor in the lead. Darren Aldworth still with them in fourth, and it looked like it was Daniel Sylvester, I think, in fifth position. But Neil Stratton up on the inside there, down into the Melbourne hairpin. So it looks like that has changed around again. Bit of a locking up of brakes as one or two of them head through Melbourne for the first time and now head back up towards the Goddard hairpin. Cook might lose out here, but he's going to have the inside line. He locks up. And yet nowhere really for the number 6 car to go. That has allowed Sylvester, who's got back through to fifth place, to close upon those two. And
that has allowed Aaron Cook to go back after the leader and to leave those Class B cars a little bit further back. The Mark IIs are Paul Cook and Darren Aldworth behind Daniel Sylvester, still battling away with Neil Stratton. We can ride on board with Alistair Topley, who runs in 11th position. He turns into Redgate, takes the wide line, carries the momentum, or tries to carry the momentum through Redgate, rattles over the curves, and then he goes after number 69, which is Daniel Bryant. He's got a good run here through Hollywood. He gets closer and closer to the rear bumper of the car in front, but not really a place to get through the Craner curve. You can feel the car there just try to break away through there, but he managed to hold on. There he is, 41, the onboard camera car of Alistair Topley. Someone in front, those run wide.
Yeah, dust is being kicked up by somebody. We'll try and figure out who that is, but I don't think too much damage has been done.
Might have been Tom Mayling, since he's lost out to Peter Higdon there. He's gone into 7th place.
Yeah, so just run wide a little bit there. There's the Luke Carter car, number 32 in 9th position. You can see on the timing tower, for those of you watching on the live stream, red is for the Mark IIs, blue is for the Mark III cars on the timing tower, as their cars head out of Coppice and then down the straight. And it's Paul Cook and Darren Aldworth side by side for third position. Paul Cook on the inside line for the Fogarty S's, and he manages to retain the position. He was under pressure there for third place. So the two Mark IIs with their two later engines having a big fight there, but for the lead it's spread out, hasn't it? Sean Traynor getting away here from Aaron Cook in second place. Then it's Paul Cook, Darren Aldworth together, Sylvester, and then Neil Stratton, and then about 5 cars all trying to be 7th.
Yeah, that's right. Some great battles, but not so much at the front, because Sean Traynor has had a good first couple of laps here. But here's that battle. Tom Mailings is losing more positions, and one car's gone around, which is number 12, I think.
That's Gary Patterson, former bike sports racer Gary Patterson. He's got going once again as there over the line go the leaders. It was 20th that Gary Patterson spun out of. Yeah, so he'll have lost some places, I should think. The lead for Sean Traynor now is now 1.67 seconds. Sean Traynor has done a 1:53.36, so he's already gone underneath Paul Cook's lap record from 3 years ago. Sideways there with 32, that was Luke Carter. He's lost some positions because he's down to 10th now. So it's all changed around. He's lost another place because just going past him there was Alistair Topley. And that's Richard Centre that's off, the software tester from Worcester. Daniel Bryant had a big off here at the Craner curves. He's across the grass. He's still
kind of trying to save it as he gets to the old hairpin. Eventually the car does spin away from him, but that was quite a hairy moment for Daniel Bryant. But he didn't collect anybody, and he's got back going, so that's all good.
Yeah, Danny Bryant, the 36-year-old mechanic, he's done some drifting before he got into circuit racing in that car that he prepares with himself, Jim Mew, and Adam Lockwood on the spanners for that one. There is the 84 car for Neil Stratton.
Done drifting in circuit racing as well as before it now, but glad to see nobody else got involved in that incident. 1.6 seconds then was the gap Trainer to Cook, so this is massively impressive from Sean Trainer, who just continues to pull away, it does seem. For third place there is Paul Cook, so he managed to shake off the attention of Darren Aldworth now for the Class B lead for the Mark II cars a little bit, but there's Trainer who's using all the road there, way out over the curves, out of the Melbourne hairpin. Then Aaron Cook trying to give chase, but not particularly successful at this stage, Ian.
Nope, not at the moment. We'll have to look a bit further back for the action. That's Tom Mailings in between Peter Higton and Luke Carter, I think it is now, up into 9th position. That is the 86 car for Lee Brown, who had a moment ago. There's Maxine Nichols. She's going pretty well in 13th place overall, so she'll be pretty happy with that performance, I should think. She's just ahead there of the number 15 car of Gavin Aldworth, as there's the Richard Centre car being vacated at the Goddard hairpin.
Yeah, that's right. Peter Higton here, running in 7th place. He switched his Mazda MX-5 on Saturday to a Toyota MR2 on Monday, so he's got a busy Easter weekend, and he's up there ahead of Tom Mailings then in 8th, and Alistair Topley 9th, so he's gained, well, no positions. He dropped to 11th at one point, so he's gained 2 from then, but he's back where he started. And Graham Mailing, Alistair Topley, I should say, is not really gaining the positions we kind of anticipated, although he might gain one in a moment. Yeah,
we're on board with him now and is right on the rear of Tom Mailings, who's there in 8th place as they head up to McLean's, over the curb on the inside and climbing the hill again towards Coppice. So in 9th place it's number 41, Topley in the Rogue Motorsport prepared car is now going to get the car alongside Tom Mailings on the exit of Coppice corner. He's going to get alongside, his nose is now ahead, and now will try and pick up the toe from Pete Higton as well, who's in 7th place. So can Topley make up 2 places down the straight? No, I think it's only going to be the one as they now arrive at the Fogarty S's.
Yeah, it's a bit of a distraction because the middle of his steering wheel's fallen out, yes, which you might be able to see on the live stream pictures, but hopefully that's not going to be too much of a problem for him. He is gaining positions, like you said, he's gone past Mailings, now he's going to try and go past Peter Higton. They're both trying to chase Neil Stratton, but he's a few seconds up the road. Well,
Croft last weekend we had Chris Keir winning Clio races with the air vents having popped out into the cockpit of the car, didn't we? So I'm sure that Ali Top can deal with that. So he's having a go around the outside of Pete Higton now, up into the Goddard hairpin, and they get very close indeed to one another. That 25 car, not very far off the edge of the road there. He visit the Richard Centre Roadster. But here we go, and it looks like Topley's going to make up the place as they go over the line to start another lap. This is going to be lap 5 of the race, just about 7 minutes of it left to go, and Topley has indeed gone through to 7th place now, so he is steadily working his way up the order. He's got about 2.5 seconds to catch Neil Stratton there inside the top 6.
I thought that Tom Mailings there might have been able to follow him through, but that didn't quite work out. So that battle now is for 8th and 9th positions, but immediately Topley's pulled away. It'll be interesting to see how much pace he has. They cut a lot of the inside of the old hairpin there, don't they, those 2 Mark III Roadsters, as they clobber over the curbs. Meanwhile, the lead gap is coming down, 1.2 seconds. On the last lap, Aaron Cook was 3/10 quicker, so we'll have to monitor that as we head into the second half of this 15-minute race.
Quick run down on the order. It's 27, Sean Trainer that leads from number 1, Aaron Cook in 2nd place. In 3rd place is number 26, Paul Cook. 4th is number 6, Darren Aldworth. 5th is number 21, Daniel Sylvester. 6th is 84, Neil Stratton. Then it's 41, Ali Topley. 4, Pete Higton. 77, Tom Mailings. And 32, Luke Carter.
And 32, Luke Carter is catching the battle we were just watching there, Peter Higton versus Tom Mailings. There's Daniel Sylvester hopping over the curves. You can see the left-hand side of the car there was not attached to the tarmac as he hit the curbs hard. In front, Darren Aldworth and Paul Cook are still battling for Class B honours and the Mark II lead and for 3rd overall. So that's a good battle between Paul Cook and between Darren Aldworth. They make their way up to the hairpin that completes the lap here at Donington. We saw these two lock up, didn't we, earlier on? That's not a problem now with everything up to temperature. And just in front of them, you could see the race leaders, and the gap goes back out between Traynor and Cook to 1.6 seconds.
It does indeed. So 5 minutes of the race to go. Battle going on in the background.
Yeah, Peter Higton's lost a couple of positions there. Tom Malings has got through, and Luke Carter, who's I think one of the quickest drivers on the circuit now, has got himself into 9th position. He's lapping in the 54s, which is the same kind of pace as Paul Cook and Darren Aldworth are doing in that battle for third.
Yeah, absolutely right. And he goes a bit wide there at Redgate, just as we build him up. So he's now trying to find a way past Tom Malings and up inside the top 8. So Luke Carter there in one of the Mark IIs from the 1990s. 77 Tom Malings in one of the G&T Motorsport cars from the 2000s. Carter's going to have a nibble at him here as they go under Starkey's bridge and towards Schwantz Curve and McLean's, and Luke Carter's gone through, I think. He's going to be on the outside line though for McLean's. Can he hold the position up at the, well, halfway up the hill? Yes, he can. So Luke Carter has now gone up to 8th place. He's having a good drive here.
Yeah, that all began when Tom Malings didn't quite get over the curbs on the inside of the old hairpin like the others are, and therefore was able to carry more speed. We ride on board here with Peter Higton, don't we, who's just behind them. So he accelerates down past what was the exhibition centre, up a gear, and then down towards the S's. Such an exciting part of the circuit. We go down one gear, then through the left, over the curb. Tom Malings goes across to gravel, which is an uncommon sight here at Donington Park. And he didn't really lose anything from it, did he? So he obviously made a small mistake through the left-hander, but now into the hairpin, he was almost turned that into gaining the position. Didn't quite work out. There's a lot of grass cutting going on, isn't there? That was Luke Carter over the dust. It seems to be quite a common feature of this race.
The lead now is 3.6 seconds. Sean Traynor pulled out another 2 seconds on that lap, but that's because Alan Cook had a very slow lap, a 1:55.92. So Sean Traynor getting away in the lead of this race. 3.6 seconds now. It's Darren Aldworth up to 3rd place now in the number 6 car, ahead of 26 Paul Cook as well. So that has swapped around on that lap. So a change there too. So it's now number 6 Darren Aldworth 3rd, 26 Paul Cook down to 4th, but only a quarter of a second to choose between them, and side by side over the line a bit further back, trying to work out who that was. That was the Veer Aldridge and Andrew Ruthven battle.
And we just caught an eye there. Paul Cook back ahead of Darren Aldworth, I think. Yes, that's confirmed by the Alpha Live pictures. So Paul Cook is back into 3rd place. This is a good battle. Darren Aldworth seems to go well here at Donington Park, doesn't he? And he is again today. Remember when we were on the national track previously, he was battling in the lead pack. So Darren Aldworth going well on the Grand Prix circuit as well, and challenging Paul Cook as they turn their way through. Aldworth was 6th in the championship last year. Paul Cook was 4th, but there was in excess of 50 points between them. But here at Donington, they battle down towards the S's, and Darren Aldworth looks up the inside. Not an ideal place really to go by on the Grand Prix circuit through the chicane, and Aldworth therefore I think pays for that a little bit and runs out a little bit wide, and the gap to Paul Cook therefore is extended. I think we'll have one further lap to go at the end of this one.
Yeah, we will, as Cook and Aldworth around the Melbourne hairpin. The leaders are about 8 seconds clear, or the leader, Sean Traynor, about 8 seconds clear of this battle. Remember, he in turn was 3.6 seconds clear of Aaron Cook, the reigning champion a lap ago. Sean Traynor's just gone across the line now with 1:37 left to go, and Aaron Cook has done likewise, and the gap between them has gone out again to 3.97 seconds now. So I think the lead probably is sorted, and possibly 3rd and 4th as well, but 5th and 6th might not be, Josh.
Yeah, Neil Stratton going well here. He's one of those drivers you mentioned earlier, who moved from a Mark 1 to a Mark 3 in recent seasons, and he's right on terms with Daniel Sylvester. They turn their way through Redgate for the final time at this opening race of the day, the opening round of the championship for the Toyo Tyres MR2s. Alistair Topley is 3 seconds behind them. He's going a bit quicker, but he's not making the inroads we thought he might do. Actually, he's being closed in by Luke Carter. There you can see how much road they use through the old hairpin on the inside and the outside of the corner. You have to be really committed to be able to take a line like that, but Sylvester, I think, has dealt with it okay. And the leaders go through Coppice Corner. Sean Traynor, ahead of Aaron Cook, hits third place. Paul Cook, as you suggested, he's got away from Darren Aldworth, so that also looks to spread out. It's not quite the race I think we were anticipating from the MR2 Championship.
It's not. It's been much more restrained, shall we say, so far for the opening race of the season for the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. Some decent action further down the top 10, but even that seems to have settled down now. Sylvester in 5th place in the number 21 car, the Yorkshire driver, looking relatively comfortable from Neil Stratton, the man from High Peak. I'll say 5th year racing in the MR2 Championship. The time has counted down to 0, so next time that Sean Traynor comes over the line, he's going to take the checkered flag. But yeah, there's nothing really going to change in the top 6, I don't think. So just look to see if we can see Sean Traynor coming up to the line. Yep, here he is, out of the final corner. Checkered flag is made ready, and that has been a pretty straightforward win for Sean Traynor in the opening round of the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship for 2022. That's not easy to say. In 2nd place, it is Aaron Cook. 3rd place is Paul Cook. 4th is Darren Aldworth in number 6. Daniel Sylvester is going to be 5th, and Neil Stratton 6th, with Ali Topley. He had a decent drive to come through to 7th in the end. Yeah,
because he was as far down as 11th at one point, wasn't he? And then Luke Carter, who impressed there with pace, he finished 8th. 9th goes away Peter Higton, I think.
Tom Mayling? No, Peter Higton, you're right. Yeah, he's come through.
Tom Mayling must have had a moment on the last lap. Lee Brown for 11th, 12th for Daniel Bryant, 13th via Aldridge, 14th for Maxine Nichols. Completing the top 15 there was Gavin Aldworth. But a start there for the MR2 Championship went very well indeed for Sean Traynor. New lap record, like you said there, and lapping very successfully at the front there to pull away from Aaron Cook, and that perhaps wasn't necessarily expected.
No, it wasn't, not at all really. We're expecting sort of real ding-dong battle between the two of those, but obviously that's not how it transpired. So confirmation now on our official communication that, as we said, we're just going to have the 2 races before lunch. We've had one of those. We'll have bike sports next before the lunch break, and then racing will get underway after lunch. In theory, it's around about 1:15, but we'll see if that's how things pan out. Let's have a look though at the results from the MR2 Championship race. First of all, though, as the drivers acknowledge the marshals on their slowing down lap, Sean Traynor, number 27, it was that took the win. He completed 8 laps in 15 minutes, 17.96 seconds. Second went to number 1, Aaron Cook. He was 3.2 seconds behind. Third was number 26, Paul Cook. He was 8 seconds behind the leaders. He won Class B as well. 4th to number 6, Darren Aldworth. 5th to number 21, Daniel Sylvester. 6th was 84, Neil Stratton. 7th, number 41, Ali Topley. 8th was 32, Luke Carter. Pete Hickson was 9th at number 4. And Tom Maylings, after that mistake on the last lap, rounded out the top 10. Further back, Lee Brown, he was 11th. Danny Bryant was 12th. Maxine Nichols, good drive from her to take 14th position in the end. Andrew Strange there, number 51, he took 18th place. And final screen, and we do see some of the Mark 1s in there. 56, I think, was the best of those, which was Nathan Harrison in 22nd position overall. But you can see, I think, we just had a couple that didn't make it to the end, which was Richard Centre, whose car stopped at Garliles, and also Daniel Farmer in the number 16 car. 2 non-finishers then from that opening round of the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. So as I say, we've got one more race to come before the lunch break for you today, and that's going to be for the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship, which I think will be the fastest racing that we see here this weekend. Then we will get into our lunch break and we'll resume racing with single-seater action at around about 1:15 with the 750 Motor Club Formula V Championship. We've also got the Carmel Porsche Trophy, that's a 40-minute race, and later on we've got the Tagiwa Club Enduros, which is a 125-minute race with a grid of in excess of 50 cars set to line up for that one. So lots to look forward to today here at Donington Park, with this coverage on the live stream brought to you by Alpha Live as well. Let's head down to the pit lane for the first time today and hear from Matt Suckling with our top 3.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yeah, down here with our race winner, Sean Trainer. Sean, many congratulations. First win of the year, first race of the year. That wasn't bad at all, was it?
No, good. The lads we've had a little bit of a play around over sort of a few weeks back, and I've never got to grips with the coilovers. Since coming out of the Mark II, I haven't got the grips with the coilovers. And we tried something a bit different at a track day about 3 weeks ago, and it's like it's on rails. It's a different car. It's just what I want. So big hats off to Lee and Phil. They just get the car ready every time. So I'm just out here to have fun. They're at home doing the hard work.
What's it like racing on the Grand Prix circuit as well? A bit of a change?
Well, it was a big change because I thought I was coming to the National. So
you realised that before you went round?
Yeah, before I turned right, I did, yeah. So
of course, you've got another race later to come, so you're probably looking to do more of the same, but there's some tough opposition this year.
Yeah, it's tough. Aaron was struggling with a bit of handling. I could see behind he was sort of losing it. And Cookie, he'll be there or thereabouts again. I think I'm racing with him in both races. So
yeah, stuff. Well done, Sean. Thank you very much indeed. Let's have a quick chat with Aaron as well. Aaron, of course, champion from last year. This year, you're back again. Some more races to look forward to. Not a bad start there. Second place. You must be happy.
Yeah, not a bad start. I mean, Sean just scampered away there at the start. I made a few mistakes on the first couple of laps, so that was my fault. And then I think I just cooked the tyres trying to catch up. Halfway through, I knew I wasn't going to catch him, so I just sort of tried to back it down a little bit, make sure I get a second place, and later on we'll go for the win.
You've had a chance now to test it. You brought that gap down, as you said. It went back up, but you were kind of just testing things out before the later race, maybe.
Yeah, I was just not treating it as a test session. We was in second place. It's good points, but just keeping in contact with Sean just in case he made a mistake or had a problem. But yeah, I clawed the gap back midway through, and I was never going to claim the whole thing back. I'd probably end up chucking it off. So yeah, we calmed it down a little bit just to make the end second place, and we'll try again later.
The guys upstairs as well said it's quite tame so far, but that could all change, couldn't it?
Yeah, race one, normally we try and keep it clean in race one. Race two is a bit like British touring car race 3, so we try and keep it a bit clean, but elbows out racing is good fun.
Good stuff. Well done, Aaron. Good luck for race number 2 a little bit later on. Let's have a quick chat with Paul as well, who wins his class and also gets on the podium. So well done, Paul. That was a good race.
Yeah, it was a hard race. Yeah, Darren pushed me quite hard. I had a good start, actually. Got up the inside of Aaron, but I had to sort of tighten up to give him a little bit of room. Yeah, so yeah, put me head down from them, really. Cars didn't seem to have as much grunt as what the car Darren's driving, but I'm not complaining. I got the result.
Yeah, you got ahead of him in the end. He did get past briefly, didn't he?
He did, yes, he did. Yeah, I don't know if he missed a gear or what happened. I can't remember. I have to look at the video evidence. But it seems hard work driving this car. You know, you have a BMW from last weekend at Croft, which is kind of on rails, and you get one of these. It's kind of adapting your mind to how it all works.
Any chance of catching the top 2 later? Of course, they're in Class C, but there's always a chance.
I don't think so. I think the Mark IIIs have definitely upped their game. Got 2 good drivers at the front there, where the Mark IIs used to be quicker. But yeah, I'm the fastest Mark II driver, so that's say no more, really.
You won your class, that's the main thing, so well done to you. Congratulations indeed, Paul. So there you go, our top 3 from the MR2s. Lots more to look forward to from them a little bit later on, but for now we're going to turn our attention to the first race of the weekend for the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship.
Yes, the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship gets underway here at Donington Park today with a double header, and a very good grid of cars we have for this as well as their season gets underway. It's Slicks and Wings sports racing cars, Radicals dominating numerically. I think there is just one Mattel on the grid today as well. We've got a car I can see doing some laps out of session though, out of our window before that, so it's going to be a few moments I think before the bike sports are released out onto the circuit. So I think I know what's going on. But let's have a look at the grid for what will be actually the bike sports race, not the MR2 Championship race, it says, but this is the grid for the bike sports race. We'll have a look at that in just a second. Here we go then. Pole position has gone to number 88, Richard Wise, in the only non-radical on the grid, and that is number 88. So 88 Richard Wise alongside number 1 Leon Morel on the front row of the grid. On the second row, it's 4 Simon Walker-Hansel and 87 Jack Lees. On the third row, 5 Doug Carter and 8 Joe Locke. On the fourth row, it's number 7 Julian Griffiths and 73 Alistair Smart. On the fifth row, it's 20 Matt Moore and 16 Ash Hicklin. On row 6, it's 86 Stephen Bell and 95 Richard Stables. On the seventh row, it's 12 Andrew Fido and 30 Mark Grayson. The eighth row is 11 Philip Brown and 66 Richard Hardy. The ninth row is 24 Ian Charles and 33 Lee Jackson. And on the... do we have anyone else? No, that isn't. We do have one. We have Andy Tidy. I was going to say. I thought we should have one more on the back row of the grid on his own, number 29. So we'll have the cars out onto the circuit shortly for the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship, but we're not quite ready for them to be released just yet here at Donington Park. But when they do get released, Josh, there's plenty to look forward to in bike sports this season.
Yes, we've got a lot of the quicker drivers, perhaps you would more say, in Class B, which is for the standard engined cars, isn't it? And then we've got what, sort of 5 or 6 drivers really in contention there, and then you've also got the more powerful cars, the tuned cars in Class A, with some quick drivers, but perhaps not the drivers we saw last year with Joe Stables and with Scott Mattel not racing in this race. So that means the non-radical is on pole position, as you mentioned through the grid there, with Richard Wise. He's been around the 750 Motor Club paddock for such a long time, hasn't he?
Yeah, he started racing back in 2007. He's a property developer, 58 years of age. And this car that he's racing, it's the ex-Scott Mattel car, the Mattel MC41R, built in 2019. Suzuki Hayabusa hired as well, so it's going to be Richard Wise that we're going to see on pole in one of the Class A cars. Class A being for those with the tuned engines, and Class B for more production-based engines. That's the differential between the two classes. One other change this year is that we've no longer got Class C, which was effectively catered for the 1000cc cars. They're still welcome to race, but they now slot into Class A or B.
And it's a 1000cc car that Richard Wise is driving on pole position.
Absolutely, yeah.
So it shows you that those slightly smaller capacity, which means they can run a bit lighter, can be quick. And in the hands of Richard Wise, he did get pole by... just over 1/10 of a second from our reigning champion, from Leon Morel in the his Radical SR3, the former RC racer, I think he told me last year, before moving into circuit racing. And he was so quick last year, wasn't he? But I think it's fair to say that the competition in Class B has been ramped up this year. You've got Simon Walker-Hansel out there, who again is really experienced. Then you've got Jack Lees, who's moving over from the Type R Trophy, and the ex-rallyman going really well. Joe Locke, who we saw in bike sports a few years ago, he's out there also in Class B. So it's going to be really intriguing, this race, I think, whether Richard Wise can hang on there at the front of the grid. I guess it's been a while since he won a bike sports race, going back a few years. So he'll be trying everything here to hang on to his pole position.
Just to illustrate that point on the weight limits that the drivers have to work to, or the teams have to work to. So a car under 1100cc in Class A that has a minimum weight of 555 kilos. Cars of up to 1340cc are at 595, and up to 1500cc are 660. So that's quite a differential in the weight that within the cars in Class A. So that is worth noting.
Richard Wise was the Class C champion back in 2014 when he was racing Aspire. He likes to sort of do things a little bit differently compared to some of the rest of the field, doesn't he? Driving something other than a Radical. So I'm sure although I don't think he's running the car. Scott Mattel will be cheering on his brand of car to try and hang on ahead of all the Peterborough-based cars behind. Peterborough not particularly far from Donington, about an hour and a half or so away, where all those radicals were produced. We've got, though, different types of radical, haven't we? Because we've got the SR3 and different ages of them. So you've got the older SR3s, you've got the RSs, standing for Rockingham Speedway, where these cars were where they was developed back in the day, and then the RSX for the latest model of radical sports car. You've also got the PR6s, the centre seat cars, and I think there's also a radical Pro Sport out there, which sort of dates back to some of the early days in the radical championship, including Alistair Smart. He's out there. He was racing at Snetterton on Saturday. He's made his way here to Donington Park, which he says is his favourite circuit, and he races this radical PR6 in Class A with a 1340cc Hayabusa engine, and he's one of the number of cars that is run by RJ Motorsport's Josh Smith, who has a team of cars there in the paddock.
Yes, so the bike sports will be out shortly. We're just having a short practice session for the Formula Vs. Not all of them were able to get out for their main qualifying session a little bit earlier on, so there's an additional session that has been arranged. Not all of them have managed to get all the way around the session there. I can see number 56, one of those that has had a foreshortened session. That was Christian Goller in his AHS Challenger. He's stopped by the side of the circuit.
Yes, so he'll be pleased. There's going to be a bit of a break, isn't he, between this practice session and between their race. There's a smoky car out there as well, and that's Ian Jordan. So this isn't overly going to plan, I would suggest. But bike sports will be out shortly. I kind of wonder if all the Formula Vs are out there, because there seem to be a lot of them, doesn't there?
Yeah, have a quick look at the live timing, Josh, and let us know.
I don't think there's anything actually being timed here, is there? I'm just checking that.
Okay, so it's possible.
Oh no, this is a qualifying session then. So this seems to be. So this earlier session has been scrapped,
yeah,
maybe.
We'll get official confirmation on what's gone on later, but who's fastest at the moment?
So quickest is James Harridge on a 1 minute 47.98. So these are drivers that were out earlier, aren't they? Second is Danny Hands, and Craig Pollard, that was quick earlier, is not out there. So I'm not overly sure what's going on at the minute, to be honest.
We will get confirmation as to what's happening with the and how the grid will be formed up in due course. But yeah, Formula V's doing some qualifying. You can see the latest times. Craig Bell going well. Third fastest man, and Andrew Cooper was one of those drivers, fourth fastest, that didn't make it out due to some issues for the earlier scheduled qualifying session for the Formula V's. But they, I think, should be out for a couple more minutes, and then we'll get a checker flag and we'll get the bike sports out onto the circuit for their first race of the weekend. So, reminder that this is the first of two visits this season to Donington Park by the 750 Motor Club. We're back here again in August when we'll be on the national circuit. On that occasion, they'll be racing for the 116 Trophy, so a 90-minute race there. 5 Club MX-5s, they've got a triple header. We've got the Armed Forces Race Challenge. We've got the BMW Car Club racing. It's the big BMW Car Club Summerfest as well at the August event, so that's on Sunday, August 7th. We've got the Clio Sport Championship, which got underway at Croft last weekend. We've got F1000 with a triple header. We've got Hot Hatch. We have Sports 1000 and the Type R Trophy as well. To round out what will be a busy weekend here at Donington Park with the 750 Motor Club on August the 6th and 7th. So that's certainly one to look out for. Just looking at events coming up here at Donington Park. Well, of course, it is a big event next weekend. It's the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, the opening round of the BTCC, getting underway here at Donington next weekend. And then on the 30th of April, and the 1st of May, the Donington Historic Festival, so that's 2 weeks from now. No Limits Club Bike Racing here on the 7th and 8th of May, and then the North Gloucester NG Road Racing Club Bike Championships here on the 14th and 15th of May as a sort of curtain raiser for the British Superbike Championship, which is here on the 20th, 21st and 22nd of May. And then the following weekend, wow, there's some huge events here at Donington Park over the next month or so. It's the British GT Championship, featuring GB3 and GB4 as well, and that rounds out May. So lots of exciting action coming up here at Donington Park in the next month or so.
So what is happening currently, Ian, is a qualifying session for Formula V, but it's going to be combined with the earlier sessions. The times from both sessions count towards qualifying, from what I understand.
Yeah, and checker flag is out, by the way, now.
So therefore that time that Craig Pollard did in the first part of qualifying, a 1 minute 46.47, is the quickest time that we have seen.
Which might explain why he elected not to go back out.
That's right, he only did 4 laps this morning as well,
yeah.
So hopefully all is okay there. James Harridge's time from part 1 of this session is second quickest, 1 minute 46.83. Danny Hand's from part 2 is third on 1:47.69. Then Craig Bell is fourth from his time in the earlier session, 1 minute 48.71. And then Andrew Cooper is fifth from part 2 of the session, 1 minute 49.69, I reckon.
Yeah, we'll get all of that confirmed later on. It's good that everyone has been given the chance eventually to get some qualifying laps in. Hopefully there won't be too much clearing up to do. We know we've got Christian Goller's car to recover from the side of the circuit before we can get the bike sports race underway. And
also in this part of the session, only 1 lap done for Vaughan Jones and James Cater.
And Ian Jordan he's stopped next to Christian Goller's car as well, so the two of them have stopped at the same part of the circuit, and that's disappointing for the multiple Class B champion Ian Jordan, who's getting his balaclava back on because he's going to have to drive back round to the paddock.
So the times on the whole were a bit slow in that session, so perhaps the circuit not quite in as good condition maybe as it was earlier on.
Might be a degree or two warmer as well, which might make a difference with these air-cooled engines, of course.
We also did see MR2s going grass tracking a few times, so whether there's a little bit of dust on the
gravel
track.
on the circuit, yeah, there could be multiple reasons why the track wasn't in quite such fast condition of that short session that we had there. Good to see. We have some comments through on the YouTube feed. Do keep those coming during the course of the day. So we've got the V's having completed their qualifying session, and we'll then have the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship cars. What we might do is perhaps give you another run through of the grid in a minute or two when those cars are about to come back out onto the circuit as well, because it's you'll have forgotten what it was. I've forgotten what it was. Because we did give that a few moments ago for the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. But Formula V, that should be a good couple of races to look forward to later on today, Josh.
Yeah, the driver we didn't see out in that session, Craig Pollard, in a new car and going quickest in it in the part 1 of qualifying in the WEV, the Worm's Eye View, that was won in the championship in the past by Graham Gant, wasn't it, in that car, who developed the car. Now Craig, he tested at the end of last year and now having his first race in it today. So that means the double champion James Harridge has got his work cut out, as has Danny Hand in the Mark II AHS Dominator, and I'm sure there'll be some great battles through the pack.
Yeah, there will be. So that's Formula V a little bit later on this afternoon. Cars just all completing their slowing down laps. The marshals will just check the circuit's in good condition. And we will have a look now at the grid then for race 2 of the day, which is the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. Pole position then is number 88, Richard Wise in the Mattel. The rest of them are Radical. So number 1, Leon Morel alongside him. That's the reigning champion in the Radical SR3. On the second row, on the inside, it's number 4. That's Simon Walker-Hansel in another SR3, and beside him is number 87 on his bike sports debut, Jack Leese in the Radical SR3 RS. On the third row, on the inside, is number 5, Doug Carter in one of the first of the PR6s. Besides him is number 8, Joe Locke in an SR3. Row 4, on the inside, it's number 7, Julian Griffiths in a PR6. Beside him is the Alistair Smart PR6, number 73. Row 5, 20, Matt Moore in the North Motorsport PR6, and beside him is number 16, Ash Hicklin. He's in an SR3. Row 6 is number 11, no, it's not, it's number 86, and that's Stephen Bell in the Radical RSX, and he's next to number 95, Richard Stables, for this race. Row 7 on the inside, number 12, Andrew Fido in the SR3, and number 30, Mark Grayson. Beside him, he's in an SR3 RS. Row 8 is number 11 on the inside, that's Philip Brown in the SR3 RSX, and 66 is Richard Hardy in an SR3 RS. Row 9 is 24, Ian Charles, he's in PR6, and 33, Lee Jackson is in an SR3, and at the back it's 29, Andy Tidy in a Radical Pro Sport, so one of the older cars on the grid therefore. So that is the grid for the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. 19 cars we have therefore for these first 2 races of the championship for these cars. Their calendar this season will take them to Alton Park in 4 weeks' time, to Brands Hatch in July. That will be their first triple header of the season. They'll then have another triple header at Silverstone in mid-August, double header at Anglesey, and likewise at Snetterton on the 300 circuit the 1st of October to conclude their season. And Josh, as we've said, an interesting season for the bike sports, interesting racing or two in prospect as well, with a few new drivers and a lot of talented drivers in Class B this year.
Yeah, I think we're in for quite the race here. 20 minutes it will be for bikes. Also, it'll be quick. We're lapping in just over 1 minute 30 in qualifying. Interestingly, not near either the Class A or Class B lap records, but that doesn't really matter when everybody is separated by such a little margin in cars that are spectacular. We mentioned there were about 7 cars in a second. Well, about 2/3 of the grid is separated by less than 2 seconds, so it's really close. Someone we didn't mention actually is Ash Hicklin. He's back, isn't he, there in Class B this time, but he starts 10th, so he's got some work to do. Richard Stables, you mentioned him, he's back. He's a former champion, isn't he, going back a decade in 2010 and 2011, so he gets to race his PR6 again here today. Stephen Bell, he's moved cars because he raced that Sabre last year. He's in an SR3 RSX, which he says is easier to drive than the Sabre, but he doesn't think it is as quick, so he's qualified there on the 6th row of the grid. It's not going to be overly easy to overtake in these cars, of course, one, because they're so quick and therefore the braking zones are much shorter. They've got the aero wash and such like, but it's certainly going to be possible. And with some different tuning of engines, different weights, depending on what size of engine each car has got, it's going to be exciting, I'm sure. And a rolling start as well to look forward to, so therefore you shouldn't really lose too much at the start. You shouldn't have that problem of getting the car away, for example. But I think it's very difficult to predict here, Ian, who's going to come out on top. You've got people who have been really quick recently, like Liam Morrell. You've got people that have been really experienced in these cars, like Richard Wise and Doug Carter up there. Then you've got new experienced drivers, like Simon Walker-Hansel. And then you've got Jack Lees, who's only in his 2nd season of circuit racing, but has proved to be quick. He was a front runner in the Type R Trophy last year. And now picking up the speed, going into bike sports in the Radical, and immediately on the 2nd row of the grid, and only half a second of pole, which is really impressive.
Yeah, he was top novice last year, wasn't he, in the Type R Trophy, so I had a very good first season of racing in that. Here we see the cars now being released out onto the Melbourne Loop, and they'll come up to the grid, take their positions on the grid ahead of the rolling start for this 20-minute race for the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. One or two comments on the live stream to let you know. Club Enduro race due to start around about 2:55. I suspect it might be a little bit late than that because we're just running a little bit behind schedule here, and this is going to be our last race before a slightly belated lunch break. The RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship will have the Formula V race after lunch that was scheduled for to be held before.
I imagine it's going to be a shortened lunch as well,
I would think it rather will be, yes. But here we can see the cars lining up on the grid, and there you can see on pole position, the left-hand side of the screen, the number 88 car of Richard Wise, but there is a car missing by the looks of it from row 2, Josh.
Which is Jack Lees, who we've just been talking up, so...
Commentator's curse is working well this weekend then.
And, well, there's not really an excuse for being late here, is there, considering it's
about half an hour late in the race.
Yeah, exactly, so not sure what's happened there. So you can see the Morrell and Walker-Hansel cars, I think, are the newer RSX, although it's not mentioned on the, it just says SR3, I'm fairly sure they're the RSX models, looking at the cars out of the window, but it's great to see these 3 different model of cars towards the front. The PR6, the SR3, and then the Mattel. They're on pole position, driven there by Richard Wise. And you've also got, of course, we mentioned Alistair Smart. He's the reigning Burkitt Relay overall winner, isn't he? And great to have him here. And, of course, the Burkitt Relay run by the 750 Motor Club, and it's really the centrepiece of the club racing season. It is a great tradition. Alistair, one of a couple of drivers that have listed Donington Park as their favourite circuit. The other one that's volunteered that information to us is Mark Grayson. So both of those enjoy the Donington Park layout. Alistair Smart, 55 years of age, real estate development director, been racing since 2011. He's in this Hayabusa engined RJ Motorsport prepared Radical PR6 as the green flag lap gets underway, or the rolling lap I should say, for this RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. So a final chance for the drivers to get some heat into the tyres and the other key components of these Radicals and the Mattel MC41R in the case of Richard Wise. Is the only 1000cc car on the grid, but it is running to a lower minimum weight than the Radicals behind it, so it should equalise the performance to some extent. And of course, when we saw Scott Mattel race that 1 litre car, he was a race winner, wasn't he? And although the later car's got that slightly bigger engine, this 1 litre car still obviously a fast car, and can compete right at the front of the pack. So the cars then making their way through on this green flag lap. You can see the different shapes and sizes of these different types of Radical. And there's the Pro Sport at the back, the Andy Tidy driven car. And Radical, of course, such a popular, not just race car, track day car as well, not just in the UK, but throughout the world. I did once see one on the road.
Did you?
When I was up in Peterborough. I think it was the closed cockpit car that they made, but still, it was, even though you knew you were near the factory, it was still a bit of a shock. It was in a traffic jam as well, so it's sort of one of those moments. But more than not, you see them on racetracks and go in very quickly. And the SR3, for example, produced now in a 4-figure amount, which is so impressive.
That Pro Sport for Andy Tidy, I'm not sure how old specifically that particular car is, but those hailed from the late 1990s. Originally, they were the basis of the Radical Enduro Championship, which was the sort of tower type races that Radical ran for those cars after the Radical Bi-Giro Championship, which was the first thing that they brought out, which was the sort of 2 sprint race format that they had for the early club sport cars.
I think to start off with, Radical did run with the 750 Motor Club, didn't they?
They did, yes. Their early races were with 750 Motor Club in alongside, I think, things like Formula 1300, I think, in the 1990s. Anyway.
See, Liam Morrell still got functioning headlights. I don't think that many of the Radical race cars have, but that could be handy during the course of this race.
Who knows? Who knows? 20-minute race then. It's a rolling start, as we've said, so the cars should get in a nice, neat 2x2 formation. Obviously, that hole on row 2 is not helping, where Jack Lees isn't. So there should be a gap there. That might give Joe Locke, who will come through from row 3 of the grid in the number 8 car, the red car you can just see going through shot there, might give him a bit of a chance to steal a march on some of his rivals. But red lights go on, they go out, and away we go. And it is Richard Wise, and I think it's going to lead down into Redgate Corner for the first time. Trying to come through on the inside. There is the number 4 car of Simon Walk-Hansel, and is he going to get through into second place? Not quite. Leon Morrell just about holding him off, or is he? They head to Hollywood, and it's the very experienced, the much more experienced Simon Walk-Hansel, although not necessarily in bike sports, on the inside line, and he has gone through, or has he? No, Morrell fights back through the Craner curves and down towards the old hairpin, and he's just about held on to it. So a cracking piece of driving there from Leon Morrell to hold on to second place, but it's Richard Wise that leads.
But did Morrell run too wide out the old hairpin? He did not. He managed to hold on, so flat out on tyres and that aren't fully up to temperature at this point through the Craner curves, fully committed. But that has allowed Richard Wise to get this gap, and you can see that he speed these cars travel around the Donington Park circuit. Some of the quickest cars you'll see at Donington Park all year long. And Richard Wise is going away in the Mattel, but now Joe Locke is getting involved in this battle. He looks to the outside of Walker Hansel into the S's. Won't be able to make that work. Then there's a load of Radical PR6s behind, but it is the Mattel that leads. Then here comes Morel, Walker Hansel, who breaks desperately late into the hairpin, but I think gets the car turned in. Julian Griffiths is there ahead of Alistair Smart. Those PR6s are all getting themselves together, but now Leon Morel is starting to go away from Simon Walker Hansel after perhaps a slightly late braking move into the hairpin there.
So round Goddard hairpin they go. Coming through to complete lap number 1. It's number 88, Richard Wise leading. Number 1, Leon Morel is second. Number 4, Simon Walker Hansel is in third place. And it's Joe Locke in fourth position in car number 8 as the cars go over the line to start their second lap. A change of position further back possibly there. So that's Stephen Bell coming through, getting place away from Matt Moore. So he goes up into 8th position as a result of that. And just behind Moore is Ash Hicklin, number 16, who was a winner at Mallory Park on Boxing Day.
So a good start there from Steve Bell, from 11th on the grid, his 8th. I think he there went in towards Redgate. There's car number 12, which is Andrew Fido, who sits in 11th position ahead of former champion Richard Stables. But there for third position, Simon Walker Hansel starting to come under pressure from Joe Locke as they make their way round the top part here of the Donington Park circuit. And Fido there is now going after Ash Hicklin, who's been a podium finisher in the past in these races. But now with a standard engine in the car, he's coming under threat from the tuned-engined Andrew Fido, who goes through there using the extra power down the straight towards the S's, and he goes through into the top 10. There's a great gaggle of cars here building up behind Alistair Smart.
Yep, there is. Just by the way, the light blue squares on the timing tower are for the Class A cars, the red ones are for Class B. There is number 12, Andy Fido then. He is with Ash Hicklin right behind him. Hicklin goes very deep into Goddard, almost leaves the door open for Richard Stables, I think that is behind him, not Joe as it says on your timing screen there. It is Richard Stables in this race. They head along the start and finish straight. Hicklin there trying to get a place back away from Fido, get back inside the top 10, but he can't do it at Redgate Corner. Fido though runs out wide on the exit of Redgate Corner. So now dropping down through the Craner curves towards the old hairpin on lap 3 of this race. It's number 88 Richard Wise leading by about a second and a half from the rest. There's Hicklin, number 16 in that Radical SR3. Behind him is the Richard Stables PR6 for the former champion. Well, I think the only father and son pairing to win the Bright Sports Championship. Richard and Joe Stables. Joe winning it a couple of years ago, Richard winning it a decade or so ago.
So this battle continues there through Coppice Corner. Matt Moore in a new car this year. He was an SR3 last year, now in this tuned-engined Radical PR6. Matt Moore, who raced saloon-type cars in the past, now a sports car racer, and behind the Tim Gray Motorsport Radical SR3 RSX of Steve Bell as they turn their way onto the Grand Prix circuit and down there in towards the Melbourne hairpin. And starting to get away now from Steve Bell is Alistair Smart there in 7th position. Although a good run there through the hairpin for Bell just brings him away once more from Matt Moore here. We're looking at in the Radical PR6, so brakes late, get the car turned in for the hairpin. So there's a lot of Class A cars here, all behind the top 3 in Class B.
Yes, there is, and that is the 86 car of Stephen Bell coming towards us now from a RGB racer, as it was then. There is Hicklin with the much narrower tracked 95 car of Richard Stables behind him, so they're in 11th and 12th position, and they're in 2 different classes as well. Stables in the Class A car, but now Bell with Moore, that North Motorsport prepared car, just behind him, but he leaves the door open, and through goes Andy Fido even on the way down into the old hairpin that time, so he goes up into 9th position, and Matt Moore, teammate of Leon Morel, is back down into 10th place.
Yeah, so Fido's come through nicely here. He started 13th. We've seen a couple of passes on circuit for him over the last couple of laps, which has promoted him to 9th. And immediately, he's getting himself onto terms with Steve Bell there, isn't he, in that battle for his 8th position as they come down the exhibition straight towards the S's. And already he's looking to challenge. He brakes really late, does Fido. Well, particularly in these cars, I wasn't expecting the pass there into the S's, but Andy Fido has done a great job there. So he's gained 2 places on this lap. He's up to 8th. He's got a gap now to work on to that man. That's Alistair Smart, who is in 7th. Ahead of him, there's a Radical PR6 battle for what is second in Class A between Doug Carter and between Julian Griffiths. That seemingly those two have been racing in bike sports for a long, long time.
They have indeed. So through Goddard Hairpin, with about a third of the race gone. There's Doug Carter with Julian Griffiths just tucked in behind him now. So this is the fight for 5th and 6th position. Alistair Smart just behind them as well in the PR6. That's 5th, 6th and 7th. Thomas Green just confirming there that Fido has gone up to 8th place in the number 12 car. But Doug Carter, he is another driver that used to race in what was then called the RGB Championship, now called Sports 1000, of course. And Sports 1000 sharing a sponsor with Bike Sports these days in the form of RLM race engines.
And most of those engines are in these cars. These two are being caught by Alistair Smart. There he is. Alistair Smart is lapping only a few tenths of a second off the fastest lap in this race. So Smart, who qualified 8th, he's running 7th. There he is, 73 in that Radical PR6. Turns his way down the exhibition straight towards the S's, the RJ Motorsport car then of Alistair Smart, catching both Jules Griffiths and Doug Carter. And wouldn't be surprised if Andrew Fido starts to close in on these. Now he's got through those few cars over recent laps. Here comes Griffiths down the outside, brakes late, but there's not really anywhere to get through in the middle of the corner. And now Alistair Smart is with them to make it 3 Radical PR6s all together, heading towards the end of 5 laps of racing.
Yeah, it was just over a second behind, wasn't he? As the Griffiths car again tries to find a way on the outside, this time at the Goddard Hairpin, but that's not working. And Smart in 7th place has got that gap down. As I say, it was over a second between them. As Griffiths has another go up the inside, and this time he has made it work into Redgate Corner. And Fido had just in 8th place has just done the best lap of the race, a 1:32.44. So he's gone faster than anybody else now. So it's Griffiths now up to 5th place, Carter down to 6th, 7th is Smart, but then Andrew Fido is now only about 2 seconds behind this 3-way battle for 5th position.
Yeah, he's lapping almost a second quicker than the leader did on the last lap. The lead gap starting to come down. It did go up, but it's a couple of seconds in it. Here they come, though, these Radical PR6s battling for 5th, 6th and 7th, now joined by Andrew Fido. He may have been 2 seconds behind the beginning of the lap. That's not the gap anymore as they turn their way onto Coppice Corner, and they turn their way then towards the Grand Prix circuit. Liam Morrell slowing, the champion from last year who was running in second, leading his class. He's slow and he's being passed by this gaggle of cars.
All of that testing that he has been doing comes to nothing when there's a reliability issue with the car.
I wonder if it's electrical. The lights were flashing on and off on that car. So this is now the battle for the Class B lead, and Simon Walker-Hansel's been caught by Joe Locke. That was a gap of a second half. We don't know where to look. There's so many battles here in the Bike Sports Championship, showing how strong this 750 Motor Club Run series is. There's battles further back as well, where Ash Hicklins managed to get past Matt Moore on recent laps. It's impossible to know where to look, Ian.
Yeah, that's Alistair Smart now, right, with Doug Carter, who leaves the door open on the inside for Andrew Fido, who was 2 seconds behind at the start of the lap, and he's nearly with them now. He couldn't quite make that work. I think he needed to stand on the anchors a little bit to avoid a collision there. And now this is the 73 car of Smart looking up the inside of Doug Carter as well. They're both surely going to be usurped by Fido within the next few corners.
Leo Morrell is back up to speed. The lights have stopped flashing, so I wonder if he's sort of reset the car, and it looks like he might be back up to speed now. They're in 8th position, so he's going to be one to watch out for.
Worth saying, Richard Wise still in the lead of this race. He's 4.72 seconds ahead of Simon Walker-Hansel, but 4 Simon Walker-Hansel and 8 Joe Locke, separated only by half a second. We'll see if we can pick those up in a moment as well. But for the moment, we're watching the fight for 5th and 6th, and also 3rd and 4th in the Class A, I should say. That's Doug Carter and Alistair Smart. That is the battle for 2nd overall.
And the Class B lead between Simon Walker-Hansel and Joe Locke. I wonder now that George Griffiths has got to the front of that gaggle of cars behind, whether he can now start to set quick lap times. But it's the Eco Trailers Radical SR3 of Simon Walker-Hansel that turns its way down towards the hairpin, where Joe Locke takes a bit of an earlier turn in. But he still has to sit there in 3rd place, returning to sports car racing this year, Joe Locke, after a year out in the BMW M3 within Club Enduro. You can see him working at the wheel there with these open-top sports cars. You can see the drivers really having to fight the cars. One of these cars is a left-hand drive car and the other is a right-hand drive car, isn't it? These two radical SR3s. Meanwhile, up front, Richard Wise has just done a new fastest lap of the race. A 1:32.40 as the battles behind go on. Alistair Smart gets the better of Doug Carter. Andrew Fido tries to do similar. He's unable to make it though. And Liam Morel is back up to speed. He's just set the fastest lap in Class B.
It's going to be tough for him to get any better than third in Class B though, because he's got 4 Class A cars between himself and Joe Locke and about 9 seconds as well. So I think he just needs to try and consolidate that third place really.
The top 10 cars are all lapping within about a second of one another. This is absolutely fantastic racing, as we're saying, all the way through from the Bike Sports Championship. Here is Walker Hansel and Locke. They're 5 seconds behind Richard Wise, who hasn't really had anybody to race with, but about everybody else has done. And the battle for second, the battle for the lead of Class B, turns its way then back down towards the S's, and Joe Locke in the tow tries to get closer and closer to Simon Walker Hansel as they turn left and then right and then accelerate off the corner. There's a couple of car lengths in it as they make their way down then in towards the hairpin, where Joe Locke this time does commit to an inside move, and Walker Hansel's going to get the better exit, so he gets back alongside and back ahead. Does he?
Oh, yeah, he does, but he's not. Yeah, I think he's not going to have the line for Goddard, though, is he? He's much deeper into the corner. I think he almost sort of let Joe Locke take that one, and again has tried to do a similar thing, get the switch back on the exit, which doesn't seem to be a bad tactic, because they're alongside as they go over the line, but Walker Hansel is going to be on the outside line for Redgate Corner. Can he sweep across in the lead of Class B? No, he can't. So it is Joe Locke. Second in Class B again though. Can he move this? The long game being played by Simon Walker Hansel. He gets the better exit. He's got his nose in front. They go down through Craner curves towards the old hairpin. Joe Locke prevails. Is it going to be the same thing again on the exit of the old hairpin, I wonder? Oh, what a spin. That's Andrew Fido, I think, is it not, that has gone around. So his progress up to 6th place. That has come to a bit of a halt for the moment. Meanwhile, and a spinner as well further back. That's the 66 car of Richard Hardy. It looks like Joe Locke has, for the moment at least, made the Class B lead his own.
What a few corners that was, as they were side by side, from the Melbourne hairpin all the way down towards the old hairpins. About half a lap of this Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. Absolutely brilliant driving by the pair of them. They crossed the line exactly on the same time, so there was nothing that could separate them for all that period. And Liam Morel, the lights are starting to flash again on that SR3, which is concerning. He was right with Doug Carter, and Carter dropped back, I think. So I think something's happened a bit further back to Doug Carter. We'll catch up on that at the end of the lap. There's former champion Richard Stables. He's ahead of Matt Moore for what is 10th place in this race. There are 6 minutes of the 20 to go. So there is Carter. Yeah, he's dropped back.
He's slowing as well, isn't he? And as we're watching Stables and Moore go through behind in 10th and 11th position. As we watch, and of course we always on Alpha Life try and pick up the best of the action. We're not always looking for the leads, we're not always looking for the top 4, we're trying to pick out the best battles, and this is the best battle right now. It's Julian Griffiths, and he's off! It's not a battle anymore, he's off. Alistair Smart goes through at Redgate Corner, wheels spinning there, he's going to go nowhere. Jules Griffiths out of the race.
That was a real shame for him. He was starting to catch Simon Walker Hansel, although Alistair Smart, currently the quickest driver on the circuit, who put him under that pressure and kind of forced him into that mistake. So there's 5 minutes to go, although race control will be looking at that car which is beached in the gravel. There is Alistair Smart. He's been having a good race. He started 8th on the grid. He's up to 4th. There's Liam Morel really pushing on it sideways as he turns his way through McLean's. So he's trying everything, but he has got this gap about 8 seconds to anybody else in his class. There he is, the reigning champion. He has set the fastest lap within Class B, so that will be an extra point. He was only ever beaten once last year in the class. That was in this equivalent race where he spun off into the gravel trap, and here a year later it seems to be some potential car issues that let him down in the mid part of the race, but he's well up back up to speed now. He's fought back to 6th.
It was always going to be a tough ask to try and retain this championship from Class B, as yellow flags and safety car is now out. So with only 4.5 minutes to go, not quite sure how much more racing we're going to get here. But yeah, it was always going to be a tough ask for Leon Morel to try and retain his title with so much more competition in Class B this season than he had last year.
Yeah, that's right. Whether we can get any more racing laps is obviously questionable, but there is that snatch vehicle down there, so if they can do this in one lap, we might have a one-lap shootout at the end, which could be quite spectacular.
Let's have a replay of that incident that has brought about this safety car period. Here we go. Josh, talk us through this.
So, Alistair Smart had caught Jules Griffiths, who then braked late, turned into Redgate and just run out of grip, didn't he? And spun into the gravel. The car's so close to the edge of the circuit and wasn't going anywhere, so therefore there was really no option. I didn't think they'd be able to carry on with that car there. And the snatch track is not there yet, is it? So I doubt any more racing will be done, but I'm sure the crew down there will work as quickly as possible.
Yeah, they're pretty efficient here at Donington in terms of being able to hook those vehicles up and get them out of the way. So the Random McGowan safety car leading them around. It did pick up race leader Richard Wise, so the order with 3.5 minutes to go is number 88, Richard Wise leading. In second place is number 8, Joe Locke, who leads Class B. In third place is number 4, Simon Walker-Hansel. Fourth is number 73, Alistair Smart. Fifth, number 1, Leon Morrell. Sixth is number 16, Ash Hicklin. Seventh is number 95, Richard Stables. Eighth is number 20, Matt Moore. Ninth is number 86, Steve Bell, who's in Class B rather than Class A, actually, is being shown on the screens. And 10th, number 12, Andrew Fido, despite that spin.
So everybody in the top 7's best lap is within a second, much like it was in qualifying. But there's some different drivers within that top 7, because Alistair Smart, he qualified 8th. He's got up to 4th. Ash Hicklin qualified 10th. He's got up to 6th. And Richard Stables, who qualified 12th, has got up to 7th and are lapping within a second of the fastest lap of the race, which really is interesting to see how that's gone. And I think, therefore, our second race of the weekend is going to provide further interest in the Bike Sports Championship to look forward to.
Yep, cars making their way down the exhibition straight towards the Fogarty S's. And pretty much the whole pack is going to be behind the safety car, so that's nice and neat as well.
And for the second race, we are expecting that that Joe Stables will be driving Richard's car from the back of the grid, which adds even another element into this race will happen later on.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get any more racing though, are we, Josh? Because the Jules Griffiths car still has not been recovered from the Redgate gravel trap, and the safety car has nearly completed another lap.
Yeah, that's right. So a disappointing way to end what has been a fantastic race. That is for sure. Richard Wise may have not seen so much of the battling, but he'll be pleased with a win, I'm sure. But the battles for pretty much everybody else in the pack was absolutely fantastic, with overtaking, with side-by-side action. We saw at least 2 class lead battles within Class B have a side-by-side battle down the Craner curves.
And the checkered flag is waved, I can see, so the race coming to a slightly premature end, and it is Richard Wise that wins round 1 of the 2022 RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. Joe Locke it is that takes second place and wins Class B. In third place, number 4, Simon Walker-Hansel. Fourth to number 73, Alistair Smart. Fifth to number 1, Leon Morrell. And rounding out the top 6 is Ash Hicklin. And I'm afraid a sad end to that race. Fortunately, no serious incident, just Jules Griffiths having spun off into the gravel and the car unable to be recovered in time, but not too much damage done. I'm sure there'll be some gravel to scoop out of his car, but hopefully we'll see him out for race 2 later on this evening.
But how well does this bode for the rest of the season in the Bike Sports Championship, and where you can bring any type of bike-engined sports car, sports prototype, and it will be competitive, as we've seen here. The Mattel, the SR3 and the PR6 all running at the front of the field. And let's take a look at the race results of round 1 of the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship.
Yeah, so Richard Wise it was that took the win in that slightly shortened race, in the only Mattel in the race, the Mattel MC41R. He was 9/10 of a second clear, although it wasn't the safety car conditions, from Joe Locke, number 8, who won Class B in his Radical SR3, and he was just ahead of number 4, Simon Walker-Hansel, who was 3rd overall and 2nd within that class. In 4th place, number 73, Smart, he was 2nd of the Class A cars. 5th to number 1, Leon Morrell, 3rd in Class B, and 6th to number 16, Ash Hicklin. In 7th place was number 95, which was Richard Stables in that race. 8th was number 20, Matt Moore. 9th, number 86, actually a Class B driver, Steve Bell. And 10th was number 12, Andrew Fido, although he did have that spin. Further back, we had Mark Grayson, Ian Charles, the 33 car was Lee Jackson. Richard Harder, he was another spinner, and Andy Tidy was 15th. Doug Carter coming home 16th with those problems towards the end. The non-finisher being Jules Griffiths, with that spin into Redgate a couple of laps from the end that brought about the safety car. So in a few moments' time, we'll go into our lunch break, which probably won't last very long, in all honesty, before we get our Formula V Championship race underway after the break. But then we will have the Carmel Porsche Trophy, more MR2s, and the centrepiece of the day's action, the 125-minute race for the TQR Club Enduro Championship, the opening round of the season for those. Before all of that, though, we'll be heading down to pit lane in just a few moments' time. We're going to hear from the two class winners from the RLM Bike Sports Championship rather than the overall top three. So that should be Joe Locke, who had that battle for the class win with Simon Warcanter once. We lost Leon Morel with that temporary electrical issue, as we think it was. We'll also hear from our overall race winner, Richard Wise, as well. So top driver from each class is who we'll hear from in the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship this weekend. I can see the cars are just pulling into the pit lane now, so we'll let them get out of the cars, and we will hand down to Matt Suckling in just a moment. The grid for race 2 has already been set, hasn't it, Josh? Because it's the second fastest lap time in qualifying that sets the grid for race 2 in bike sports. I don't know if you've seen how that leaves things for the second race. Who does put on pole?
It's a pretty similar grid, really, with Wide, Morale, Walker Hansel, Lease and Locke, the top 5, but with Joe Stables at the back. And I wouldn't put it past Joe Stables winning that race. To be honest, but that really adds another element to it, doesn't it? To see how we can get through the field, and this is the whole season now for bike sports. Really looks to be in great shape, I would imagine. And Richard Wise, I'm sure, will be delighted with that first victory in a while. And Matt Suckling will be chatting to him in a few moments.
Yeah, I can just see down below as Richard Wise is getting out of his car. Matt is going to present him with the winner's garland as well. Because he's a good lad, is Matt. He'll do anything that we ask of him, including giving out the prizes. And we'll hand down to him in just a few moments' time. And I think we're ready, in fact, to go down to him right now. So down to you, Matt, in the pit lane with Richard Wise.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner, which is Richard Wise. Richard, up until the safety car, quite a healthy lead you had there.
I never look behind me, not once, and I've made that mistake many times, so I don't really know, to be honest. So it's a brilliant day for me today, because this is the first pole I've ever had in bike sports, and it's also the first time we've won with this Mattel car. And my wife and my daughter are somewhere in the crowd all dressed in orange just to bring me luck, so it's definitely worked.
It really has, and it was a shame about the safety car, because it would have been a nice way to end under a green flag with checker flag, but you're right, the Mattel's doing well. Great place to be today here at Donington Park, and all things working as they should be. Yeah,
I was a little bit worried, because this is only a 1 litre car and there's a lot of very powerful cars on the grid, but I think I got a bit of help because the wind has died down today, and the times yesterday were nowhere near what I can do today. And I think so the gods up there have helped me, and they've kept the wind down, so that's great.
You got another race to look forward to a little bit later on, so I'm sure you're going to try and do the double.
I definitely am. Yeah.
Well done, Richard. Many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Richard Wise, a winner then of the overall race and also Class A. Let's just see if we can grab a quick word with Joe, who's over here. Joe, come and join us if you wouldn't mind. We'll have a quick chat with Joe, who finished in second place and winner of Class B there. That was a good little scrap you had.
Yeah, it was good. It was good racing with Simon. You know, we had wheel-to-wheel action for about 2 laps, you know, and I just got him down. Well, I did my cue a couple of times, but he got me back every time. He got the drive out. So we had a nice bit of footage down Craners, you know, wheel-to-wheel. But I think there's about 2 centimetres in between us, so... Yeah, it was good. Now it's a good result. We've got tons more to get in the car. You know, it's our first time back in a Radical. Probably only did about eight sessions, I think, 8 races in an SR3 before. So it's a bit more of a learning curve because the PR6 is just different, you know, completely different car to drive.
Yeah, of course, as you said, back this year to the Radical, you did BMWs last year, did with something different. How did that go?
Yeah, the BM was good. It was just, you know, you can't get that. You've got that buzz of a Radical, and you just can't fix it. You know, the only thing I can do is slick some wings now to get my actual, you know, adrenaline buzz. So, yeah, that's pretty much it, mate.
And as you said, a great battle with Simon there, because he's been a bit canny, wasn't he? He was letting you go down the inside, and all of a sudden he was coming back on the draft back.
Yeah, you get the drive back every time, and I knew if I didn't keep my head down through Craners, he was going to have that line, so I just kept that. I had to keep my foot in, and it was a bit of a sketchy moment, but it stuck. So we ended up pulling away. Then I think his tyres started to go off, mine started to come on. We had a different strategy, you know. Our time started to come in later on, and that's, you know, that was our aim, you know, to let everyone else destroy the tyres and then we come back.
It looked like you enjoyed it, though.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. There's plenty more to get through the car as well. So it's just the start, innit?
Good stuff. Well done, Joe. Many congratulations to you as well, and good luck for race number 2 a little bit later on. So there we go. Our LM Racing Bike Sports Championship is done for now, but as we said, more to look forward to a little bit later on. But for now, I'll hand back up to Ian and Josh.
Welcome back to Donington Park, where the marshals are waiting on the grid to greet Formula V cars, which will come out onto the circuit to begin the afternoon's racing here at Donington Park. 750 Motor Club in charge, with 7 more races to come for you during the course of this afternoon, including the centrepiece, the 125-minute Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race a little bit later on. Matt Suckling in the pit lane today, Josh Barrett alongside me, Ian Soman here in the commentary box. And we are grateful to all of the marshals for all of their hard work this weekend, especially as they've now just had a shorter than expected lunch break, given some delays to the programme during the course of this morning. But we're shortly going to get underway with the first race of the afternoon, Josh, which is for Formula V. So let's just have a little bit of a chat about what we're expecting from Formula V this season. I guess the main point of interest, really, from my point of view, is a former champion, Craig Pollard, out in a new car that's previously won the championship in the hands of another driver. Yes,
Graham Gaunt was the champion a few seasons ago, wasn't he, in the WEV, in the Worm's Eye View, and he developed that car over a number of seasons, really, didn't he? And then towards the end of its development, it was almost unbeatable at some tracks, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Graham drove that really well. And then, as you say, Craig Pollard, he tested it for the first time at Alton Park at the final meeting last year and said, yeah, that's pretty quick. And Graham was running the car then for him as well. I'm not sure if he still is this weekend. But yeah, that's a new car for him this year, and he was the champion a few seasons ago.
Yeah, 2018 was the year that Craig took the championship, and the car won the championship in 2019 with Graham aboard that season. For the last 2 years, though, it's been James Harridge that's won the title in the Maverick, and he's back out again, looking to make it 3 in a row. And in the second part of that qualifying session, he was pretty quick.
Yes, which means those two are on the front row of the grid for this race. So James Harridge in one of 2 Mavericks on the grid for the first time this season, because his dad's back out racing, isn't he? In an updated version of it, and so they'll both be out onto the grid. But yeah, James Harridge and Craig Pollard both came into the category around the same time, really, didn't they?
Yeah, a bit sort of mid-2010s, wasn't it, really? I guess we saw them for the first time.
Yeah, so they're now, I guess, both quite experienced drivers in the championship. And starting behind them is another former champion in the hands of Danny Hans, but he was a champion a little bit longer ago.
Yeah, that was 2008 that he won the championship. Then he had 10 years out pretty much before returning for a full championship campaign in 2018, and he's been second in the championship for each of the last 4 seasons. So he's going to be very keen, isn't he, to go one better this year?
Yeah, that's right, and he's in the latest version from car from Alan Harding, the Dominator Mark II. You see the cars now lining up there, and alongside him is another of the Dominators. I think that's the slightly earlier version that Craig Bell has, that he's made some developments for. He's got sort of that shark fin on the back of his, which is sort of the modern sports car type of thing. So great to see Craig Bell well up the grid there on the second row of the grid. Last season in Formula V, it was mainly those first 3 that won races. James Harridge won 5 times, Danny Hans won 4 times, and Craig Pollard won twice when he was driving the GAC. The only other driver to win was Peter Belzy. I don't think he is here, is he, this weekend?
No, he's not. Another quick driver is Andrew Cooper, number 41. He's out in another Dominator Mark II as well.
That's obviously a new car to him this season, isn't it?
That's right, and he's been quick, hasn't he, over the past couple of seasons, but he's never really translated that into results. He won the Class B title in 2018, and during the course of 2021, he finished in 8th in the championship with just the 1 podium finish last year, but his pace often was a little bit better than that, if you see what I mean. And he's alongside number 33, the local driver from Markfield, just down the road. That's Matt Harbert in another AHS Dominator, the Harbert Builders car, alongside Andrew Cooper on the 3rd row of the grid. Let's have a look, though, at how this grid will line up for the 15-minute race for the 750 Motor Club Formula V Championship. Pole position then has gone the way of number 92, Craig Pollard in the WEV, and alongside him number 1, James Harridge in the Maverick. Second row on the inside, number 2, Danny Hans in the AHS Dominator, and beside him is number 99, Craig Bell in the Dominator VSD. Row 3, number 41, Andrew Cooper, another Dominator Mark II, and then it's another Dominator. They really are dominating, aren't they? Towards the sharp end of the grid, Matt Harbert. Row 4 on the inside is number 16, James Madden. Beside him, 51, Matthew Hyde. He's a newcomer for this season, more of him anon. Row 5 on the inside is number 11, Ben Cressy. 25, Daniel Lagny is next to him. 6, Tim Probert, and 10, Bill Garner on row 6. 7th row is Daniel's brother Rick Lagny in number 24 and 75, Mark Egan. Row 8 is 69, Ian Buxton, and 4, Maurice Gloucester. Row 9, if he's out there after his problems in qualifying, 56, Christian Goller, and 17, Elliot Mason. On the 10th row, it's 64, Samuel Bank, and 21, Adam Zieber. 72, Colin Gregory, and 18, James Cater. James Huckle in 42, and Sam Engineer 28 on the 12th row. On the 13th row, it's Peter Can in number 80, Richard Walsh in 7. 14th row, Phil Waterhouse in 66, and Timothy Reeve in 15. Simon Livesley in 65, and Matt Topham 47 on the 15th row. On row 16, it's 13, Rachel Swain, and 19, Emil Kostadinov. Row 17 is 8, Dave Harridge, and 59, Chris Wilshire. Row 18 is 43, Vaughan Jones, and 3, Ian Jordan. He had troubles in qualifying as well. And that is just about it. Yes, 36 cars we have on the grid. So Vaughan Jones, Ian Jordan right at the back, if they are there. The green flag lap is now getting underway. These cars run on treaded tyres these days. Who's your tyres? And so, nevertheless, they do get a green flag lap to try and get some more heat into them. They, of course, based on the Volkswagen Beetle air-cooled engines and lots of other sundry parts from the VW Type 1. And Formula V has been around for, 55 years. This is the 55th anniversary season now. It was founded in 1967, had its first race just a few weeks before Formula Ford had hit its first race, Josh.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So lots of history for Formula V and lots of great racing in its past as well, with slipstream in action, and this Donington Park circuit should lend itself to that quite nicely. And I'm sure we're going to have some great racing. You mentioned newcomer there, Matthew Hyde, moving into car racing from karting. Been karting since the age of 6, so, and going well here. We haven't really seen any new drivers towards the front of Formula V in recent years, have we? So that's impressive stuff.
Yeah, no, very impressive indeed. He's in one of the AHS cars, a newly built car. And Matthew as well, he was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of 9, which means he's insulin dependent. And so we think of other racing drivers like Paul O'Neill, also racing with a great deal of success despite his diabetes, and Josh Malin as well, who's raced in Ginettas in recent seasons with some success as well. So some inspiration there, I'm sure, for young Matthew Hyde, who's in year 11, I think, at school, going to do his A-levels starting next year, and that's making me feel even older than I already was. But great to have him on the grid.
Yeah, it's great to have that element again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Have somebody through from karting into Formula V, and you kind of think back to Ash Sutton, who's done quite well since he did that from karting into Formula V. Now, of course, a multiple British touring car champion, and be trying to defend his title starting here in a week's time. But yeah, it's great. It's a way to come into racing, of course, Formula V on the start on the single-seater ladder. And good luck to Matthew Hyde here this weekend.
Great way to learn your racecraft as well. That's for certain. You see some fantastic races in Formula V. Let's hope this is one of them. Some real slipstream. But Donington usually does produce a very good race for the V's, doesn't it?
Regularly over previous years. We've been on the national circuit, though, haven't we?
Yes.
So this is going to add a new element into the championship. But Martin Farmer has the lap record here. Who you know quite well, Ian.
Yeah, a local driver to me in Sutton Coldfield, and his lap record of 1:46.32. Well, in qualifying, Craig Pollard was only 1500ths outside of that. So, could Martin Farmer's 9-year-old lap record go today? There's a not insignificant chance of that, but I suspect we might be drawn into a big battle, which might just sort of put the lid on those lap times a bit.
But I feel like 2014 is the only time that V's have been on this Grand Prix circuit in this century, I think. Because I remember when we were here then, I'm sure the record was something like from the 90s or something like that. So great to have these cars back on the full Grand Prix circuit at Donington Park. A circuit that's not used as much as the national circuit.
No,
so
not at all.
There's a good chance that a lot of these drivers, actually, if this isn't their first time on the Grand Prix circuit, it might only be their second.
So yellow car on the front row is number 92, Craig Pollard, first race in that car. Number 1 alongside him, James Harridge, who's won 2 championships in that car. Row 2 on the inside is number 2. It's another blue car for Danny Hans. And it's the black car with the white, red and blue stripes of number 99, Craig Bell. Row 3 on the inside, it's blue for number 41. So 3 light blue cars in the first 3 rows. 41, Andrew Cooper. Then 33. Next to him is Matt Harbert, local driver to cheer from Markfield. So we've had the green flag at the back. There it is now. We are about to go racing. The 5-second board is shown for 15 minutes of 750 Motor Club Formula V action at Donington Park. Revs are rising, the red lights go on, the lights go out now, and away we go. And it's a pretty good start by both of the drivers from the front row of the grid. It's not such a good start by Craig Bell from the second row. He tucks back in behind Danny Hans, but it looks like it's going to be Craig Pollard leading unless, and he does. Harridge sweeps around the outside of him at Redgate Corner for the first time. So it's number 1, the reigning champion, James Harridge, that goes through into the lead at Redgate Corner, but Pollard immediately tries to fight back as they go through Craigner curves. The yellow and the blue car wheel to wheel as they go through the left-handed sweeper. Hans there with them in third place, and Hans coming up the inside of Pollard at the old hairpin, and he takes second place away. Pollard down from first to third by halfway around the opening lap.
Yeah, perhaps getting used to this car sort of on colder tyres, but he's fighting back straight away. Danny Hans wasn't really totally in control of his car at Old Hairpin, he was sideways. There's one off, that's Ian Buxton, another very experienced V-Racer. He went off down the Craner curves by the looks of things, but up front it's James Harridge going away. Where's he gone? Where has Harridge gone? Was he so far ahead? No,
he's broken down, arms in the air, waving. James Harridge's good start to the season has lasted, well, not very long at all. So it's Hans now leading and Pollard fighting back. He's going for the inside line at the chicane, but we're going left here, Craig, not on the national circuit. So it is going to be Hans that holds on because he was on the outside line for the left-hander at the Fogarty-Yetis. So it's, oh, and there's Harridge. Yep, he's still slowing. He's going to just, yeah, he's going to pull off, I think, onto the right-hand side of the circuit. There's another car off as well. Is that Christian Goller as well? Possibly it is, that has stopped on the grass. He was stopped in qualifying as well. That's Tim Probert locking up as they go into the Melbourne hairpin in his Storm.
Quite a lively and eventful first lap of the season then for the Formula V Championship, and what's been a pretty eventful day so far for the category. There's more locking up there down at the hairpin, but for the lead of the race, it's Danny Hans in front, but I've done it already. Craig Pollard is in the tow, and he pulls out to the left-hand side of the racetrack, and he is nosing ahead, but Hans brakes late. The front end dips down, and Hans on the inside line is able to hang on, but we saw Pollard was really strong down the Craner curves one lap ago, and he sits right on the gearbox of the leader. They're starting to pull away from Craig Bell and Andrew Cooper. There's 5 AHS dominators in the top 6 positions, and Craig Pollard's the only one that isn't in one of those cars.
Alan Harting will be having a quiet smile to himself on the pit wall, no doubt, to see 5 of his cars in the top 6 places. Just that Craig Pollard driven Wev, the interloper among them at the moment. The Dominators now starting to live up to their name. It's taken them a while to do so, but they are now out there and going very strongly at the front of the field. There's Tim Probert. He's in 7th place, just ahead of Ben Cressy in 8th. The rest of the field's all filing through. Elliot Mason is the best of the Class B drivers with the demise of James Harridge.
I think we've got 30 cars to the end of one lap from what we were expecting. 31 now. I thought 36 potential starters. We've seen at least 2, haven't we, come to a stop at the start. But here is 25, I think. That is Daniel Lanyard. Guess what he's driving? It's an AHS Dominator, but he sits in 9th, just ahead of Elliot Mason Shane, who you've just mentioned. Then 10 is Bill Garner in a self-adapted Shane. And then Maurice Gloucester a bit further back than we might expect. The driver finished 4th in the championship last year.
Okay, and that's Ian Buxton, and then he's pulling off the circuit in his Daghorn, and he's usually someone that's sort of put the sharp end of the field, but not on this occasion. So up towards, that's the 10 car you can see going through, Bill Garner in the TWR Shane. They turn their way through Goddard hairpin. Here are the 2 leaders though, side by side. It's Pollard to the outside at Redgate Corner. It was Hans by a quarter of a second as they cut the timing line that time through, and he's still ahead now as they go through Redgate and now through Hollywood. Craig Pollard's going to have another go down here through the Crater curves, I think. No, he's tucked back in behind Hans now as they go through the left-hand sweep now towards the right-hander at the old hairpin. Both just take a modicum of curb there on the apex of the corner, running out wide over the rumble strips on the exit. And then they head past the Starkist Bridge and sweep left now through Schwantz Curve up towards the right-hander at McLean's. And it is still Hans in control, so Hans and Pollard there with Craig Bell doing very well in third, Andrew Cooper fourth, Matt Harbert in fifth, and Tim Probert now up to sixth. So the one that dropped out that time was...
Rick Lanier lost a place, I think. He was in sixth, I believe. James Howard just got back going, it would seem. So passing the yellow flag zone, the two leaders come into a green flag zone, and Pollard thought about drawing alongside, decided against it. But as you're saying, Craig Bell is kind of going with the top two, isn't he? He's not that far back. And he was pushing on there, was sideways a moment ago. But for the lead of the race, the outside, the left-hand side of the track, is Craig Pollard. Danny Hans knows where to place his car, doesn't he? So far, Pollard's got alongside. Whenever he noses ahead, Danny Hans is able to brake later to stay in front.
Hans, very experienced, of course. He won the championship in 2008. He was the third in 2007 and 2006 as well. As Harwich, yeah, is not getting much further, is he? Just going to limp it back to the pits, I would imagine. So they're the top five on screen now. And Pollard, the Suffolk company director, in the tow, trying now to go around the outside of Hans. Will he try and get the cut back here? We've seen other drivers do that. He's alongside now as they go into Hollywood. So this time it looks like Craig Pollard might have done it. Yes, he has. He's made it stick for the moment at least. So Craig Pollard on lap 4 goes into the lead of the race in the wave ahead of Danny Hans in the AH Dominator. But Hans comes right back at him at the old hairpin. He runs out wide on the exit though. Manages to keep it under control, so Hans was behind for all of about a corner there. Pollard is fighting back again though as they come through Schwantz Curve, and yet he's back ahead, but Hans is trying to go all the way around the outside at McLean's corner now. This is fantastic racing. It's no doubt holding them up and allowing Craig Bell to stay with them. It's Hans in the blue car now ahead of Pollard in the yellow car, but Bell is not too far behind.
You get the impression that Hans wants to be in front, doesn't he? He doesn't want to be behind Craig Pollard, which sometimes is the tactic, is to be behind and get the tow. Again, Pollard is alongside. Again, he's on the outside, but this time he's able to draw in front to be fully ahead before the braking zone. That time into the S's, then Pollard is ahead, but for how long? One corner later, I suspect Danny Hans might feel the want to attack again. Defending is Pollard. It's really free for the lead now because Craig Bell is right there in third position as they turn their way out of the hairpin. It is Pollard ahead. In second place is Hans, and third, there he is, Craig Bell, having the greatest run, I think, from his Formula V races. He looks up a little bit, but that doesn't really affect his line there into the Goddard's hairpin, where he sees the two leaders, but now, for the first time, it's not Alan Harding car out front.
No. Andrew Cooper in fourth place, number 41. He's not able to stay with them. And neither is number 33, Matt Harbert. We're looking a bit further back to see the numbers 4 and 51 cars. So 4 is Maurice Gloucester in the GAC V. That's the ex-Danny Hans championship winning car that Maurice Gloucester races, by the way, in the car that he prepares himself. There's number 6, Tim Probert, in 6th position. He's out on his own, really, at the moment. And then we look back, that battle for 7th going through, Rick Lanier and Ben Cressy. And then the other car involved with Gloucester is the 16-year-old newcomer, which is Matthew Hyde. So he lost some ground at the start there for Josh.
Yeah, obviously quite a new experience, isn't it, for him being out in a single-seater grid at the start. Fastest lap goes the way of the third place man, Craig Bell, 1 minute 47.89, and this is the battle for 9th position that we watch, which is Daniel Lanier just ahead of Bill Garner, and then Maurice Gloucester involved in that, as well as Matthew Hyde. So the 4 cars battling for 9th through up towards McLean's. You've got AHF, Shane, and a couple of GACs in this, so 3 different chassis manufacturers. And that's such a great thing about the Formula V Championship, that there's so many different brands out there. You can build your own, or you can get an established car, and all of them are competitive.
Absolutely right. So heading down the straight, side by side, this battle going on between Ben Cressy and Rick Lanier, and it's Ben Cressy that's through, therefore, at the moment in the number 11 car, the ex-Ben Meludi championship winning car from 2017. And he's a 35-year-old production manager, been racing only for a couple of years, has Ben Cressy. And the driver alongside him getting the place back is number 24, which is Rick Lanier. He's been racing for about 4 or 5 years now. He's out in the ex-Paul Smith AHS Dominator.
Lots of proven cars out there, isn't there, this weekend at Donington Park. Now Craig Pollard's in the lead. He's pulling away, by the way, and set the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 46.43. But this battle for 7th is gaining cars because Daniel Lagny has joined in, and he drives alongside Rick, who's losing position. So he was 7th. He's dropped to 9th. Matthew Hyde has come through to 10th, and trying to follow him is Maurice Gloucester, who breaks desperately late there to try and grab 11th place away from Bill Garner. They're still side by side, and now Matthew Hyde's going to gain another place because it's alongside Rick Lagny there, who's lost some positions on recent laps, but Lagny hangs on down the cane of curves. Hyde decides better of trying to go around the outside there, but he's having a great run here out of the old hairpin, trying to draw alongside and try and gain another place.
Absolutely right. So this is teaching him loads. Absolutely brilliant education for him, battling with these more experienced drivers. He's up the inside of Bill Garner there. So trying to repel Bill Garner, in fact. And Garner's going to lose a place here. Up on the inside of him goes Maurice Gloucester then in that Danny Hans championship winning car from 2008. Aaron Trigwell also raced that one a few years later, the ex-Sax Max racer. But down the hill towards us comes Ben Cressy, so he's in 7th. So there's 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, and I think 13th altogether.
So you've got Rick Lagny in this battle. He travels from Switzerland to race in the Formula V Championship, and he is the older brother of Dan, who's just got past him. So the two brothers here running together on circuit down towards the Melbourne hairpin, and Maurice Gloucester locks up, and he might actually be able to turn that into gaining a position because he's ended up there alongside Matt Hyde and has gone past him. So I'm not sure if that was a move he was expecting to make. Joining in is Mark Egan, isn't he, in 75, and he is lapping quicker than all these cars, and now he's starting to gain positions.
Yeah, Mark Egan in the Ray. So Cressy at the Storm comes over the line. He's in 7th place.
Just need to correct what I said. It's Rick Lagny that's lost positions there, isn't it?
Yes.
So it's Hyde, then it's Gloucester, then it's Egan, and now trying to fight back is Rick Lagny. Remember, he was 6th at the early stages of this race. He's dropped to 12th.
Yeah, okay, so
change up front because Hans has dropped to 4th, so something's happened to Danny Hans, who was 2nd. Now Craig Bell is 2nd, and Andrew Cooper is 3rd.
Yeah, we'll see if we can find out what's gone on there, but Pollard's done a 1:46.33 now, so he's now only 100th of a second outside Martin Farmer's lap record. As watching Bill Garner in the Shane, and of course the world of Formula V remembering the late David Shane, the Irishman who took Formula V racing to Ireland in the mid-1970s, who passed away a couple of weeks ago. A great stalwart of Formula V racing in the Republic of Ireland, and also we've seen lots of Shane chassis race in Formula V in the UK down the years.
Here's Danny Hans. He's slow as well, isn't he? It's almost and he's gone off trying to get out of the way, I think. But that's almost a replica of where we saw James Harridge slow at the start of the race.
This is so typical of Danny Hans. This is why he's not been able to win any of the championships the last few years. He's always had some kind of bad luck or reliability issues, it seems, quite often over the last 4 years.
Yeah, that was kind of the problem in the past for James Harridge, and it's sort of come back again to start the season. Also, Craig Pollard is left all alone up front. He completes 7 laps. He's got 2 more laps to go, and Ben Cressy's been caught for 7th, and Daniel Lagny there goes through then into 7th position, the driver who started out in the Fun Cup. So he obviously likes Volkswagen type cars, and he's gone through there into 7th place. And Ben Cressy's now got a problem. He's got arms out of cockpit, and cars are shooting either side of him, which all got rather tight. So this is a shame, isn't it? All of a sudden, quite a few cars are in trouble, but never. A couple coming in. It's Hyde, the other one.
Yeah.
So that's a real shame. So that means Probert is now 5th, and this battle's for 6th position, headed by Daniel Lagny. But we've lost a few less cars in it now than what we once did.
Yeah, a few Dominators retiring as well. So this is Mark Egan and Bill Garner. They're in 8th and 9th positions respectively now, with 1.5 minutes left on the clock. So we're going to get 1 or 2 more laps out of this. We'll have to wait and see. We'll keep an eye on that, of course. Further back, we've got the number 17 car that is going through. That's Elliot Mason. He's 2nd in Class B now, behind Bill Garner. Class B for a slightly different specification of car, but they're also eligible for the overall finishing position points as well.
notice we've got Adam Zieber into those points positions. He's making his racing debut today, who's one of the men behind Blendini Motorsport, a driver who comes from Poland. So great to have him out in Formula V in a car that's apparently been built by James Harrister Storm. He's up to 13th in his first ever race. He started 20th.
Down the straight towards the Fox Yeses goes this battle then. It's for 6th position, Daniel Lagny, and number 4, Maurice Gloucester. And it's Gloucester with the advantage at the moment. Mark Egan just in behind them as well in 8th place.
He started 16th, did Gloucester, so he's gained 10 positions. OK, some cars have retired, but he's overtaken a lot as well, although he may not hang on to 6th, because Lagny comes back up the inside and goes back in front. But how long is that going to last for? Because they're side by side once again.
Leaders have gone on to their last lap, I can see. So Pollard now 10.3 seconds ahead. He's not broken Martin Farmer's lap record just yet, though, which Martin will be very pleased about if he's watching at home in Sutton Coldfield, no doubt. Right, the battle for 6th comes up to the line. We had, I think, 7 cars in this at one point, or maybe even 8. We've now got 4, and it's the 25 car of Daniel Lagny. Maurice Gloucester is next up. And problems there for number 21. That's Adam Zieber, the driver you were just talking about. So I'm afraid you've put the commentator's curse on him, Josh.
Yeah, that's not ideal, is it, for Adam? So he was having a good run. So that's going to promote into the top dozen Sam Engineer, I think. So, yeah, we've lost quite a lot of front runners from this race. Here is 25 then, Daniel Lagny, who is there in 6th place, ahead of Maurice Gloucester. And then Mark Egan. Both Gloucester and Egan started much further back than they would have liked. So they've fought their way through, but Daniel Lagny will not be passed at this stage of the race. And Bill Garner there at the back of this quartet. He will be passed now at McLean's as he runs out wide. And he's lost 2. He might lose 3 positions in all of this, but for too much longer, I expect Craig Pollard will be through, because he's sort of half a lap ahead of this group.
He certainly is, and in fact, right on cue, here he is up to the line, and he goes over towards the pit wall. Yes, he's very pleased with that. Craig Pollard wins first time out in the 750 Motor Club Formula V Championship in the WEV. 2nd place is going to go to Craig Bell, and 3rd to Andrew Cooper.
I think that's Bell's first podium, isn't it?
It is, I think. Yes, I don't remember him having a podium before. He's just taken the flag now. Andrew Cooper there is next through, but here's this battle for 6th coming down towards Melbourne for the final time. It's Maurice Gloucester, who's made up several places during this race at the head of it.
There's slippery surface flag down there. You can see a very sideways Bill Garner. Lap times have gone right out, so I think there's some fluid. We saw that car smoking, didn't we, a lap ago? So making the end of the lap perhaps a bit tricky. And Mark Egan goes in extremely hot into the hairpin. Perhaps he found the fluid down there and he goes off the road.
Yeah, and yeah, he's going to lose not too many places, I don't think, presuming he can get up to speed. No, he's going to lose some places, I think, on the way up to the line, isn't he? Or possibly not. No, not quite. Yeah, he comes across the line in effective 9th place overall in the end, Mark Egan after that. And Elliot Mason in 10th place. Bill Garner, though, in 8th, but in Class B.
This is Rick Lagny. He's slow as well, isn't he? He was up in 6th. Perhaps he had some kind of problem, which has got worse and worse over the course of the race.
There's various teams with lots of work to do in the several hours that we've got before the second race, I think, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. Who's going to finish 12th? Sam Wallbank was there a lap ago because Sam Engineer lost some places. So for the 12th position across the line, Sam Wallbank does get into the top dozen. And then Simon Livesley is 13th, 14th for James Madden, 15th for Matt Topham. And to complete the sort of points playing position, Sam Engineer finishes 16th. But unfortunately, something that does sometimes harm Formula V races, reliability was a factor here at the start of the season. We started with 37 qualifiers this morning, and I think we've finished with about a dozen less cars. So lots of work, as you say, will be happening in the Donington Park paddock, in the Formula V part of the paddock over the next few hours.
Certainly will, and I'm sure even those that have had success will be looking to make sure their steeds are all ready to go later on. But let's have a look at the results from that first race of the season for the 750 Motor Club Formula V Championship. The win did go the way of Craig Pollard. He completed 9 laps in 16.5 minutes, and in the end he was 13.5 seconds ahead of number 99 Craig Bell. So 92 Craig Pollard the winner, from his namesake Craig Bell, number 99. Third was number 41 Andrew Cooper in the AHS Dominator Mark II. Fourth, number 33 Matt Tarbert, 5th was number 6, Tim Probert. 6th was number 4, Maurice Gloucester. 7th to number 25, Daniel Lagny. 8th to 10, Bill Garner. He won Class B. 9th to number 75, Mark Egan. And rounding out the top 10 was Elliot Mason in the... I forgot what number car he was, but never mind. 11th was 24, Rick Lanier. 12th to number 64, Sam Wilbank. 13th, 65, Simon Livesley. 14th, number 16, James Madden. And Matt Topham, he was, I think, started 3rd on the grid and he finished 15th. So he made up several places, helped by retirements ahead of him, of course. Let's look a bit further back. Adam Zieber, yes, I think he was probably the first of the retirements. So I think we had 20 finishes in the end. Adam Zieber, Emil Kostadinov, Phil Waterhouse. Some of these may have got to the checkered flag with a lap down, of course. Dave Harridge there in 25th place, father of James. I think he did get to the end. And do we have anyone on the final screen, or was that it? No, we did have a couple. Yeah, Ian Buxton and James Harridge, of course, were non-finishers in that 750 Motor Club Formula V race. They are out again later on. It's the penultimate race. It should be around about 5 to 6 this evening, all being well. Still plenty of racing to come here at Donington Park. We've got the 4th race on the programme up shortly. That's the Calm Hall Porsche Trophy. That's a 40-minute race for 1 or 2 drivers. Then we've got the second of the races for the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. And then the big race of the day, the Ski World Club Enduro Championship for 125 minutes. So that's all still to come. The leading drivers are just arriving in the pit lane by the looks of it. I think they've already had garlands passed to them, so with a bit of luck shortly we'll be able to head downstairs to hear from our race winner, Craig Pollard, and a couple of other rare visitors to the podium in the form of Craig Bell and Andrew Cooper. We'll hopefully hear from them as well. You can see that Matt is ready and waiting to get hold of them, and we'll hand down to him in just a few moments' time as the sun breaking through the clouds here at Donington Park this afternoon. So let's go downstairs and hear from Matt.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with race winner Craig Pollard. Craig, great race there. You won by over 10 seconds in the end, but you and Daniel had a great fight early on.
Yeah, it's just like last year's and all the years before. It's always good to see a couple of blue cars in my mirror, but this time they're a bit longer in my mirrors than what they have been, and I've usually been chasing them, so it's been nice to keep them behind me this time. And looks like they both failed due to mechanical failure. I don't know, so it's a shame, but I've got no doubt they'll come back stronger.
How's the car as well handling today? It looks pretty good.
Yeah, it's good. I just obviously I didn't get a great start, and then when I'm sort of hustling between people, I've not had that experience in the car yet of actually going wheel to wheel, which is just different from a qualifying lap when you've got no one else around you and that sort of thing. When you're dancing on a knife edge at 120 mile an hour, you're just probably taking it a bit cautious in that one. So, but overall we're learning, and it's good.
And Formula V once again very popular this year. Good grids to see out there.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think people love it, and the accessibility into it hasn't changed, and hopefully stays that way for years to come.
Good stuff. Well done, Craig. Good luck for race 2 a little bit later on as well. Let's have a quick chat with Craig Bell in second place. Well done, Craig. Come and join us. That was a good race for you. You caught up with the top 2 because they were battling so much, but great second place.
When Danny went off, once Craig had fresh air, no one battling with him, I couldn't keep up. So, but the car's a big improvement. So, am I driving, obviously? So, P2, great. I can't believe it. Speechless.
Exactly. First race of the year, a podium, which is kind of something you'd like to ask for, and you've got.
Aye, amazing. Absolutely amazing. I was hoping he might drop out as well, but I wasn't that lucky. But
what do you reckon you can achieve in race 2?
Probably, if they don't have any issues, it'll be 4th, 3rd, 4th. I've got the pace today to get that, but I've got a synchro in 3rd gear. Not very good. So if that packs in, yeah, we might retire. But it's holding together at the moment.
Well, fingers crossed it does.
Yeah, hopefully. So, okay.
Good stuff. Well done, Craig. Thank you very much indeed. Good second place there for Craig. And let's grab a quick word as well with Andrew Cooper there in 3rd position. Andrew, well done. 3rd place. As we said, the gap grew between the top 2, but you were right there to pick up the podium.
Yeah, the gap grew towards the end. At the start, I was sort of just about clinging onto them whilst they're fighting, but when Danny dropped out, then they had some legs on me for that race. So it was just about maintaining a decent pace and not being caught by the guys behind.
But a nice day today, and great to be using the full Grand Prix circuit as well.
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever raced here. It's not the easiest thing in V. trying to get into those 2 hairpins is a bit of a challenge for a lot of us. But it's nice. It is nice to have a bit of a change. It's great to be back at Donington. We haven't been here since 2019. So yeah, it's a really good day, good weekend.
Race 2 to come a little bit later on. Again, do you reckon you can get to the podium?
Yeah, probably. Again, it depends on the start. If the guys at the front are fighting and I can keep hold of them, then I've got a chance. I've just got to keep on their coattails for the first couple of laps.
Well, Andrew, well done.
Thank you very much.
There we go, Andrew Cooper in 3rd place for that race, 2nd place for Craig Bell, and race winner for the first time this year in Formula V, Craig Pollard. So we'll have more again from Formula V a little bit later on. But for now, we're going to turn our attention to the only race of the day for the Calm All Porsche Trophy.
Yes, the Calm All Porsche Trophy race up next, and this one in particular being run in memory of Ryan Lowry, one of the co-founders of the championship, who tragically lost his life a couple of years ago now. Let's have a look at how the grid lines up for this race, though. I'll give you the start drivers as well as we go through. On pole position, it's the number 22 car. Matthew Kyle Henney will be starting in the Porsche Cayman S, and alongside him, number 60, that's going to be started by Roger Coy. I suspect the time might have been set by Callum Lockie, though. That is a Porsche 968. The second row on the inside, number 51, that's going to be started by John Walker, and 17 is Darren King. He'll be starting that one. Row 3 on the inside is number 40, James Harvey. And alongside him is going to be 25, Jamie McHugh. On the 4th row on the inside, it's number 6, that's Piers Bridgman Williams. He's starting that car before he hands over to his son Theodore. And Stephen Archer starts number 91 on the outside of row 4. On row 5 on the inside, it's number 44, Sam Callahan. And beside him is 23, Stuart Ings. On the 6th row, it's Dan Gick in number 7, the Porsche 924. And Clayton Sampson in number 30, sharing the car with Edward, but Clayton starting it. Row 7 on the inside is number 35, that's Daniel Krieger, and beside him is 53, Wayne Gregory, another driver who'll be starting that car. Row 8 on the inside is number 5, Tom Bowes. Next to him is 88, which is Chris Valentine. And then on row 9 it's 41, Carl Rossin, and 36, Hugh Pert, with on row 10 on his own, number 69, Richard Jones. So 19 cars we have for the opening race of the Calm All Porsche Trophy. And Josh, it's great to have the Calm All Porsche Trophy with us once again this season with the 750 Motor Club.
That's right, there's a nice mixture of Porsches here, with front-engined and rear-engined Porsches over a class system which incorporates, well, 5 classes really, doesn't it? 4 classes based on power to weight, and then the class, well, we've only got one of them here this weekend for the Drivers Association, which is the former Porsche Boxster Series, but you've got mainly rear-engined cars at the front, the Caymans and the Boxsters, although Callum Lockie showing how quickly he can drive a 968. And then you say 968s, 944s and 924s as well. But we might have a short delay before we get to Porsches, because we thought Formula V might have dropped a bit of fluid on the road, and it seems that has been the case. Yeah, so that's being dressed by the marshals down there with the Melbourne hairpin, and the circuit staff are there as well. We have a couple of onboards for you. So the 2 cameras that we have on board are Darren King, who we're on board with now. That's number 17, the Porsche Boxster S, and this is the other one, number 53. So this is the car being started by Wayne Gregory, and you can see the cars there in the assembly area, ready to go out for their race. That's right, the assembly area today being used at the car park here at Donington Park. Usually when we race on the national circuit, the assembly area is on the Grand Prix circuit. Obviously that isn't possible as we're racing there, so they're using the office's car park at the moment. Great to have spectators with us this weekend at Donington Park. They're using the banks, I think we can see there, the Craner Curves. And a great venue Donington Park is to go racing in. Yeah, certainly, and it is good to see a good number of spectators on the banks here at Donington Park this weekend. I'm sure they're looking forward to this 40-minute race for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. Calm, if you're not aware, stands for the Campaign Against Living Miserably, and that's a charity that focuses its work on, in particular, men's mental health. And male suicide as well is something that it works to promote awareness of and support for. So Calm All Porsche Trophy
is the name of the series, and it's got a calendar that takes in a number of different venues. So they're here at Donington Park for their opening race of the season. They go to Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit in May, then Thruxton in July, and also Snetterton later that month. September for the Anglesey Autumn Festival as well, before the teams and drivers join together for the Birkett 6-hour relay race, which Joss was mentioning earlier on, towards the end of October.
Yes, the car's now, as you say, going out of the assembly area, on board with Wayne Gregory, following the, I think, 968 Club Sport, the Samson car, which looks like it's being prepared by Charles Ivy Motorsport, which is a team that raced back at Le Mans in the 1980s, I think, in Porsches. So great to have that team with us here today. But the grid starting to assemble ahead of a green flag lap, and on pole position in the Cayman S, driven by Matthew Kyle Henney, who also races in the Porsche Club Championship, and he is the son of Peter Cole Henney, who races in the Porsche Carrera Cup GB. And alongside him is the 968, what, a car from, what, 2 decades earlier, something like that, with Roger Coy in it, but with Callum Lockie as his co-driver. And Callum Lockie was a race winner here on Saturday at Donington Park in driving a Shelby Daytona Cobra, so something a bit different. But great to have him here with the 750 Motor Club in this all Porsche Trophy, as you said, in memory of Ryan Lowry this race, and his thoughts are with everybody here in the paddock.
I thought we were missing a car from row 4, but what it is that Piers Bridgman Williams is sort of a row behind where he should be. And so he needs to stop forward, otherwise we're going to have this sort of ripple effect all the way down the grid of cars being out of position.
And that car number 6, is a great looking car. It's in sort of Rothmans-esque livery, isn't it? The Porsche works colours of the 1980s, and Porsche did take a front-engined car to Le Mans in the late 1970s when there was an upgraded Porsche 924, which was raced by the likes of Andy Rouse, when the multiple British touring car champion. So we'll get a good look at that, I'm sure, at some stage in the race for you to enjoy at home.
This is Wayne Gregory. He's on row 7 grid, 14th position. He's starting just ahead of him there. You can see the number 30 car of Clayton Sampson. He's just making his final adjustments and about to get ready for this race. We can hear the minutes to go klaxons sounding, which suggests that we are not too far away from the green flag lap getting underway. So this is a race that can be undertaken by 1 or 2 drivers. There are pit stops, and they'll take place between 15 and 25 minutes into the race. 60-second stop is what's required as a minimum for that driver change. And green flag there waving, so the green flag lap gets underway. 2.5 miles this Donington Park Grand Prix circuit, and the green flag being led around by number 22 Matthew Kyle Henney. He'll be sharing that car with Toby Barlow. He'll take over for the second part of the race.
Toby Barlow was a race winner in this series last year when he shared a car with Jonathan Evans, a similar type of car, a Cayman S. So that car, you'd think, is going to be difficult to beat, with a couple of quick drivers there, and one of only 2 cars in the top class, in Class 1. The other is the 944 Turbo of the McHughes that's been upgraded. You can see that car 25. Then polling Class 2 is the Walkers, isn't it? John and Christian Walker, who were also a class winner last year. Class 3 on pole is Roger Coy and Callum McLeod there on row 1, who I think are new into the category this year. And then Class 4 pole sitter is it's the class for the Porsche 924s really, and on pole there is Chris Valentine, who shares with David Hornsey, who I think is having his first run out in that car with Chris.
Worth pointing out the 25 car, the Jamie and Thomas McHugh car, that's in the invitation class, so it's not eligible for the overall class awards, as it were. So class SP1 is the top class for cars up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne. Then SP2, 3 and 4, the class splits are at respectively 200, 180 and 145 brake horsepower per tonne. And the cars that previously ran in the Supersport Boxster Porsche Racing Drivers Championship They run in SPDA class, so they have their own class, but I think there is only the one of them today. This is the 53 car we're on board with, so it's good to have these on-board views this weekend on the Alpha Live coverage. And he's just turning his way out of Coppice Corner now. You can see working the wheel just to try and get some heat in the tyres, particularly as he goes down the straights. Very simple set of regulations for the Carmel Porsche Trophy. It's basically about a size and a half of A4, whereas you download some regulations for some championships, not necessarily 750 Motor Club ones, and they can go on for dozens and dozens and dozens of pages of finely typed script. But very simple ethos here. If it's a Porsche, you can come and race it with us, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. As long as it's not a GT3 car or something like that. But production-based Porsche, absolutely, they are welcomed. So if you've got a Porsche at home, want to go racing, this is a great way to start out. And like you can see here, you'll be amongst a great-looking grid of cars, as a front-engined and rear-engined Porsches that span 4 decades, something like that. In this grid. And of course Porsche, such a popular brand, and a brand that is going back to the Le Mans 24 Hours next year in the top class.
Yellow flags being held by the marshals at the front of the grid, just so the drivers can spot the fact that they're there and have to stop on the grid, but they're all familiar with the procedure, know what they need to do. Watching the 17 car coming into position, which is Darren King. That's the Boxster S that he'll be sharing with Ben Demetriou, multiple Porsche Club champion.
I feel like this is different to last year where we had rolling starts, so a new element here. It'll be interesting to see which cars make that better start.
Yeah, you've got a mixture of different setups on these cars, haven't you? Front engined and rear engine cars.
You'd think the rear engine cars should get away better. But you've got quite a bit of weight differential as well, which will add up to how the cars get off the line, which will happen very shortly.
Yes, it will indeed. Waiting for the lights then, ahead of this 40-minute race for the Calm All Porsche Trophy. Opening race of the season here at Donington Park for the Porsches. Just waiting for the signal to be given, and the race will get underway.
5-second board has been shown.
Okay, so we're about to go racing then. Red lights go on, and out they go, and it's a good start from pole position by Matthew Carl Henney, also from the second row of the grid by the number 51 car of John Walker, and he's going to try and slot his car down the inside. Unsurprisingly, possibly the 968 from the outside of the front row has sunk backwards through the order and is now in about 7th or 8th position, I think, as they turn through Red Gate for the first time. We'll watch them as they stream down through the Craner curves for the first time then. The two cars together there, then there's a gap back to 3rd position, but it is the 22 of Matthew Kyle Henney leading the way then from John Walker in 2nd place, and it's the 17 car in 3rd place. That's our camera car, Darren King.
Yeah, John Walker there making a good start in to get up to 2nd. Very experienced driver, former Caterham and Lotus champion. So not a surprise to see him going after Matthew Cole Henney early on. But the battle for 3rd is really close with Darren King's Boxster S that has got to the head of it. And we will ride on board then up towards the Coppice corner here and hammering over the curves.
That's Wayne Gregory's car that we're on board with. He's a little bit further down the order. He started 14th on the grid, of course, but already the top 2 have got away from the rest of them here. You can see on the right-hand side of the shot the McHughes coming through in their white invitation class Porsche, and also that's the Stephen Archer car, isn't it, number 91, the Boxster that has come through. He's got ahead now of the 40 car of James Harvey.
Yeah, that's right. There's the leader, though, which is Matt Kyle Henney. They're trying to be cautious there not to go over all the dust that's been put down to soak up the fluid from the previous session. But the field making their way around this first lap safely. There is that car of Jamie McHugh, the 944 Turbo you mentioned a moment ago, and down into the hairpin. There's car number 6, that Piers Bridgman Williams driven 944 Series 2, as they come up across the line to complete 1 lap of racing.
Yep, and that's the 3rd place car we can see. That's Darren King there, number 17 at the head of that little group. Behind him, number 23 is Stuart Ings in the blue and orange SP3 class 944 S2, drive from Bristol, and then just behind him the invitation class car being driven by Jamie McHugh, the turbocharged car in 5th position. And there's a gap back, isn't there, to 6th place. That's Stephen Archer, number 91, who's starting the Boxster.
You mentioned Ings there, leading Class 3. He was a class winner last season, and he knows that he's got Callum Lockie to contend with later in the race. He's trying to build a gap over his class rivals, but he's under pressure for an overall position at the moment from Jamie McHugh. Looks like that car has now been moved into a class. It's running in Class 1 according to the timing screens. So they've worked out the power of it, worked out the weight, and therefore can calculate that it needs to run in Class 1 and is involved in a battle to be the best of the front engine cars down towards the S's, but braking late in Gulf livery is Stuart Ings to hang on to 4th position as they turn their way onto the Grand Prix loop for the 2nd time.
Yep, they do indeed. That is the battle that we're watching here, and it's the 2 front engine cars that are together there, 23 and 35 as they round the hairpin. But Stephen Archer's lost the position there. I think that's Harvey, number 40, that's gone back through in his SPDA class Boxster S. So that's a change for 6th position, and you can see him there, number 40, just ahead now of number 91, Stephen Archer, as they come out of Goddard hairpin through to complete lap 2 of this 40-minute race. A reminder that the pit lane window doesn't open until 15 minutes are up. We've had a spin there. That's for number 60. That's the car that started on the front row of the grid. Roger Coy starting it. It's the car that Callum Lockie is due to get in, but it's going to be a lot of work for Callum Lockie to do when he gets into it, I think, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. Going well, though. In 3rd position is Darren King, novice cross on the back of that Porsche Boxster S. Behind, you've got involved in this Stuart Ings and Jamie McHugh and James Harvey. James Harvey did qualify 5th in his Boxster, and he's joining in on this battle that heads its way up towards McLean's Corner for the 3rd time. And they're lapping in the 54s and 55s, this group, whereas the leaders are about 5 seconds or so a lap faster. So this group, the less powerful cars, are dropping away, as you'd expect, from the top 2.
The car in 2nd position is number 51, which is that of John Walker, although it's showing on the screen as 501, and that's because of a transponder issue with that car, but I can confirm that is the number 51 car in 2nd place of John Walker at the moment, 2 seconds behind the race leader, as we're watching the fight for 4th position here. Jamie McHugh up on the inside of Ings, and he's got through up into 3rd position, or 4th position I should say, on the road down there at the Fogarty S's. And it looks like Ings might lose another position to James Harvey before too much longer, because Harvey looked to the right, now he looks to the left as they go onto the braking area for the Melbourne hairpin. Can he get better traction away from the corner? In fact, Ings looks like he gets better traction than McHugh there out of the corner as well. But no, McHugh's going to hold on, I think, to 4th place.
Just about. There's a great battle between these 2 944s, which sort of takes you back to the Porsche Championship from a couple of decades ago, doesn't it? Before the Carrera Cup was brought in, where you had lots of front and rear engine cars. But across the line they come then. The race leader, Matt Cole-Henny, by the way, is on the fastest lap of the race, 147.58. But this battle is the best one on the circuit for 3rd place. And Darren King at parts of the track is able to pull away. At other parts of the track he's closed in. But Jamie McHugh there now into 4th position, is starting to pull away from Stuart Ings. Ings doing a good job though, because he's a Class 3 car, where most of those other cars around him are Class 2 cars. Meanwhile, car number 53, Wayne Gregory's been given a 10-second penalty, which I would assume is for a jump start.
One would assume so, and he's one of our camera cars, of course. So there is Stuart Ings, the 62-year-old from Bristol. He's a heating engineer, just trying to keep James Harvey behind him in that Gulf liveried 944 S2. He started racing with the Porsche Club Championship in 2011. Had his first race in a Boxster 2.5 at Castle Combe. And he is enjoying this Calm All Porsche series, as we're watching now Stephen Archer making a move back on both of those cars down the straight, clearly carrying a lot more speed down the straight than the 2 cars ahead of him, but he's cleared both James Harvey and and Stuart Ings there.
He was also good on the brakes, wasn't he, to make that move work. So he's up to 5th. Ings might lose another place here, because here comes James Harvey up the inside. So the Boxster S and the 944 Series 2 run side by side off of the hairpin, but I think the Boxster has got the position. So James Harvey was in 6th. He dropped to 7th, didn't he? But he's back into 6th place, and it's Stuart Ings that's lost a couple of positions. But there's more cars joining in this battle, because car number 7, Dan Gick, is there, who's only not driving a 924 as it says on the entry list. That looks more like a Boxster, but here is a 924. That is 41, which is Cole Rossin, and he is the best of the 924s in Class 4, and he's battling for 11th position there.
Yeah, and that's with number 5, which is Tom Bowes. So 31 and 3/4 minutes of this race still to go here at Donington Park. And with the car coming through now being the number 35 car, which is the Daniel Crago car. And that's coming down into the old hairpin. Pretty much on his own at the moment is Daniel, turning his way out. There's the 25 car, briefly through shot. That's the car in 4th position of Jamie McHugh. Here's the fight for 5th and 6th though. This is Stephen Archer and James Harvey. Harvey gets a better run out of Coppice that time, but we saw at this part of the circuit a lap ago how good Stephen Archer was down the straight and on the brakes into Foxy S's, and so it's proved again. He stays ahead of James Harvey on the run into the left-hander this time, although it was a bit messy through the S's there for Archer, and I thought that was going to allow Harvey to challenge, but instead I think Harvey had to just back out of things a little bit, and he's lost a few car lengths because of that.
So those 4 cars then turn their way into the hairpin. Not far behind them now is Wayne Gregory's Boxster, so he's trying to make it another car in this battle. 40 is now 5th position. There's James Harvey in the Drivers Association specification of Porsche Boxster. But there's the 3rd place car. That's Darren King trying to keep Jamie McHugh at a distance. These cars, by the way, now half a minute behind the leader, which is Matthew Cole-Henney. John Walker still 2nd, and John Walker has broken his own Class 2 lap record. He did a 1 minute 49.9 last year. He's gone a full second faster this year, 1 minute 48.75.
Okay, still watching this battle between the Boxsters as it heads down through Craner Curves. 5th and 6th position overall in 2 different classes, these, of course. Different specifications. You can see the wing on the back of James Harvey's car, which the car's raced with in the Supersport class of the Porsche Racing Drivers Association Boxed Championship, when that ran as a separate affair. And behind they've got Stuart Ings in the 23 car, the 944 S2, and then behind them it's the number 7 car, Dan Gick, in the 924. Through Coppice and onto the back straight they go once again, and they're a little bit more spread out than they were. You can see the 17 car just at the head of this, which is Darren King, still there, going well in 3rd place in the car, showing with Ben Demetrio. Oh, and taking out the cones is number 40, James Harvey, off there. I don't know if he outbraked himself or if there's a problem with the car, but he's going to rejoin. I think he's going to get over the runoff area and back onto the circuit, but he's lost quite a bit of time because of that.
Yeah, instead of going through the gravel, he took the tight tarmac strip, which I think was really made for motorcycles. There's probably not much room down there for that, but he's got through without really damaging his car, hopefully, but lost a lot of positions. So here's Dan Gick in what I think is a Boxster, and here is Wayne Gregory, I think.
Yep, that's right. Seems animated about something. As he made his way through the Melbourne hairpin. There he is. He's running in 9th position, isn't he? Well, that'll be 8th place now that Harvey's been off the road, but then he's got the 10-second penalty anyway to be applied to his time. That's Wayne Gregory. And you can see he's got a novice cross on the back of his car. We watch him now as he heads down through the Craner Curves. Great view. Got the old hairpin expanding out in front of us, the whole of this Donington Park estate. He's going to arrive at the old hairpin any moment. There he is, and turn his way through the right-hander. And he's there in his Boxster, 3.2 litre Boxster for the drive from Uxbridge. There is the car of Stuart Ings with Dan Gick now right with him. Dan Gick in the programme, wasn't he, as a 924, but of course it's not actually a 924 at all.
No, that's right. So that's the battle for 6th and 7th positions, making their way out of Coppage. For 3rd, it's getting closer because Jamie McHugh is catching Darren King as they break down into the left-right flick through the S's and then accelerate through the Grand Prix loop that was put in 3 decades ago now, and they brake hard down into the Melbourne loop. So the gap was 8 tenths at the start of the lap. McHugh has lapped quicker during the course of this race than Darren King, who is 2nd within Class 2, but a long, long way behind John Walker. So John Walker is making a nice gap for Christian when he gets into the car currently driven by his dad. So the gap 2nd to 3rd and 1st and 2nd in the class is about half a minute now. But Darren King is improving all the time and getting quicker and quicker. He's into the 1 minute 52s now.
Jamie McHugh right behind him here, though. He's the 38-year-old scaffolder from Battle down there in East Sussex, and races with his dad Thomas, who'll take over for the second part of the race. This year, I know James is planning to race in the Carmel Porsche Trophy as well as the Armed Forces Race Challenge as well, which we'll also see with the 750 Motor Club this season. This started off, this car as a 3 litre race car bought from Strasser. It was raced previously in the Porsche Cup and was very reliable. It was on the hunt for more power in 2018 and bought a 2.5 litre turbo engine. Had that fitted, but it never managed to be reliable. It's on his 4th rebuild in 4 years. But fingers crossed, he says, we have a good reliable engine this year. Now I've read that out. Who knows what might happen.
I think James Harvey's had another problem because he's done a 2nd slow lap and dropped outside the top 10. And Tom Bowles has not come through. Car number 5, the Boxster S that was running just outside the top 10, has not completed the most recent lap. The race leader has done 8 laps, Matt Carl Henning, and he is 10 seconds clear now of John Walker. A bit of lap traffic to deal with for the battle for 3rd place, heading down towards the Melbourne loop, and it's a lock up behind them for Stephen Archer, who's trying to close in what is a 3-second gap to those cars in front.
Yeah, so here's King up towards Goddard, fairly deep into the corner, I'd say. Relatively late. Epic's been taking a lock up there for the back marking number 42 Darren Constant car, the driver from Huntingdon, and he's into the pit lane with the pit lane window having just opened, Josh.
Has it?
Yeah, 15 minutes in.
Oh yes, yeah, that's right, isn't it? Yeah. I was confusing myself there. Yeah, absolutely right. So it's just opened, doesn't it? Literally in the last few seconds. So that's our first pit visitor. So perhaps over the course, once that's completed, we might hear from some drivers. There is the first pit visitor, Darren Constant. Doesn't look like he's got much assistance down there in the pit lane. So
I'd go so far to say he's got no assistance. Who's that that's also in the pits? Is that Harvey? Harvey, isn't it?
Perhaps that's why he had a slow lap then, isn't it? So James Harvey also into the pit lane.
I wonder if he came in too early for the pit lane window opening, though, so it might not be his mandatory stop, or it might not be scheduled to be as such.
The drivers waiting down there in the pit lane to take over, because it's a short pit window here for the Porsche Trophy. And Toby Bowles is still there, so that must Tom Bowles, I should say, is still there. So that was a transponder issue just for a lap. It's all sorted itself out in his Boxster S. And just behind him, there, that was the car that started on the front row, wasn't it?
It's Roger Coy.
So he's come back up to 13th. He is though a little way behind the leaders. Back on board we can go down in towards the Melbourne loop, where you can go over the brow of the hill, down 2 gears. Taking a late apex. You can see in the mirror, is that the Archer Porsche possibly about to come through?
Yeah, it's not going to be too far away, is it? I wouldn't have thought. Because there was only about 2.5 seconds between those cars at the start of the lap. So not too far away on circuit.
So McHugh's got past Darren King then, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And pulled away immediately because of a slower lap for Darren King. And here comes Stephen Archer then, who has a look to the inside. Nothing comes of that though, and they're both being caught by Dan Gick. But the quickest of all is Stuart Ings, who's just on a 1:52.49. So Stuart Ings pushing on there in 7th position. So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th all coming together here on what is lap 10 of the race.
Slow lap on the last lap from John Walker as well in 2nd place at 1:53, which was 5 seconds slower than Matthew Carl Henny managed on that lap. Carl Henny was about 12 seconds clear, is now 18 seconds clear.
I just wonder if that's another car that's pitted.
Yeah, from our commentary position, we can't see the pit lane. We have got one in the pit lane now, and that is Gregory, isn't it? That's coming that's Wayne Gregory. He's handing over to Darren Labette, isn't it, I think, for the second part of the race.
That's right. I think it is Labette now in. He's got assistance to do the belts up. Looks like there's also a mechanic just checking the tyre pressures as well. And I think belt's done up, door then is shut.
Someone will be timing the 60 seconds to make sure that Darren doesn't get out into the race too early, because that would incur a penalty. The Rothmans liveried car is in, which is that of Piers Bridgman Williams, to hand over to son Theodore.
Also in the pits I could see there was Chris Valentine to hand over his Porsche 924 to David Hornsey. And into the pits is the leader, so Matt Carl Henny will hand over to Toby Barlow in the SW Engineering Cayman S. Also in the pits is Tom Bowles in his Boxster S.
So it's quite a narrow pit window here, of only 10 minutes, so all the stops happening pretty much together. There's Stephen Archer in, as well, as we are pretty much halfway through this race now. To hand over to Felix for the second half of this race.
Not pitting though are Dan Gick and Stuart Ings, who continue their battle in pursuit of Darren King. And they are now 3rd, 4th and 5th, and I think that is because the car that was in 2nd place, the Walkers, must have pitted.
Yeah, it must have done, unless it stopped completely. But I'd go for it stopping, to be fair.
In the pits.
Yes, into the pit lane is what I meant to say.
Halfway into this 40-minute race now, and here comes then Darren King in that car that he shares with Ben Demetriou, who will be pretty rapid, I should think, in the second half of this race. And Darren King's done a good job here, new driver to racing, but he has been caught by Dan Gick on this, the 11th lap. I guess it's Kyle Henny's.
Had spin, and that's for the 53 car, which is Darren Labette. I don't think he's altogether happy with how that's gone.
I would think not, but there's quite a bit of panic to get the car refired.
Yes, that's at the exit of Focuses, isn't it? That he's come to rest. But car's rushing past him. He's got the car fired up again now, back out into the race, but he's lost a lot of time because of that stalling after presumably losing it on the way into Fogarty's there.
Yeah, we just caught the end of it, which was all quite dramatic, really, wasn't it, as the car came to a halt?
Certainly did. So he'll be looking to get back up to speed.
That was his outlap as well, just getting things up to speed. James Harvey hasn't come out the pits, has he? So that was a problem for him. But I think that's the only car that's hit problems so far. Not pitting yet is Jamie McHugh, so he's taken the lead of the race. So Thomas McHugh will get into the car later. Also not pitting, I don't think, is Stuart Ings, who's come through in 2nd place. And have the cars that were battling with him yet to have come into the pits. But let's head down to the pit lane where Matt Sapklin has found a driver.
Yeah, thanks very much. Down here with the man who's just come in from the race lead, Matt Carl Henny. Matt, great stint there, built up a nice margin, and how did it go?
Yeah, really well. The start wasn't the best, but eventually got away and kept the Boxster behind. So, yeah, just head down from that point and cracking on. It's a brand new car, so first ever race, and I think that first thing kind of proves that it's a good solid foundation for moving forward.
Were you aware of how much of a gap you had, or where you were, or what was going on?
Yeah, so we came into this weekend knowing we were the only car in the class, which is a bit of a shame actually. But good for us. We got to really focus down on getting those lap times in and making sure the car is quick. I'll just repeat that. Making sure the car is quick, and yeah, it was just really nice car, really solid foundation, and I think I couldn't have done any better.
And it must be nice to drive the Grand Prix circuit as well. It's a nostalgic circuit and great to be involved in it as well.
Absolutely, yeah. So normally we drive on the National and other championships. So to drive on the Grand Prix is a different challenge, essentially a whole new circuit to learn. And yeah, it's taken some time, but we finally shaved those tenths down and put in a good lap at the end, I think.
Toby's now into the car. What's his lap times like? What do you reckon he can bring to the end?
So I think Toby can bring a 45. I think he's got that in him if the tyres hold on that long. And yeah, that's what we all expect from him. So hopefully he'll put a good stint in and bring the car home.
Matt, well done. I'll let you relax, rest, and go and see what Toby can do.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
There we go. Matt Carl-Henny down here in the pit lane. Came in as race leader. Toby Barlow now behind the wheel.
Thank you very much indeed. Matt Suckling down there in the pit lane, speaking to our erstwhile leader, Matt Carl-Henny. And there is the car that he's handed over to, the 22 car, now being driven by his teammate Toby Barlow in that brand new Porsche Cayman S. It's just ahead on the road of that Mothman's liveried car, which is now being driven by Theo Bridgman Williams. And there too is the 69 car, which is Richard Jones, one of the 924s. Of course, the 924s used to have their own Warm Make Championship for many, many years, run by the British Racing Sports Car Club. So, pit lane window about to close a minute from now, Josh.
Assuming they have done their pit stops, Christian Walker is now ahead of Toby Barlow, which would be for the realistic race win.
About 7 seconds ahead as well.
So we heard from Kyle Henny that he expects that Toby Barlow can go quicker than what he managed. The lap record here, by the way, was by Jonathan Evans, 1 minute 45.75. In qualifying, Toby Barlow didn't go quite as quickly as that. I think that's Callum Lockie now out there as well, isn't it? And he's into 7th already in the... or is that... maybe not. So I think that's all still circulating around, isn't it? But he's well up now. He's Lockie in the 968 inside the top 10, just out the pit lane. And he's pushing on. You can visibly see that in the 968.
We're coming up towards the 15-minute mark, so the pit lane window will be closing. All the pit stops should have been done any moment. Oh, that's another spin for the same car again, isn't it? That's the 53 car of Darren Labette. He's going to be wishing he didn't have the onboard camera on now, because it means we're seeing all of this. But nevertheless, we've seen that twice now. That time he did recover from it a little bit more quickly.
Yeah, that's right. So Stuart Ings was a late stopper, wasn't he? 94 battle going on here, so that is now David Hall. Whoa, that was well out of shape, wasn't it, for the car in front of David Hall? That was Callum Lockie, was it not? In car number 60.
Yeah, that's who we think is aboard now, Callum Lockie. Very experienced racing historics these days, most notably, but GTs as well for many years.
Yeah, former British GT champion back in 2000 when Coroiza helped him to that in a Marcus Mantura. There's car 17. That's now Ben Demetriou, isn't it, in the box to rest that Darren King started pretty well. Lead gap now has come down to less than 5 seconds. So Christian Walker being caught by Toby Barlow pretty quickly. So we'll catch up on that, I'm sure. But here is Lockie across the line. Who's actually much further down than what we first thought might be the case. I think that was quite a later start than some of the others. But through Redgate, then this has become the battle of a third, hasn't it, between Demetriou and Gick, and for second in Class 2.
Yeah, and just negotiating the slower car there. Let's quickly run down the top 10 for you. 51, John Walker. It is, that's even, I think it's Christian Walker aboard now, actually. Second is 22, that's Toby Barlow. Third is number 17, Ben Demetriou. Fourth is number 7, Dan Gick. Fifth, number 23, Stuart Ings. Sixth is 91, that's Felix Archer now. Seventh is number 25, Thomas McHugh. Eighth is 35, Alvaro Trigo, that will be. Ninth, number 30, which will be Edward Thompson. And 10th is the number 53 car, which is now being driven by Darren Labette.
So can family Walker hang on? It's a real family effort there, because John Christian's dad. He's his co-driver, and then his mum, Anne, was the team principal during the course of the pit stop. But now it's Christian Walker that is leading, but he hasn't got the power of Toby Barlow, who is trying to chase him down. We'll catch up on that in a moment. We can ride on board again with Darren Lebet, I think, as we turn right then into Redgate Corner. And I think he's very shortly going to be lapped by the leader, Christian Walker, who's done a good lap last time, only been caught by another half a second by Toby Barlow. Meanwhile, there's front engine battles going on for 6th position between Thomas McHugh and Alvaro Craigo, who turn their way out of Coppice, and Craigo in that Charles Ivy prepared 968 that chases the 944, and they turn their way onto the Fogarty S's for what is lap 14 of the race, with just under 12 minutes of it to go. So this is the battle for 7th and 8th positions.
Yep, so turning their way through the right-hand hairpin at Melbourne. So it's Thomas McHugh and Alvaro Craigo, both the second drivers getting aboard their respective cars now, and they have got about 25 seconds sort of ahead of them, and they've got about 8 or 9 seconds behind them before you get to the Edward Sampson car, which is running in 9th position. So it's just these two relatively isolated from the other battles around them at the moment.
Now Callum Lockie's got that mistake out the way. He's the quickest car on the circuit, as we've had an off. We'll come back to that in a moment then. Who is amongst the dust? It's 42, I think, which is Darren Constant, who was running in 17th position and just done his personal best lap of the race before having that spin at Coppice. But Callum Lockie, I was just mentioning, is lapping in the 1:48 and is the fastest car on the track. Meanwhile, on board there, as the race leader, Christian Walker, gets past some traffic, and his lead has been half now to 2.2 seconds to the car at the back of this train, which is Toby Barlow. But now Barlow's got to deal with the traffic that Christian Walker just moved through. The marshals up there at Coppice trying to get the car out of the gravel, the 924 of Darren Constant, but I think that is not going to be a possibility.
Doesn't look like it, does it? Say the marshal getting on the radio to let them, the race control, know that some outside assistance might be needed to get that one recovered. So 10 minutes of the race now remain here at Donington Park. This is the Calm All Porsche Trophy. There's the car that's in second place, Toby Barlow. He is 2.27 seconds now behind the race leader, which is Christian Walker.
That's right, but because of this traffic, what Walker had to deal with a lap ago, he's able to extend the lead a little bit over Toby Barlow, who turns his way then down into the chicane, into the S's. Probably with about 5 laps to go at the end of this one. Callum Lockie, by the way, that lap time I was talking about, that's a new lap record in Class 3 of the Carmel Porsche Trophy. Recovery now ongoing up there at Coppice under what will be local double-waved yellow flags, where the drivers will have to slow down and keep full control of their car.
So that's the 53 car going through, so that's the car with our camera on board, that's Darren Lebet, and that's just behind the number 5 car of Tom Bowes, but they're on different laps. Bowes are a lap behind, but it's good to see Gregory and Lebet still there in that top 10 position. Bowes, I don't know, he has now been slotted into 10th position, I beg your pardon. That was the one with the transponder issue, wasn't it? Yes, remember that now. So it is for position, and they are about a second apart, 9/10 of a second apart on the previous lap. 42 cars now been hooked up, and is now up against the barriers at Coppice Corner, so should be well out of the way.
Yeah, that's right. So that's a shame to have lost that car. But 17 are left. We've only had a couple of retirements in this. Now there's no lapped cars between the two leaders. We will see if Toby Barlow can close in on Christian Walker. That gap, which was just 2 seconds, but has the potential to come down at a decent rate, going on the pace we've seen from those cars. Battle for 6th continues there. Stuart Ings was that in there? Oh, no, it's for 7th, sorry. That was Thomas McHugh, wasn't it, ahead of Alvaro Craigo.
Yeah, Tom McHugh, the managing director of the Scaffolding Inspection Services Company. McHugh is the name of the company. Started in karting at the age of 22, progressed in the mid-90s to race in the Porsche Club Championship in a Class 3 car, and he's been racing Porsches on and off ever since, most recently with his son Jamie. So we see those two cars circulating up there at Coppice Corner. So that's Gick, it's just having got the Theodore Bridgman Williams number 6 car behind him now.
Right, just half a second between the two leaders. They've just gone across the line, so not sure if we'll be able to pick them up. Christian Walker versus Toby Barlow heading down the Craner curves, absolutely together, the two race leaders. So they've got themselves together. Toby Barlow lapping just under a couple of seconds faster than Christian Walker in the car that John Walker started. Toby Barlow in the car that Matthew Cole-Henney started. Here they are. It's still Walker in front. They are in different classes, but overall win here is at stake as they turn their way then off of the McLean's corner and up towards Coppice. They've got a front engine car to lap in a moment. So the Boxster with sort of its bigger brother, the Cayman, behind. They just come out of that yellow flag zone and pass the lapped car in the green flag period. And now alongside comes Barlow round the outside into the S's, which will be a difficult move to achieve. And they've both gone through the gravel. They've both gone off. They both outbraked themselves. Certainly, I think the leader outbraked himself and Tony Barlow couldn't turn into the corner. One of those two things happened, but what it has done is allowed Walker to pull away because Toby Barlow was a little bit more circumspect with the gravel trap. So the gap extends a little bit, and they both lap a car that goes around. That's the car of Richard Jones, number 69, who makes a quick recovery.
It's all getting a little bit comedic, isn't it? Up towards Gollard's they go then, the hairpin. Is the 51 car, and there's still not a lot to choose between them. They were so far ahead of the rest, of course, that that issue a few moments ago hasn't changed the overall positions really, and that they're not being caught by the 3rd and 4th place cars. So it's still a battle between these two. Christian Walker ahead of Toby Barlow now as they turn their way through Redgate and on towards Hollywood with 5 minutes of this race left to go. Yeah, they're about getting on for half a lap, isn't it, ahead of anybody else. As things stand, these two.
Christian Walker, the much less experienced driver, only started racing a couple of years ago in a Mazda RX-8 before moving into this Porsche Boxster S that he shares with his dad John. And then Toby Barlow, who's been racing Porsches for a little while now, is there in second and looks to the inside into McLean's. There's not room there. So then they accelerate up towards Coppice, which maybe a green flags area now as they turn their way through there up towards a lapped car. Yeah, no green flags on the exit, so that's all been cleared by our hard-working marshals at Donington. The Cayman's got more power. This time he's on the inside, the Class 1 car, and surely Toby Barlow will be the new race leader as they turn their way through the S's then. But good speed through there from Christian Walker, and Christian Walker then on the inside line for the hairpin, but hasn't quite got the power to get there, but then breaks late to the outside. He's doing a great job here. He's Christian Walker in only his 3rd season of racing in a less powerful car to take this battle to Toby Barlow, but Barlow is back in front, but again to the outside line to try and get a better exit is Walker. There's 2 laps of this race to go, and has finally Toby Barlow made this move work here?
Well, possibly. Let's see. As you say, still 2 laps to go, 0.4 of a second between them. They're 40 seconds clear of anybody else. It's the Vandemetrio car, number 17, that's in 3rd place and 2nd within the SP2 class. And then 4th is Dan Gick, who's about 8 seconds now behind Demetriou. This is the battle for 7th and 8th, so these nearly a lap down, aren't they, on the race leaders now. That's the Tom McHugh and Alvaro Krigo battle. Both of them with quite a bit of experience under their belts now. They will put McLean's, and only a few seconds behind them on the road should be our race leaders as well. They've got a lap and a half left to go. Now these two get up to Coppice. These two in different classes. The McHugh's in the invitation class, turbo charged Porsche.
I think that's a Class 1 car that's been reclassified as now. If the timing screens are to be believed, okay. Because it seems that Porsche amendment to programme have not made their way to the commentary box. But yeah, this battle for 7th and 8th positions then continue. But they are both behind Stuart Ings, who's the best of the front engine unofficial class that I've sort of made up during the course of this race. And he's doing a great job because he's actually leading Class 3 is Stuart Ings over Alvaro Krigo, who we watch in this battle. As you say, they're about to be lapped by the leaders onto the last lap. So is that going to give Christian Walker a chance? Interestingly, Toby Barlow has not done what his teammate was anticipating, is he? He's not nowhere near what Matthew Carl Henney said he was expecting from him.
145s, he said. It's been 147s, hasn't it, that he's got. And the gap between them now is 1.37 seconds, so it's gone out by nearly a second on that lap. There's been traffic coming into play as well.
Christian Walker's just gone faster than his dad went earlier, 147.72 to set the lap record in Class 2. Toby Barlow is going quicker now, 1 minute 46.80. He needed to, though, because Christian Walker pushing on behind.
Yep, 146.8, as you say. New fastest lap of the race. So Walker there has now cleared those back marks as well, but he's only got about 2/3 of the lap left in order to find a way past Toby Barlow here, and I just sense he's too far behind now. 1.37 seconds was the gap at the start of the lap. It might even be a bit more than that now, with a little time having been taken to get past the slower cars.
Callum Lockie showing why he's showing all of his experience. One lap he does a 1 minute 48.69. The next lap he does a 1 minute 48.70.
Very consistent.
Absolutely, and that's of course what makes a good endurance driver. But
up to 10th place now.
That's right. He probably would just miss out on gaining another. And actually, the car he's catching is for the class podium. So we just check that doesn't change before the end. But for Toby Barlow and for Matthew Carl Henney, it's not perhaps been as easily going as they thought it might be when they saw they were the only car entered in Class 1, because the Walker family have done a great job in their Boxster, but the power of the Cayman's just about going to come out on top here, and with one turn to go in the opening round of the Calm All Porsche Trophy.
Yeah, so it's going to be Toby Barlow that's going to come out of Goddard Hairpin, sprinting up to the line and taking the checkered flag to win the first Calm All Porsche Trophy race of 2022. His teammate Matt Carl Henney took the car in the first part of the race. John and Christian Walker finishing in second position, and then we get the cars that are a lap down effectively, because it's about half a lap behind that we find the third and fourth place cars, but there are other cars that are coming through to finish their races. The eventual margin was 3.17 seconds, so it did go out on the final lap in favour of Toby Barlow. But a good effort from John and Christian Walker, and not forgetting Christian's mum Anne on the pit strategy duties as well. They won the P2 class.
Across the line there, Clayton Sampson did hold off Callum Lockie by just a few seconds to take third in Class 3 and to be the top of those two 968s. We'll have to wait a little while, won't we, for third place to come through. Is that now? Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? Ben Demetriou, who has held on to second in Class 2 ahead of Dan Gick.
The team just below us here, just looking out of our commentary box window, very pleased. I think that was Dan King that was pumping his fist. He was pleased with that as he held out the pit board at the end of that race. They come home third overall, second in class. Dan Gick, as you say, in fourth. In fifth place, the Archers, just coming through now. We should hum the theme tune really at this point, shouldn't we? And then sixth place it will be in a few seconds time. Here he is, Stuart Ings, who wins his class as well, which is Class 3.
Yeah, it's the only class we haven't mentioned is Class 4, and that's gone the way of Chris Valentine and David Hornsey at the end, the class for the 924s. And here they come.
Yep, absolutely, up to the line and taking the checkered flag now in the number 88 car. That's the that fantastic livery, isn't it? Which is all the different pictures that make up the livery on that car. And so, I think that's about everyone through, isn't it, to take the checkered flag in that calm all-Porsche Trophy race. An entertaining race it was. We join Darren Lebet on the slowing down lap. Every time we've been on board with you, Darren, in the second part of this race, you've had a spin, so please don't do it now, because we're on the slowing down lap, and you do seem to be taking it appropriately cautiously. Let's have a look at the results then, if we can, from that calm all-Porsche Trophy race. And it was a win after 21 laps of racing for Matt Carl-Henny and Toby Barlow in the Porsche Cayman S by 3.17 seconds from the 51 car of John and Christian Walker, which was the Porsche Boxster S. In third place and second in Class 2, Darren King and Ben Demetrio. That was another Boxster. Fourth to number 7, Dan Gick, should say, and fifth number 91, Stephen and Felix Archer. Running out top 6 was the 23 car of Stuart Ings, who won Class 3. 7th was number 25, the McHughes. 8th, number 35, the Craigos. 9th, number 30, the Sampsons. And 10th, number 60, which was Roger Coy and Callum Lockie. A bit further back, you'd got the Class 4 winner. That's Chris Valentine and David Hornsey. They were 14th overall in the number 88 car. And I think we had 17 cars that made it to the end. So the Carmel Porsche Trophy, that's going to continue at the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit in a month or so's time. Then they go to Thruxton, Snetterton, Anglesey in September, where they'll join up with the 750 Motor Club again, and then they will all sort of split off into various teams and race in the Burkitt 6-hour relay race at Silverstone on the 22nd of October. Still plenty of racing to come here at Donington Park this afternoon. We're back to sprint racing next, but staying with sports cars because it's the second of 3 races today for the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship. And then we get our 125-minute race underway. That's the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, which is going to be a little bit behind schedule, but we'll hopefully catch up some time as the rest of the afternoon goes on. There's then a second race is for bike sports and Formula V, and another MR2 race to round out the 9-race programme here at Donington Park. You can see drivers are down in the pit lane, so let's go down and hear from Matt Suckling.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, down here with our race winners from that Porsche All Trophy race. Well done to Matt, well done to Toby. Toby, you brought the car home towards the end there. We spoke to Matt after his stint. He predicted a 1:45 from you. Didn't quite achieve that, but you still won.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think that's probably a little bit of a step too far today, but main thing was just bring the thing home in one piece, shiny side up, pointing the right direction. So that was the name of the game.
It was quite close at one point down the back there. I think you tried to go to the inside of number 51 and nearly went into the gravel.
Yeah, a little bit hairy, but yeah, it's fine. It's he gave me space as well, so yeah, fair play all round. Really great, really good shout to everyone, and thanks for SW for a great car.
Yeah, a great way to start the year with a win here at Donington.
Absolutely, let's hope there's more.
Good stuff. And Matt, you were watching there, seeing what Toby was doing. Were you pleased?
I was for the most part of it. Yeah, take that. Yeah, it got a bit hairy at one point, but no, just glad to see the car come back. And big thanks to Stuart and the team at SW for building such a fantastic car straight out the box. So yeah, big things to come.
And again, that gap between first and second was coming down. And do you think he was going to do it? Was it kind of in your mind there who was going to get it done?
Yeah, he was always going to get it done. But yeah, I mean, racing's full of surprises, so you're never really 100% sure. But yeah, I knew he had it in him. So just a case of picking the moment, and he did that. So.
Good stuff. Well done, Matt. Well done to Toby as well. Congratulations. Hopefully see them back at Brands. Let's have a quick chat with Christian. First off, well done, Christian. Brought the number 51 home in second place. A good close fight there towards the end.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, I just struggled to keep up with that car on the straight, to be honest. I mean, class up, so yeah, I had to get on him down the craners through the odd hairpin, but not much I can do.
You're in a different class, of course, so yeah, the power is not quite there, but you win your class as well.
Yeah, that's the main thing, I think. So yeah.
And should we bring Dad in, John? Do you want to have a chat with us, John? You did the first in there. How was it for you?
Yeah, good start. But you know, you got to remember that who you're racing, and we're not really racing that car. But when you get towards the end of the race, and he's in P1 with about 5-second lead, you start thinking maybe he could win it. I'm really pleased. You drove really well.
Yeah. What can you say to that?
I gave my best, but you know, that's all there was.
We've got plenty more racing to go this year, so it should be a good few races.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I can't do too many rounds. I got my A-levels this year, so we're going to struggle to do all the rounds, but we'll do as many as we can. So yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, guys. Thank you very much indeed. That's all we've got time for now, because we have the next race for the Toyota MR2 Championship, which don't have a green flag lap. So we'll hand straight back up to Ian and Josh.
Yeah, second race of the day for the Toyota MR2 Championship. Let's quickly rattle through the grid for you. Front row, 27 and 26, Sean Traynor and Paul Cook. Row 2 is 11 and 31, Adam Lockwood and Ben Rowe. Third row, 84 and 71, Neil Stratton and Graham Mailings. On row 4, it's 77 and 41, Tom Mailings and Alistair Topley. Row 5, 22 and 78, Nick Williamson and Jim Mew. Row 6 is 82 and 69, Andrew Ruthven and Daniel Bryant. On the 7th row, it's 8 and 86, Tim Heron and Lee Brown. Row 8 is 5 and 19, Dave Hemingway and Cameron Bell. Row 9, 25 and 24, Richard Centre and Paul Hudson. On the 10th row, 99 and 68, William Boggis and Jim Cook. Row 11, 30 and 88, 30 Andy Williams and 80 David Bustard. 14 Gareth Baxter and 67 Simon Quinn on the 12th row. 13th row is 56 Nathan Harrison and 52 Nick Emily. Martin Davis 55 and Tim O'Brien 76 on the penultimate row, and then it's 39 Tim Risley and Rhys Dorman row 13. And actually there's one more car, which is Sam Harper on row 16. So that's the way it lines up, and the car's almost in position there for this second of 2 races today for the Toyota MR2 Championship. As we explained earlier on, the grid being split up into 3 thirds, with each third racing twice. Green flag waves at the back. Drivers need to get the doors closed because the 5-second board is shown. Red lights about to go on then for 15 minutes of racing here at Donington Park for the Toyota MR2 Championship. Shortly to get underway. It's Sean Traynor on pole position in the white car. It's the yellow and grey car of Paul Cook next to him. Revs starting to rise now. Red lights go on. And out they go. And it's a good start by Sean Traynor. Not such a good start by Paul Cook. It looks like Adam Lockwood's made a decent start. He's slotting in behind there. Behind the race leader, Sean Traynor. Also making a good start is Ben Rowe in the number 31 car, the perennial front runner in this championship as well. But it looks like it's Sean Traynor that's going to have the advantage as they drop down through the Craner curves for the first time. 31 cars due to take the start of this race. A mixture of Mark 1s, Mark 2s and Mark 3s. It should be a Mark 3 Roadster out in front once we pick the cars up at the old hairpin, which we will do in just a second. So we think it's Sean Traynor that is ahead. Here he is as he heads up towards Schwantz Curve for the first time. He's got Adam Lockwood behind him.
That's right. Poor start, as you were saying, from Paul Cook, and he's dropped way back. So he has work to do as the field turn their way then through McLean's and up towards Coppice, where Sean Traynor leads the way. It's going to be hard to beat him on the form of the earlier race where he won round 1 of the championship. This is round 2 for some people, including him, and round 1 for others, as they make their way down the exhibition straight. Absolutely door to door there is that Jim Mew in 78, I think. In 71 is Mailings, so that's Graham Mailings and Jim Mew that run side by side. You've got Alistair Topley there, who is there in the Rogue Motorsport prepared car, the Mark II. But for second place, Ben Rowe challenging Adam Lockwood. Then in the gap back to 4th, where Mailing still has Jim Mew trying to find a way past. This time Mew gets down the inside for the hairpin. But at the moment, Adam Lockwood actually is going with race leader Sean Traynor. And for 4th, well, they're still side by side. But Jim Mew is ahead. Alistair Topley is side by side behind them with the car of Neil Stratton. So plenty of battles early on, but Adam Lockwood doing what Aaron Cook struggled to do earlier and going with Sean Traynor.
Yeah, absolutely right. The first 3 have broken away because Ben Rowe's there as well. Then there's this gap back to number 78, Jim Mew, who started on row 5 up to 4th position. He's made a great start and got ahead of Graham Mailings, who started 4 places ahead of him indeed on the opening lap of the race. Field all filtering through Redgate Corner for the second time. A few bright pink liveried cars. We see the number 14 car going through as well. That's Gareth Baxter. He's a driver that we've seen in a Mark 1 in the past, and he's one of these that's made the switch to a Roadster in Mark 3. There is the 27 car then of Sean Traynor, still ahead of the number 11 car, Adam Lockwood, in second place. And then here's this next group of cars, which includes Ali Topley, doesn't it, in the 41 Mark II.
Yeah, he's up there in 6th. We just saw the best of the Mark 1s that are getting there. He's sideways. That was Dave Hemingway, who runs in 14th, which at the start of that was only 1 place behind Paul Kirk, the podium finisher from race 1, the driver that started on the front row, but has obviously had some problems getting the car off the line, and therefore has work to do to get back through the field. And the field come en masse down towards the S's. Some battles further back in the pack here we look out for, including 99, which is William Bogus, new driver to the series, and there is 13, Rides Dorman, who's been around the MR2 Championship for a few seasons.
Yeah, Dan Sylvester, being asked on the comments, is not in this race, I don't think. He'll be out later on. We've got a yellow flag at the Melbourne hairpin. We know not why. As Alistair Topley, I should say, makes his way past Jim Muno. Is that up into 4th position? We'll try and get that confirmed. Yes, it is. He's now up into 4th and 2nd of the Class B cars, the Mark II cars. So it's Sean Traynor leading, Adam Lockwood in 2nd. 3rd is Ben Rowe. 4th now is Ali Topley. 5th is Jim Yu. 6th is Graham Mailings. And 7th is the Neil Stratton number 84 car. That's the bright yellow Roadster. And then 8th is the number 69 car, which is that of Danny Bryant.
A little bit of news from the earlier race, Ian. Aaron Cook has lost his 2nd place finish for exceeding track limits.
Right, where does he classified in the end?
Ended up being 6th, so that's a bit of drama and a little bit of sort of warning for the rest of the MR2 Championship drivers not to exceed track limits.
Absolutely right, so that's a blow for him at the start of his championship campaign. I'm sure Sean Traynor will be keeping his wheels between the white lines as a result of that, to make sure his victory here is not in doubt. We've watched these 3 roadsters together, and it is fantastic to see more and more of these roadsters coming out. It's a really affordable way to go racing in a really nicely set up car, this, the Mark III Roadster.
Absolutely, and they are coming out on top so far. And Adam Lockwood is going really well, isn't he, in the 2nd position. Only 6/10 behind race leader Sean Traynor. Here is Jim Yu in 5th, 6th Graham Mailing, 7th Neil Stratton, 8th Daniel Bryant. And they turn their way then through the S's and onto the Grand Prix loop. There is Lockwood. He is still with race leader Sean Traynor, who runs out wide, and this gives Adam Lockwood the chance to draw up alongside the race leader, the former champion Sean Traynor. But Traynor just about has that covered on the inside line. But Adam Lockwood here is certainly taking it to Traynor, who was a little bit sideways there through the Goddard hairpin. That means at the end of 3 laps, nothing can separate the 2 leading cars, with Adam Lockwood going after the race lead and looking up the inside.
He is. Paul Cook 12th. We didn't see, I don't think, what happened to him, but
well, he made that really slow start, and it hasn't really got going since, has
he? He's in 12th now. Is he making any progress? Not particularly, no. He's not lapping faster than the cars ahead of him.
So it suggests that there might be some kind of problem that caused the bad start, and he hasn't been able to rectify out on track.
So Ben Rowe flying the flag for the Mark II competitors in this race, in the number 31 car, the Devonian. There he is, just going through shot now, and he's got Ali Topley. Is Topley gaining on him? No, not really. They're lapping in similar kind of lap times, and all of the roadsters in the world arrive together. And it is the 69 car of Danny Bryant that's going to try and make up the move, the former drift driver. He prepares this guy, him, Jim Yu and Adam Lockwood. Well, they're all going pretty strongly in this race. They prepare their cars together.
And Bryant and Stratton side by side through McLean. Stratton runs wide over the curves to give Bryant a bit of extra room to make that move. But a great battle here between the Mark III Roadsters, and they slide a little wide in front of Neil Stratton, so Stratton tries to use that to his advantage to fight back. And so 6th, 7th and 8th all together into the S's, but late on the brakes is the first of them, Jim Yu, to hang on in the KW car, and he's got a good exit to the S's. Not such a good exit for Danny Bryant, which gives Neil Stratton a little hope to try and make a move. He looks up the outside, can't make it. Behind them is former race winner Nick Williamson and Tim Herron, a who's been around the MR2 Championship, what feels like forever, and is that Heron that goes for a spin?
You're doing really well today, Josh. Yeah, he's off the circuit. He's been racing in the MR2s for a long time, but you wouldn't necessarily know it from that. Up towards Goddard he goes. 7 minutes of the race to go, about halfway through. So it's 27 Sean Trainer that leads. 11 Adam Lockwood is second. Third is 31 Ben Rowe. Fourth is 41 Ali Topley. Fifth is 71 Graham Mailing. Sixth is 78 Jim Mew. And then 7th and 8th are side by side as they go into Redgate Corner. And at the moment, I still can't pick which one of them's ahead. It was 69 Danny Bryant as they cross the timing line. But I think it's going to be Neil Stratton ahead as they dive down through the Craner curves this time. Yes, it is. So it's 84 Neil Stratton in 7th, 69 Danny Bryant in 8th, and it's Nick Williamson in 9th place only in number 22, further back than we normally see him, and 10th, number 77 Tom Mailings.
Yeah, that's right. Almost pushing along there was Neil Stratton, but there are the leaders. Very little between Sean Trainer and Adam Lockwood. But here's that battle that I think are being caught by Nick Williams, and especially by Thomas Mailings. Tom Mailings is as quick as the top 4 there in 10th place. He went well in race 1 until he had a little issue, so he's trying to come back through. But here are the leaders. Adam Lockwood really going well. Sean Trainer is lapping about a second slow in the earlier race, so whether that's track conditions or the car's not quite as it was in race 1. We have seen a bit of track maintenance, haven't we, over the course of the day.
Lockwood's got a fresher car, hasn't he? Because he's not been out in the earlier race, so that may count for something as well.
Whatever the case is, it's meaning we've got a good battle up front, and Sean Trainer's being made to work harder than he did earlier on. Adam Lockwood, who's still quite new to this because he was in the Mark 1, wasn't he, not that long ago, switching to the Mark 3 Roadster in recent years. And Ben Rowe's not falling away particularly far, not as far as the other Mark 2s did in race 1, so Ben Rowe going well. He seemed to have a bit of a problem season last year, didn't he? Wasn't right at the front end, so he'll be happy to be there in 3rd place, and only a couple of seconds behind the leaders. There was a car that had stopped there on the side of the road. Not too sure who that might have been, but the leaders that are lapping slower than Ben Rowe behind them, 2.3 seconds the gap, continue their way down the Craner curves. We did how many laps in race 1? We did 8 laps, and we're on lap 6 in race 2. There is Ben Rowe.
Yeah, a couple of laps to go at the end of this one. Feels about right. We're watching Ben Rowe, number 31, make his way out of the old hairpin towards Schwantz curve.
Taking he hasn't done much for the delivery of the car lately because it's still got Motors TV stickers on it, which it's from a while ago.
That seems like a very Ben Rowe kind of thing to do, really, doesn't it? It turns up and races it, and that's the most important thing. He spends most of the rest of his life driving to and from Devon with the car in the back of the truck, I think. Anyway, 4 minutes of the race left to go. He's doing a great job of driving in 3rd place, and Ali Topley in 4th place, number 41, is not really catching him. Topley is now getting away, or continuing to get away from 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th, the 4 battling roadsters headed by Graham Mailings. But Rowe, championship runner-up a couple of 2 or 3 years ago, wasn't he, I think? Had a big battle with Sean Trainer for the championship for a lot of the season, and then there was a collision at Coombe, I seem to recall, and it sort of all resolved itself in favour of Sean Trainer that year.
Yeah, Ben Rowe finished 3rd in 2017 and then 2nd in 2018.
Yeah, I think it was 2018 I was thinking of there with that incident. And he's still got the leaders in sight, hasn't he? I think he might even be a little bit closer than he was a lap ago, if anything. We'll see if that's borne out. It was 2 seconds between 2nd and 3rd at the end of the previous lap. There's going to be 2 laps to go as they start now lap 7. There's a yellow flashing light, which means there might be a yellow flag because of that car that stopped at the edge of the pit lane.
So I think that could be Cameron Bell. He hasn't come through recently, so it might be him.
Okay. So the gap, 2nd to 3rd, that did come down by 1.7 seconds, or to 1.7 seconds, with Ben Rowe doing his personal best lap on the last lap of 154.91. Oh, and there's more cars involved now. The Hooligan Racing car of Rhys Dorman is out, and the other one involved there is David Mustard, I think. So I think those 2 have come to grief. So we'll see if there's any further caution or intervention.
Last they came through, they were 8 seconds apart, so not quite sure how they've
conspired to get together.
Yeah. Although saying that, they both did a slower last lap, so I wonder if their contact was earlier on and they've both pulled off in what is a fairly safe position. As a sideways Jim Mew in 5th place. We've sort of got 6 cars that have got themselves together here, but Jim Mew at the head of it was taking a Larry line through McLean's.
He's got ahead of Graham Mailings. Mailings at Coppice has fought back, though, on the inside line in the red Roadster. And has he done it? Yes, he has. I think that he's not going to have the line down into Fogarty. Yes, is he? So you've got them side by side for 5th, Mew and Graham Mailings, and a spin for number 82. That's Andrew Ruthven, the Coventry driver. He's gone off at McLean's into the gravel, but how's this sorted itself all out? Well, the answer is that Graham Mailings has lost ground here.
Yeah, he's behind Danny Bryant. I don't think, as you said, he was on not the optimal line heading into the S's, so that's given Mew the position. Bryant has come through, and now Neil Stratton's having a go as well. And behind Thomas Mailings, Tom Mailings comes up the inside of Nick Williamson, so it's all shuffled its way around in a bad way for Dad, but a better way for Son and a bit further back.
Ben Rowe on that lap has lost a bit of ground to the lead. Adam Lockwood's transponder still playing up, I think, so he's not showing yet on our time screen. I think there he is. He's flipped through now. He's still 3/4 of a second behind Sean Traynor. We're working the last lap now. There's yellow flags going into Redgate, so no overtaking here. So hopefully these will stay line astern, as they are immaculately right now, with Nick Williamson now at the back of that group in the Roadster number 22, just trying to latch himself on for the final couple of miles or so of racing.
And behind them is Paul Cook, who has made no progress whatsoever, so obviously some type of problem with that car, you would think, because he was a podium finisher earlier on. So not the best of second races for him, as Jim Mew and Danny Bryant in 5th and 6th positions turn their way through. The Morgan Finch MR2 there of Bryant has a good run out of the old hairpin and up the hill to McLean's, and he can't get through, but behind Graham Mailings is back in front of Neil Stratton after that side-by-side moment they had a little bit earlier. But for the final few corners, Sean Traynor has to hold on to what is about a half a second or so lead over Adam Lockwood, who hops over the curves.
Yeah, he should be able to do it, though, from here for his second victory of the day, and a very good start to his bid to regain the title, which he's lost over the past couple of seasons to Aaron Cook. He'll be hoping, well, Sean, that's sort of been a sort of temporary loaning, like a library book to Aaron Cook, and Sean Traynor's won it 4 times in recent seasons. Will be able to add to his tally of championships. He's through Goddard hairpin for the final time, and so for the second time today we say that it is Sean Traynor that wins in the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship from Adam Lockwood in 2nd place. 3rd place is going to go the way of Ben Rowe. He wins the Mark II class. 4th place goes to Ali Topley, another race where he's had a better race than qualifying session. And then it's quite a gap back to 5th. And who's that going to be? It's going to be Danny Bryant this time. Or is it, by the time they get to the line, it is by about a car and a half length. Danny Bryant is going to take the checkered flag from Jim Mew in 6th place. And then just waiting for confirmation as it comes up on screen. Yeah, Graham Mailings 7th, Neil Stratton 8th, Tom Mailings 9th, and Nick Williamson 10th, with only 3 seconds covering those half a dozen cars.
Across the line there goes Dave Hemingway, the best of the Mark 1s, and during the course of that race he set the new lap record there, 1 minute 57.60, which displaces Toby Sowery, who was here guesting, 7 or 8 years ago with a certain George Russell.
He was, as they were going to get licence signatures. Good drive that from Sam Harper as well, because he started 31st. Issues no doubt in qualifying for Sam, but came back to finish 12th and did his personal best lap on the last lap of 1:57.50 as well. And you sense that if he'd started a bit further near the front, he could have been contending for a top 10 position. So a good drive from Sam Harper. Let's have a look at the results at the end of the second of the day's Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2 Championship races. Again, easy for me to say. The win after 8 laps went to Sean Traynor. He was 0.85 seconds clear of Adam Lockwood in 2nd place, number 11. So 27 from 11. 3rd was number 31, Ben Rowe, winning Class B. 4th, number 41, Ali Topley. 5th to number 69, Danny Bryant. 6th to number 78, Jim Mew. 7th was number 71, Graham Mailings. In 8th place was number 84, Neil Stratton. 9th was number 77, Tom Mailings. And Nick Williamson, number 22, rounded out the top 10. Paul Cook, as Josh said, no real progress. He made it to 11th. Sam Harper did make progress to get 12th, and then 13th was Dave Hemingway, setting the new Mark 1 lap record on his way to 13th overall and the class win. Tim Heron, despite that spin, finished 14th, and Richard Centre, despite a retirement from race 1, finished 15th. Let's have a look a bit further back. Another Mark 1 driven by Nathan Harrison, 21st. Lee Brown was 22nd in that one. Nick Emily, 25th. We did lose a few though. Rhys Dorman, David Mustard. We also lost the number 30 car of Andy Williams during the course of that race. And also Tom Risley and Cameron Bell. Tim Risley, I should say. Anyway, there's one more race to come for the Toyo Tyres Toyota MR2s. That's right at the end of the day's programme. We'll see his mildly modified MR2s out again later. We've got more races still to come. Coming up next, though, we've got the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, then Bike Sports and Formula V, before we see MR2s once again. And we look forward to seeing the MR2s back out later on. And they're actually out again in 12 days' time at Silverstone for their next round of the championship as well. So it's a busy start to the season for the MR2s. Let's hope very shortly that we'll be able to head down to the pit lane and hear from our race winner, Sean Traynor, after his second victory of the day. And we can now go down to hear from Matt with Sean.
Yeah, thanks very much. Down here with our race winner, which is Sean Traynor for the second time today. Sean, that one was a closer affair, wasn't it?
Oh, it was, yeah. I had a little bit of a misfire. It wasn't causing too much of an issue, but just at the points where I sort of needed a bit of power, it just wasn't quite giving it to me. And he was just so fast, set into the old hairpin. I was making probably a second gap, and he was just pulling it all back there every time. I was like, just go away for a minute. But no, it's good. 2 wins, I can't complain. But I've got to say, can I say to my grandson at home, he's been watching all day, and he's absolutely loving it. So, hello, Louis, enjoy it.
I'm sure he did. That was a great race, as we said there. The guys did actually speak upstairs about your pace, about a second off from what we had in race 1, so that explains it.
Yeah, and it was down a bit, and I think it's a little bit warmer out there. I don't know if we were all off a little bit on the pace, yeah. Oh, yeah? Right. So, yeah, I think it... Yeah, well, I think we're all down slightly, so... But it was a little bit of a miss, so we'll have to find that before Snetterton in a couple of weeks.
Well, you're done for the day, 2 wins. You can now relax.
Yeah, I can go and have a little drink and watch the race.
Good stuff. Well done, Sean. Many congratulations to you. Adam Lockwood finishing in second place. As Sean said there for you, you put the pressure on.
I tried. There's certain places where I was a little bit quicker. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get past there. There's certain places that Sean was quicker, and he just managed to keep ahead. Made a couple of mistakes a little bit later on, and he managed to keep ahead. But yeah, I'm pleased to be up the sharp end again. So it makes a lot of difference.
It's good to see you there. It's your first race, of course, of the day, so you're a little bit fresher as well.
Yeah, definitely. And like Sean said, the pace is off a little bit from qualifying actually, but I think that the warmer track temps are probably not helping that. But yeah, see what I can do with Aaron Cook in race race 3 for the group. So race 2 for me.
And of course, you're in the same class, aren't you? So that should be an interesting fight.
Yeah, should be good. Looking forward to it.
Good stuff. So well done, Adam. Many congratulations to you. Let's bring in Ben Rowe. Sorry, Ben. I know you're chatting away to Sean there. You win your class there. You kept very well with the top 2.
I did, yeah. I was just saying, that's my first proper podium in 2 years. So me and Sean used to dice all the time. But then there's 1 or 2 quick guys have come along in between, and they sort of fill gaps in between his times and my times. But I'm really pleased with that. Really, really pleased.
We thought you might have a little bit of a fight with Paul Cook, but there seemed to be some issues. He dropped down the field at the start.
Did he? I wondered. I mean, I didn't see him after he got his poor start, but when I was looking in the mirror, I could see Al behind me and I couldn't see Cookie, so I figured he maybe had a problem. But I mean, Al was keeping me very honest. He was coming. He was definitely. I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't the fastest car on the circuit. For certainly the latter half of the race, because he was coming and coming.
And again, for the top 2 there, about the track conditions, have they changed slightly with the oil being dropped down?
Well, the hairpin was definitely quite naughty. I mean, if you got too much on the power on the apex, you would lose the back end. But I mean, that was kind of fairly obvious after the first lap. The rest of the circuit was fine. I was saying to the boys, I sorted out my suspension geometry after qualifying, because I was driving along like this in qualifying. It was clearly not right. I'd messed it up at home, so I redid it when we were here, and the car seemed to go all right. I was on the pace, so we'll see how we go in race 2. So.
Yeah, good stuff. Well done, Ben.
Thank you very much.
There we go, our top three then from the race there. Ben Rowe with winning class, and then Adam Lockwood second, and the race win for the second time today to Sean Traynor. We'll leave it there. We've got a very big grid to get through for our feature race of the day, which is 2 hours and 5 minutes, and that's handed over to the Tagiwa Club Endurance Championship. So we'll head back upstairs to Ian and Josh.
Yeah, very big grid indeed for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. First round of the 2022 season. Of course, we're expecting, I think, 53 cars out on circuit for this one. Very busy track that we had in qualifying. Of course, this is a 125-minute race for 1-2. I think in one case doing 3 drivers of just hearing that Carl Swift is doing the whole of the race on his own in the number 1 car, which starts on pole position. Thanks for that information from James Winstanley. So Carl Swift doing the whole of the race on his own. So although it says Rob Baker there on screen, it's actually going to be Carl Swift doing the full race on his own, as we say, in the number 1 car, and alongside him is going to be number 37, Andy Marston. The second row on the inside has number 69, Matthew Hampson, and number 49, William Stacey. On the third row, it's 34, which is David Griffin, and the number 11 car being started by Adam Blair. On to row 4, 100 will be started by Steve Laidlaw, and number 2 is Ben Rushworth at the start of the race. Row 5 on the inside is number 32, Leon Bidgeway. He'll be alongside 92, Phil Knibb. Row 6 is 43, Steve Cheetham, and Sammy Venables starts car 70. On the 7th row, number 14 is Chris Freeman, and the 6th car will be started by Matthew Wallace. On row 8, it's number 42, Paul Clark, and beside him will be 22. That's Luke Browse starting that one. On row 9, it's the 179 car of David Gooding and the 12 car of Scott Parkin. On row 10, it's 27 and 20, and 5 I should say. 27 is Mark Rice at the wheel of that one to start with, and 5 Jonathan Packer. Then on row 11, it's 91 and 44. 91 is Chris Plaskett, and 44 is going to be started by Stuart Dayburn. On the 12th row, it's 51 Luke Handley, and the 13 car of Matt Fazy at the start of the race. On the 13th row, it's going to be 7, which is Jonathan Barrett, and 67 Julian McBride. Then on row 14, it's the 191 car of Oliver Owen, and the 63 car being started by Stuart Mead. On the 15th row, it's 166 Nicole Drought and 16 Phil Dryborough. On the 16th row, it's 53, which is going to be started by someone who is sharing with Michael Dart, but we don't know who that is, I don't think. And the 881 car starting by Lewis Rose. On the 17th row, it's going to be number 50, Cam Walton on the inside, and 15, Colin Gillespie beside him. Then on, what are we up to? Row 18 now. 8 is going to be started by Matthew Tidmarsh, and number 76, Michael Downey next to him. On the 19th row, it's 101. That's going to be Nick Grove to start off with. And the 10 car, in fact, is going to be Robert Fennick beside him. Then on the 20th row, it's 130. That's going to be started by Luca Diella. And 235 is going to be started by Joel Oswick. On the 21st row, it's 188, Graham Kelly. And 481, Edward Christie. Then on row 22, it's the 58 car. That's being started by Neville Jones, and 3 by John Munro. The 23rd row has 66 Jonathan Hayes and 98 Roy Baptiste. And then on row 24, it's 97 Dave Connell and 192 Darren Anderson. On row 25, on the inside, it's number 888, should say, which is being started by Matt Dennis, and number 4 is Reese Lysett beside him. On row 26, it's number 23, James Miller starting that car, and 187 is going to be started by George Healer. And then at the back of the grid, having been disqualified from the qualifying session, it's going to be Joe Williams. So let's now take a short break before we head down to business for the first Tagiwa Club Enduro race of the year. So the rolling lap underway for the opening round of the 2022 Jaguar Club Enduro Championship. Pole position then on his own for the whole race is going to be Carl Swift, Josh, and well, that adds a different dimension to things, doesn't it?
Well, in some ways, but in other ways perhaps not, because him and Rob Baker are usually pretty evenly matched. Obviously, the only other thing is Carl Swift's got to drive for a bit longer than what actually normally would do, but I doubt it'll make too much of a difference, as it might have done with some different driver duos. And with Alpha Live for the 2022 Club Enduro Championship, we have onboard cameras, Ian.
Yeah, we do, and the number 13 car we can see there, that's the car being started by Matt Fazy, the self-prepared Porsche Cayman. He's sharing with Steve Hewson, who won their respective class championships, and Steve Hewson won it overall in 2018, so that's one of our onboard cars. The other onboard car is the Class A, number 43 Porsche Boxster of Steve Cheetham, so hopefully we'll see that during the course of this race. But a very varied grid, as you can see. 53 cars we should have on it. There's the last couple of them at the back. The last car is that car that had that problem in qualifying, Joe Williams in the Golf. The infringement meant that he was put to the back of the grid in the number 99.
That's right. Fantastic looking grid this is, though, for this 2 hours and 5 minutes motor race with a capacity grid of 53 cars on this Donington Park Grand Prix circuit. 3 classes based on power to weight ratio. A pit stop in quite a big sort of middle part of the race, from 30 minutes to 110 minutes into the race. And each pit stop has to be 3 minutes, and there's just one car on circuit that will have to also serve a penalty for having a professional racing driver, and that will be the 179, which is started by David Goodin, but Nigel Greenstall will be getting into that.
Yeah, I mean that's based on the official definition of professional as per the championship regulations, but there are some other very talented and experienced drivers in there, possibly not always having done as much circuit racing recently. But you see, for example, the number 11 car, which is starting on row 3. You've got Adam Blair in there, from a British Formula 3 Championship driver, Porsche Carrera Germany driver as well in the early 2000s. So he's not raced at the sort of very high levels recently.
We just rode on board there with another former champion, that was Steve Cheetham, and we will have more views of that, I'm sure, over the course of this race. And here is Matt Fazy then, having his first run in this Steve Hewson run, driven and built Cayman. But the race is about to get underway.
Safety car peels in then. 125 minutes of racing around Donington Park for the Jaguar Club Enduro Championship. Get underway now. Lights have gone out and away we go. And it's Carl Swift and Andy Marston then, but it's Marston that's made the best of the starts. Or has he? Swift goes down the inside into Redgate Corner for the first time. Big grid of cars. They're still coming out of Goddard's as the leads already at Hollywood. It is such a huge field that we have. They're still coming out. I think that's finally it. But there we go. It's the Carl Swift car leading, and it's Marston in second place.
And you mentioned Adam Blair. He's third already, I think, from 6th. Marston's car, they had a bit of fluid coming out of it. I think it's just where it's overfilled. But there's cars almost on the grass there coming down in towards the old hairpin, where it's very, very busy. But for second place, here comes Adam Blair then in that Audi TT, right on terms with Andy Marston, who's been a winner in Club Enduro races in the past. You've got the little Lotus there, Liam Bidgeway, being absolutely dwarfed by all the cars around him. But he just about managed to squeeze through. Here's Steve Cheetham, who's chasing after, I think, the David Griffin car. There's another of the Lotuses. That's the Exige Cup car just in front of the 13 car. That's the car started by Matt Fazy. You've also got David Goodin's E36 M3 involved in all of that. So here's the Bidgeway Griffin and Sammy Venables battle in that newly built BMW M4. That's a car that's been built by the Elite Motorsport team. And down there as well, there's Goodin under pressure from Julian McBride and his newly liveried E46 M3. So a busy first lap of the race, as we've come to expect from the Jaguar Club Enduro races, but it's not all good for everybody.
No, and that is the number 4 Reese Lysett car making the switch from F1000, showing with ex-rallyman Steve Brockington in the Together We Progress Racing entry. It's not gone well for that car so far. Might be an early pit visitor. So end of lap 1, then Carl Swift it is that leads by 1.23 seconds from Andy Martin in second place. Adam Blair is in third. Steve Laidlaw is in fourth position in the number 100 Seat Leon TCR car as well, the All Yorkshire team. And then in fifth place it's the 49 car, which is the Will Stacey Lotus Elise.
That's right, big puff of smoke there out the side of the E90 M3 of David Griffin, who hasn't had the best of starts. He started 5th. He's dropped to 9th behind Leon Bidray's Lotus Exige. There's Adam Blair in that fantastic looking Audi TT. Here's Will Stacey in the upgraded Lotus Elise. He was winner hit this meeting a year ago in Class B. He now runs in Class A and he's running up there in 5th position. As the field flow their way through, it's free abreast through Coppice Corner, and through the middle goes Leon Bidray. He was getting past Matthew Hampson there and trying also to pass David Griffin, but then the Lotus doesn't have the power down the straights. It all equalises out on power to weight ratio, so the lighter weighted cars will be quicker through the corners, but the bigger, more powerful cars obviously quicker down the straights, and Leon Bidray manages to just about keep Sammy Venables at bay.
Lot of speed. This is being carried by Steve Cheetham. This one, isn't it? The number 43 Boxster. You can see the hydration system he's got on board there as well, which will be needed because he's driving that car solo for 125 minutes. The man from Manchester.
And Bidray, they're under pressure from Venables. He's in the middle of a three-wide battle there almost with Steve Cheetham. There's the Audi coming through just behind. That car was started by Mark Grice. They qualified 19th and they'd got up to 15th by the end of the first lap. The Audi RS3. We haven't seen many of these race in the UK, so great to have it here in the Club Enduro Championship. Not great for everyone, including the Volkswagen Sirocco, this car that's come from from Eastern Europe. Stuart Mead has been involved in an incident.
Yeah, and it looks like there's been a touch there, doesn't there, with the BMW also in shot there, which I think was the Jonathan Barrett Saxon Motorsport car number 7. Quite possibly. 63 car for Stuart Mead, as you say, the 1992 European Superkart champion has come to grief there as well in the car he shares with the very experienced John Maudsley.
Yeah, that was a car they've only got recently. As I said, apparently that's an Eastern European touring car that they've brought over for this year. Car number 10 there round the outside with Robert Fennick, who is sharing with Beach Dean's Andrew Howard for this race, and he's come up through the order, it seems, at the start of this race.
Yeah, so we've got those two cars stranded there at the Melbourne hairpin. So
safety car.
I was about to anticipate that might be required, but there we see the flag on screen and the board as well. Safety car is out. Well, this is too early for pit stops, of course, because the pit lane window isn't open yet, and it doesn't open until we've had 30 minutes.
That's right. So we're a little way away from that. So the first appearance, I think, we had one in bike sports, didn't we?
We did.
But first appearance sort of in the beginning of the race, anyway, for the 750 Motor Club safety car. So Rob Baker will be picked up by that. So there's just a lapped car that will have to be waved through. But then Rob Baker in that Seat Leon Cupra TCR. I'm not sure if that's the same car they raced last year, because that's in a different livery, and it looks like the newer type of Seat. Can't be sure of that, but we might get confirmation.
I've not had any information provided specifically on that car. Some encouragement for Ben Rushworth on the YouTube comments. He is running in 6th place at the moment in the Seat. His first time out in Club Enduro, the Hot Hats champion from a couple of years ago, sat out the last couple of years due to the hassle and the boom of his own business. So good news that Ben's business is going well. Machina Motorsport.
He's been invited along, hasn't he, by Corton Miller, who runs that car. And I think he shares it with a former Time Attack racer, James Ramsden. And Ben Rushworth is currently in 6th, where he qualified in 8th. So he gained a couple of places at the start there. And his lap times are it's quicker than 2 cars in front, so they might be able to make progress once this safety car period is over. But there's rescue units down there at the Melbourne Loop, so it'll be a few moments before we get any more racing. Let's talk about the classes. We haven't really had a chance to do that, have we? So in Class B, it's Scott Parkin making his second race in Club Enduro. We saw Scott Parkin out the end of last year in a Class A car. Now he's out in his, I think it's a diesel Volkswagen Golf, and he's got himself up ahead of Chris Freeman and Jonathan Packer. So it's all Golfs to the front of Class B. And then in Class C, it's Graham Kelly's BMW 325i that leads from that free driver shared car, which with them having to make an extra pit stop, it's not going to be ideal. That's Joe Oswick that starts that one, and third in class is car number 3, John Munro, starting the Mazda MX-5 with Nick Dougal, who a couple of days ago was racing a Mazda 2 at Snetterton, so going a bit quicker this weekend in the MX-5.
Not sure what all of Matt. Maybe he's just doing this to entertain us. Very good, Matt. Yeah. Career in glove puppetry beckons. So that's Matt Fazy in the 13 car, starting that Porsche Cayman 2-litre turbo engine machine. It's just on the classes. Class A, by the way, is for cars up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B up for 240 brake horsepower per tonne, the limit. Class C up to 180 brake horsepower per tonne. There's also this year a new innovation. There's the Clubman Cup, which is for cars that entered production prior to 2010 and don't have an aftermarket sequential gearbox. So there's a few entries in that. Who's leading that? Can we work that one out at this stage?
Pretty sure it's Liam Bidway, who is currently 8th, ahead of. Where is Steve Cheetham got to? Oh, he's 10th, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, he's failed me there for a second. So Steve Cheetham will be 2nd in the Clubman Cup, and then there's the others, I think, quite a bit further down. There's not many cars in the top class overall that are also competing in the Clubman Cup, which score their own points for the first time this year for the slightly older, perhaps a bit less modified cars.
Yeah, and that they also get points within classes A, B and C as well, based on their overall finishing position too, but it's an extra sort of something to race for the old guys. Just at the back of shot there, let's see if we can see this run through shot. You can see the GR Yaris, the white and red and black car. That's being driven by Cam Walton, and he of course the MR2 Class B champion from last year, but this is the very first time that we've had one of these GR Yarises racing in the UK. It's been prepared by Rogue Motorsport, although and that's been going on since last November, although Cam has been getting a bit more hands-on with it in recent times. Of course, it's got the 1.6 litre 3-cylinder turbo petrol engine in it. There we're watching the number 3 car go through. That's John Munro at the moment, the man who produces videos for racing games, the MX-5 or the MX-5 champion in 2016. He's showing that car with Nick Dougal. That's another TWP entered machine. Were those safety car lights out, did I spot, when safety car just cut through shot
I don't think so, because they're still rescue crews down at the hairpin, I can see.
My eyes deceived me then. Yeah, they're still very much on, aren't they?
So obviously this can help a couple of people out. One, those who fuel tanks aren't so good, so therefore they're saving fuel here. So therefore they can go longer into the race. And it also is helping out anyone who's got perhaps a slightly slower or less experienced driver starting the race. And we always see Andy Schulz go well in second half of these races, don't we? That car started 3rd. Matthew Hampson's dropped to 13th so far. But of course, they're not losing time here. And Andy Schulz has proved to be very quick in that BMW E46 M3. So a couple of types of people being helped out by this early safety car.
For those watching the live stream, let's just explain the colours on the timing tower. So the pale blue, which is everyone in the top 10 at the moment, is a Class A car. The red, that is for cars in Class B. And the darker blue colour, those are the cars in Class C. Let's say those splits at 300, 240 and 180 brake horsepower per tonne. So that's just a bit of an explanation for those watching on the live stream at 750mc.co.uk. I'll start that again. 750mc.co.uk/live or via Alpha Live. You can find them on YouTube as well. Alpha Live producing all of the footage here this weekend. Still under safety car here at Donington Park. We've had just about 11.5 minutes of racing, although quite a bit of that has now been behind the safety car. We're going to get at least one more lap behind it as well. A quick some birthday greetings to Julia Harding, one of our volunteer marshals. I think she's having her 50th birthday, if not today then sometime quite soon. Very many happy returns of the day, whichever day it is, to Julia Harding. And once again, many thanks to all of the marshals who support the 750 Motor Club in such good numbers wherever we go around the country, but particularly here at Donington Park. It's been a busy weekend for Donington regulars because they had the two-day Masters meeting over the past couple of days to enjoy as well, or on Friday and Saturday, I should say, in that case. There's that Yaris again. The reason I talk about Yaris is I did used to drive an older shape Yaris many years ago, but it's nice to see that car out there for Cam Walton.
And it's the newest car on the grid as well, I should think, or with the Sayats as well.
Yes, one of the most modern.
2021 spec car, and the car that really was built, the Gazoo Racing version of the Yaris, so they could go World Rally Championship with it, and that has been very successful for Toyota. And Rogue Motorsport have got a close association with Toyota, haven't they?
They do, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And Cam himself, while we're just thinking about that car, he's got experience racing in Australia. He was raced out there in the Toyota 86 Racing Series. He was a championship contender to the final round in his rookie season. That supported V8 supercars, and he got the fastest lap at Bathurst as well. He says that was a very cool experience. Well, I should think it probably was. He got the lap record at Sandown as well. And he was also a race engineer to TCR Australia Championships, winning Hyundai i30N TCR for HMO Customer Racing. Will Brown, the drivers' champion that year in the Australian TCR.
You mentioned Adam Blair earlier. It's cool to have him back out racing, isn't it, with this Audi TT? As you say, back in British Formula 3, had about 40 car entries when he raced in the National Championship a couple of decades ago. I think he's done some enduro car racing, hasn't he?
Yes.
Recently, but this is a big speed increase from there, and he's running really well. He got from 6th to 3rd in about a corner early on, and going well in what is a really nicely prepared Audi TT, which I think is owned by Ryan Parkin. He's a co-driver with the 2-litre TFSI engine for the Dark Side Developments driver. And that's a car that was built by Slide Sports for the Volkswagen Racing Cup a few years ago.
Just going back to Adam Blair, I did pop onto his website yesterday, which is well worth a visit, because in his driver profile, he didn't just list all of his racing achievements, he gave an excuse as to why he didn't do better in each case, including, I think, in Formula 30 in 1998, when apparently all of the first 3 cars in the championship were deemed to be illegal. His wasn't. He was 4th, but they decided not to disqualify them anyway. Anyway, safety cars back in, racing is back underway in the Jaguar Club Enduro Championship, and it's Carl Swift then that leads away from Andy Marston in 2nd, and then it is that man Adam Blair in 3rd place in the Audi.
And Andy Marston's made a great restart. He's right on time with Carl Swift. Here comes Ben Rushworth. He dives up the inside of Will Stacey, but Will Stacey with a lighter car hangs on around the outside. We know that Ben Rushworth can race really well. He won the Hot Hatch Championship, and he won pretty much every Hot Hatch race a few years ago, and he's right there with Will Stacey again, who is a very successful driver in this championship and in Lotus Cup races in the past as well. There's a couple of TCR cars together. That was Matt Wallace ahead of Mark Grice, who continued to make progress at the end before the safety car come in, because he's up to the top 12 now in that Audi. The Seat and the Audi, basically the same car with a different body kit on it, both built by Seat Sport, I think, part of the same group, and already more problems. This is the BMW 328i that's got Joel Oswick starting it.
Yeah, and he stopped it at Redgate Corner in a kind of exposed position, so we'll see what happens with that.
Well, Ben Rushworth's lost a place, so that's not in the plan. Dave Griffin, who didn't make the best of starts in this fantastic-looking E90 M3, is up into the top 6. He did qualify 5th, did Dave Griffin. He is an Australian driver, isn't he, Dave? And he's up there inside the top 6. As Steve Laidlaw there returning to 750 Motor Club Racing, he's 4th. In another of the Seats. The Seats are sort of scattered all the way through the top 20 or so, aren't they? And with this balanced performance type of method that 750 Motor Club have put in for this season, so the Seats fit nicely inside Class A. And very sideways there was Adam Blair, was it?
Yeah, I just because that was into the yellow flag zone, I think, wasn't it? So I wonder if he cottoned on late that there was a yellow flag. I'm not quite sure, but we couldn't see where the yellow flag was.
Well, we know that drivers need to keep in full control of their cars during yellow flag zones.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you don't, then action will be taken.
Well, the tyre is rubbing on the bodywork, isn't it? That's what's going on for Dave Griffin.
That's Chris Freeman very slow through Redgate and Hollywood and delaying cars behind him.
So we still have got yellows there at Redgate corner, so that will all be kept an eye on. Here is Ben Rushworth then. He's not sliding around here, and this is very unusual. I wonder if there's fluid down at Redgate, because there's been at least 3 cars that have had a moment, haven't there?
Yeah, that was Lewis Rose in the Honda Civic EP3.
Luke Handley here is way down the order, 23rd, which is something like 6th in class. Of course, he was the champion for the last 2 years in Class B.
As we are watching the 2 cars here disputing 3rd and 4th position, but we're going to get the safety car again with that situation up at Redgate corner. So a little bit of excitement for 3 or 4 minutes, and then we're back into safety car order again, I'm afraid. Is the safety car? Yeah, the safety car is waiting at the end of the pit lane. Hopefully it will pick up the race leader. It's got a back marker just going through first, which is the James Miller Renault Clio 197. Then the safety car moves out onto track, and it is just about going to pick up Carl Swift, the very experienced Carl Swift, and Andy Marston as well. So we've had less than 20 minutes. We're now on to our 2nd safety car period. Adam Blair there in 3rd place, just taking sort of an interesting line. I don't know if he was aware that there's maybe something down on the circuit on the normal racing line there.
Yeah, I assume that's what's happened, that 3 drivers have had a moment down there, and we saw that BMW expire 1 lap earlier. So whether the track will need to be dressed before we carry on with this race, and whether that will mean we get this safety car period that takes us into the pit window.
Yeah, because it will open in 11 minutes time or so, won't it? And I think some people already on the feed have suggested that there'll be a safety car just as soon as the safety car will head out as soon as the pit lane window is open. Well, it might be out when the pit lane window does open. Suggestions that this is the slippery surface flag out there now, to no one's great surprise, that the Audi TT being driven by Adam Blair looks like the ex-Simon Walton car, which is more than possible, I think, because that was a car prepared for the VW Cup, which did allow Audis in it.
Yeah, Slide Sports, which I think could well be the case.
Is that reslice it near the bottom of the timing screen? Yes, I'm afraid it is.
Yeah, he's made 2 pit stops now. That car's just come down the pits again.
Yeah, first time racing with a roof, of course. He's done F1000 for a couple of seasons now. Teenager from West Midlands.
Well, racing at the moment might be maybe not be the term that he's using.
He's doing some driving, certainly, but probably not as much of it as he would like.
Just saw going through there the Ginetta G40, which is out with Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster, have upgraded from a Mazda MX-5 in Class B to a Ginetta G40 in Class B, so from Class C to Class B. So great to have that out, and that is out in Gulf colours. I think I saw at one point that was sort of in Rothko style livery. They, of course, have the big collection of Gulf coloured race cars, I think, down in Surrey.
13 back on board for some more entertainment, courtesy of Matt Fazy. What's he going to do this time? At the moment, he's keeping his hands on the steering wheel, which is probably an excellent idea. Where is he in the order?
He's moved up the 3rd in Class B. Scott Parkin still leads. Jonathan Packer is now 2nd. I think the pole man, Chris Freeman's dropped to 4th. So up to 3rd for Matt Fazy.
Talking of Scott Parkin leading Class B, I think, I don't know if you've mentioned already, but it's the first time he's raced against his brother Ryan, who of course is sharing with Adam Blair in the number 11, twin brother indeed, Ryan Parkin. But they're in different classes, which I think they've done deliberately to avoid too much in the way of conflict.
Because of course they had this 2-driver effort in multiple cars, didn't they, at the Burkitt Relay?
That's right, as they have done for a couple of years actually, I think.
Until one car broke down, it was all looking quite good.
Yeah, that's right.
Here's the Toyota.
Yeah, there it is. That's the Cam Walton car, and I do think they look great, those little GR Yaris's, I think, and I know that they've been hugely popular on the road. Lots of people have snapped them up. I did have a good think about it myself at one point, because Wonderful little car.
It's also in the Toyota Works livery, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So it looks really good. Rogue Motorsport have done a good job with that to get that ready for racing and to give our Club Enduro Championship. It is running within Class A, sort of well down the order within Class A, but it does just have that 3-cylinder, 1.6 litre turbocharged engine. Safety car continue on for another lap. It looks like that fluid spill has been dealt with. It wasn't a particularly long fluid spill, just from the sort of pit lane exit to the point at which that car stopped, which was the 235 car, wasn't it, the Joel Oswick car?
All we need to do now is try and encourage Alfin Evans or something like that to come out and share the car.
Oh, yeah, there's an idea. Patrick Mortel can work on that one, I'm sure.
Or Sebastian Ogier, of course, has stopped rallying now and has started his circuit racing career.
Well, perfect. It's written in the stars. So this
at the moment, though, it looks like a car that's not quite on the front end of Class A pace, doesn't it?
No, and I guess there's a bit of development to do, and it's going to be a very different car to those Leon TCRs and the sort of beefy BMW M3s as well at the front end. It's going to be very difficult to get it onto this, but I'm sure it won't stop Rogue Motorsport and Cam, who's sort of a race engineer in his own right, doing what's required to get that closer to the sharp end.
There's not many 3-cylinder racing cars either, is there? Especially not in the 750 Motor Club.
Did you not commentate on 50 odd of them yesterday? Those 3-cylinders, aren't they?
Not with 750 Motor Club.
Citrusy ones, no. Anyway.
And depends on what your term of racing car is.
True. Steve Cheatham is who we're on board with at the moment in the number 43 car, the drive from Manchester in the Porsche Boxster. Long-time Porsche racer, of course. He's just sort of going through a shot there as well.
There's the Class B leader there, the Diesel Golf of Scott Parkin, and then the Class B car directly behind. The Class B cars are a bit further down the overall order than sometime we expect because there are so many Class A cars this year, especially at this first meeting. Class C not so well presented here, but there are a lot more registrations, I understand, so expect Class C to expand as the season goes on.
Yeah, the Club Enduro calendar this year, where does that take us? We go to Croft at the end of May for the second round of the championship, then Spa-Francorchamps for 2, I think, 100-minute races there on the 8th and 9th of July.
You sure it's 2 races this year?
I believe so.
Oh, it's just because it said round 1 on
It's one round, but it's a combined result. 31st of July, Snetterton 300, 21st of August, Silverstone International. Snetterton 300 is the 180-minute race. Lights are out on the safety car, by the way, so we're getting racing underway shortly. Silverstone International, Anglesey. Be good to go back there with Club Enduro, and Alton Park to round out the season.
Yeah, I'm sure people are hoping it's not going to be as hot at Snetterton as it was 1 year ago. Otherwise,
especially if you're doing a single driver.
Exactly. Well, there were people pulling out last year because it was too hot. Anyway, it's not that hot here. It's warm enough for Easter Monday, and we're about to get racing back underway. The previous restart, Andy Marston had a go at getting past Cole Swift. Let's see if he can do it again. We're about 25 minutes in, so it'll be 5 minutes to the pit window opens, and Cole Swift has got round the hairpin really well and accelerated away from Andy Marston.
That Reese Lycett car, that's had gearbox issues, by the way, is the news on that one. So, oh what a big moment for Carl Swift, and he's off! He's going to be into the gravel, surely, on the restart. Yes, he is. He's found some fluid that wasn't dressed, I think, more than likely, and he's going to resume, but he's going to resume in 4th or 5th or 6th position.
Nobody else went off, so whether he just changed the brake bias on the car that was wrong, I don't know. But it was a big moment, that is for sure. He managed to keep it out the barriers, and he managed to keep it without losing too many positions. Everybody else is getting into Redgate with no problems. So yeah, very odd and a strange, unusual mistake from Cole Swift. Let's see if we can work out how he went off with a replay here on Alpha Live. So he went across the line. Everybody else is on the same line as him. And as soon as he brakes, it does seem like a brake bias problem rather than anything else. But
yeah, it seems to be. It wasn't fluid, I don't think, but we'll see. Well, we won't hear from Carl Swift during the race, of course. We might hear from him if he wins it, which now will be a taller order than it was. But it would be useful to find out from Carl, if we can, at some point later on, or from his team possibly. Matt Suckling will be down there in the pit lane. What the situation was with there. We're only 3 minutes away, or just under 4 minutes away actually, from the pit lane window opening.
TCR racing out on track between Matt Wallace and between Mark Rice there, Sayat versus Audi. They've got a Porsche in front of them, which is Steve Cheatham's Boxster. In the Class B battle here, that's Matt Fazy going down the inside of Jonathan Packer for second. But here's our new race leader then, Andy Marston, ahead of Adam Blair. Andy Marston goes right to the right-hand side of the circuit, so he is concerned that there could be fluid down after seeing what happened in front of him. There's Cole Swift. He gets 4th place back from Will Stacey down the inside into Redgate Corner, so it hasn't put him off much, and really he didn't lose much time considering what happened. And now we can ride on board with Steve Cheatham, who behind him has Mark Rice now, because Mark Rice has got ahead of Matthew Wallace. And down the Craner curves, how quick are these cars downhill? Very quick indeed. Then down a gear into the old hairpin, well over the curbs on the right hand side of the track, then letting the car run out wide over the curbs on the left, but going no further, because if you do you'll get track limits. And then climbing up the hill through Schwartz curve, through the left-hander, then getting the car straight before braking down a gear into McLean's, and all while trying to keep Mark Rice's Audi RS3 behind him.
Yeah, absolutely good with a rear-facing camera in Steve Cheatham's car at the moment, but it's a front-facing one. He's got a couple of cars not too far behind him. As there we see the Will Stacey car, which is back down to 5th position now that Carl Swift's got back up into P4. There is Steve Cheatham in that 10th position, number 43 car, with just behind him, number 27.
That's the diesel Gulf, isn't it, that's smoking, so that's not to be worried about. And Cole Swift gets 3rd up the inside of Steve Laidlaw, making his debut in the Club Enduro Championship in that Sayat Lane. And now Steve Cheatham sideways, trying to brake as late as he dared. Had Mark Rice come down the inside, bit of opposite lock as Steve Cheatham accelerates, tries to find another gear, didn't go quite as well as he planned that gear change, and that allows this Audi RS3 to just pull away a little bit in the hands of Mark Rice. He takes a much wider line in the front-wheel drive Audi. The rear-wheel drive Porsche then goes through, goes up a gear. This is one of the Clubman Cup competitors for the older cars without a sequential box. But here is a change for what is 8th position, because Sammy Venables has got ahead of Liam Bidray heading down the start and finish line. But Bidray trying to fight back. He is the Clubman Cup leader in that Lotus Exige. And we won't be too much longer in before we get into lap traffic with the Class C cars, obviously with a lot less power than the leading machines.
Yeah, that's the 23 car, which is being driven at the moment by James Miller, but Sarah Dennis will take that over. James Miller, I think, having his first race. Yes, it is his first ever race, first time around Donington Park as well, driver of car number 23. But we're going back up the field to look at number 27, up into the top 10 now. Mark Rice has got ahead of Steve Cheatham. And just behind them are the Wallace's, Matt Wallace in the number 6 car at the moment. And there, coming up a position, is number 12, Scott Parkin.
Yeah, the Class B leader getting past Matthew Hampson and putting some Class A cars between himself and Jonathan Packer, who's moved from Class C to Class B, from Honda Civic to Volkswagen Golf for this season. And therefore he's now got a bit of work to do to catch up the class leader Scott Parkin. But Scott Parkin was spectacular there, getting down the inside into McLean. So there's Sammy Venables in now 8th, pulling away from Liam Bidray, but he is being caught by Mark Rice, and Steve Cheatham is 11th with this great big rear wing on the back of the Porsche Boxster.
Yeah, absolutely right. And a bit further up, we can see it's very close here.
Change for second.
And it is a change, isn't it? Yes, it is indeed. So through to second place has gone the number 1 car, Carl Swift, fighting back. He's 3.2 seconds behind Swift now. He's got ahead of Adam Blair in the Audi. He's now got 3.2 seconds to catch Andy Martin in the BMW M3 out at the front of the field at the moment.
Yeah, that's right. So Andy Marston in this E46 M3 GTR that he got towards the end of last year. Now that's Class B. Scott Parkin now behind the Porsche Cayman. Perhaps I missed that in all of that then. So Matt Fazy has got to the front of Class B. So that was Scott Parkin trying to chase him, and he is catching him. There's only a couple of attempts between them now. Meanwhile, up front, that gap coming down from Andy Marston to Cole Swift, and Adam Blair trying to go with Cole Swift, but a much wider line in the Audi TT. As now the pit window is open because we've had 30 minutes of racing. We've got Will Stacey going well in that Lotus in this pack, which is being headed in 4th place by Steve Laidlaw, who shares with his son, which is Sam Laidlaw, who will be getting in later on. And then behind is Dave Griffin, who's got ahead of Will Stacey then at the start of this lap. Then Ben Rushworth in the Seat Leon behind. And a gap back, who just lapped that Clio we mentioned. In 8th position is Sammy Venables, but he's some 5 seconds behind this battle that we watch, which includes BMW, Seat and Lotus.
It does, and Ben Rushworth at the back of that little group in 7th position. Number 2, we're on board here with Matt Fazy then. Number 13.
Adam Blair is being given a penalty already for exceeding track limits of 5 seconds. Didn't have that problem back 20 years ago, did you, in things like Formula 3? But that's obviously a newer regulation in Motorsport UK racing, and already, not many racing laps into this race, Adam Blair has got a penalty.
To be fair, 20 odd years ago, most circuits wouldn't have wanted to exceed track limits, but the sort of geography of the circuits has changed, hasn't it, with much more appealing runoff areas than you've had before. So that's Fazy going wheel to wheel with the car of, it's the Dayburn Lotus Exige, isn't it? Stuart Dayburn's driving the 44 car, and that's one of the Class A machines, so it's not for class position.
Yeah, I think that's the V6 Cup R that was raced in Europe, a decade or so ago. Going through there is Nicole Drought making her debut. So is there fluid down there still?
There could well be. Let's have a look.
Phil Dryborough.
It is Phil Dryborough, yeah, that's had the moment there. The 62-year-old semi-retired ex-British GT driver, of course, but he's racing all kinds of different things down the years.
You've got 2 drivers that have raced in Aston Martins in British GT in this race, with Andrew Howard, who will drive that Lotus there later on, and Phil Dryborough, who we've just seen, who has been a class winner in the past in the Tegewa Club Enduro Championship. But yeah, we saw Nicole Drought though making her Club Enduro debut. Good to see quite a number of female race drivers in the Tegewa Club Enduro on this opening weekend of the season. We've got another Seat battle developing. That is between Matthew Wallace and Phil Knibb as they turn their way through the hairpin in 12th and 13th. Here's the Class B leader with a Class A car between them. So that is Matt Fazy ahead of Scott Parkin. Then there's a gap back to Jonathan Packer, who's 3rd. 4th is Chris Freeman. And 5th is the champion from last year, turning through the hairpin there, Luke Handley. Class C, a bit further back, as we watch the Toyota, continues to be led by Graham Kelly. Here is Cam Walton, who runs in 28th position. He's on the best lap of 1 minute 49.5. He's just behind David Goodin's BMW, and just ahead there of Phil Dryborough included, trying to recover after his off, but it was between them was the Rose Civic.
There's the GR Yaris again. Looked absolutely fantastic, I think, that number 50 car for Cam Walton, prepared of course for Enduro racing by Rogue Motorsport, with Cam also getting involved in some of the preparation and development work on that car.
Lead gap down to 1.5 seconds. David Goodin in the pit, so is Nigel Greensaw a pro driver still only allowed to do 50% of the race, or is that regulation no more? But if Nigel Greensaw gets in now, if that regulation still remains, that is not ideal. I'm sure it was the Goodin BMW that I just saw come down the pit lane.
Pit lane window is open, of course. That's part of the regulations I hadn't extracted from my information. That's the 99 car of Joe Williams. That was the car that started from the back. How far up the order had that got? Not into the top 30, I don't think.
Last registered in 41st.
Okay. And that's more than a mandatory routine stop for Joe Williams, I think.
WRT, as it says on the side, not to be confused with Vincent Voss's team. This is the Williams racing team that run this Volkswagen Golf. Lots of Golfs out there this year. A popular car.
I think a few of them ex-VW Cup cars as well, some of them.
And there is a look at the Volkswagen engine. So the lead gap now 1.2 seconds as Cole Swift continues to catch Andy Marston.
Off the circuit though goes, that's the number 101 car of Nick Grove, the BMW 130i from Class B.
That was at McLean's. More penalties for Adam Blair. He's now got a 15-second penalty for exceeding track limits. So Not too sure what Ryan Parkin will be making of this in the pit lane. There comes the 1 Series back onto the circuit. Interesting little stat I noticed is we've got 1 Series, 2 Series, 3 Series and 4 Series models of BMW in this race, which is pretty unusual.
It is. I don't know if that's ever happened before, but there we go. So there you've got 2 of the smaller cars in the race coming towards us, the Clio and the Yaris, with the Honda Civic just behind.
There's Phil Driver recovering. He's in 28th position now. Here are the leaders though, in traffic. Andy Marston versus Cole Swift. Cole Swift, who brakes desperately late into the hairpin. So we've got rear-wheel drive BMW E46 here versus front-wheel drive Seat Leon, and they accelerate up across the line. I think that's the Class C leader they're about to lap, the Graham Kelly BMW, who continues to lead Class C by about 7 seconds over the Hayes and Sabiani BMW, then the Dougal Munro Mazda is third. Cars across the track here. Is that the Gooding car back out? So it was a quick stop. So obviously some kind of problem, wasn't it?
Yeah, probably not the driver change stop.
And in front of them there was a challenge for what was 7th position, because Sammy Venables has caught William Stacey.
Yes, so that is for 7th, 49 and 70. They were separated by only half a second as the cars came across that line to complete lap 17.
The Exige has pulled away from the Class B cars, which have swapped around because Scott Parkin has got back ahead of Matt Fazy. So Volkswagen back ahead of Porsche, and Scott Parkin's just set his personal best lap of the race. There's Matthew Hampson. He's lost a lot of positions now, hasn't he? He's down to 21st, so I think that's going to make life difficult for Andy Schulz in the second part. Nicole Drought, who I was talking about earlier, I think her Lotus may have just expired.
It looked very much like it, didn't it? So that's going to be one. Yeah, it is just pulling into the pits, unsurprisingly.
That's the car that's won in the past in the hands of Alan Henderson when the car got to the end. But it looks like it may get no further.
Yeah, the Irish driver out of the race, unfortunately.
Lead gap half a second. We saw Cole Swift had caught Andy Marston. It might be harder to overtake him though. They're 7 seconds ahead of Ryan Parkin. Ben Rushworth's up to 5th now, so he's got back ahead of Dave Griffin and also past William Stacey. So Ben Rushworth going well. He won't have that much experience with lap traffic, I guess, will he? Although he was so fast in Hot Hatch, I guess he lapped people there. But he maybe not in a situation where he needed to push so hard to chase other drivers.
No, possibly not.
Nicole Drought needs to remember to unhook the radio here, otherwise she's going to get strangled.
We don't want that. It wouldn't be a very good way to end your Club Enduro debut. But yeah, out of the car, I'm afraid. And probably that car out of the race. We'll see if it reappears, but I rather suspect it won't.
Yeah, she's not hanging around in a hurry, is she?
No. So looks like that. 40 minutes of the race have gone. Andy Marston leading by half a second from Carl Swift. Last time we saw them come across the line.
But the fastest car on the last lap, I know it's all traffic dependent, but that was Dave Griffin in the E90 M3, which we have seen once before. I don't remember it lasting particularly long. So great to see that car out there. Another different shape. There's so many different shapes of car on this grid, and that's what makes it fantastic. And it is fantastic to see this production endurance race series, courtesy of the 750 Motor Club. And I saw in the week lots of people suggesting that they want longer endurance races back, like the Will Hire 24 Hours, which this type of grid does give very much a feel to back in the 1980s. There is Will Stacey. He's pulled away from Sammy Venables now in 7th place, 8th. Then up to 9th in the Audi has come Mark Grice. They obviously had problems in qualifying, which meant they only started 19th. But
was something going off down towards the hairpin? We'll wait and see. Yes, there is, and it's the Lotus Leon Bidgeway from the top 10 out of the race.
It had lasted 18 laps, which is significantly better than it's done in the past, to be fair.
Oh, and there's a bit of contact there between, I think that was that the 1 Series BMW, and didn't catch which other car that was.
Oh, and oh my word!
There's lots of all of a sudden. Is there some fluid down there as well?
Well, that's where Liam Bidgeway just pulled off.
Yeah. So if cars are getting out of shape down at Melbourne hairpin, possibly there's some fluid down here. Who knows? Maybe we'll get another safety car. It seems like a good time, therefore, to run down the top 10 positions. First is number 37, Andy Marston. Second is number 1, Carl Swift. Third is number 11, Adam Blair. Fourth is number 100, Steve Laidlaw. Fifth is number 2, Ben Rushworth. Sixth is number 34, Dave Griffin. Seventh is number 49, William Stacey. 8th is number 70, Sammy Venables. 9th is number 27, Mark Rice. 10th is number 43, Steve Cheetham. We're seeing the 101 car going slowly.
That's the car you thought.
That was the car that was involved in a bit of contact, and yeah, there's certainly some damage there. But it's also been off the road earlier, hasn't it, the 101 car of Nick Grove as well. Class B is being led by number 12, Scott Parkin, from number 13, Steve Hewson, and number 5, Jonathan Packett. And Class C, Josh, can you see who's leading Class C at the moment?
That would be 188, Graham Kelly, by about 8 seconds from 66, which was started by Jonathan Hayes, and third is number 3, John Munro.
A couple of cars in the penalty area. 179 has gone back out again. I don't think that it was serving a penalty though, and the 22 car is just serving a stop-go penalty, and that is Luke Browse and Paul Browse. Luke Browse in the car at the moment, but the 101 car looks to be out of the race.
Yeah, Nick Grove started, so Carlo Turner there isn't going to get a race. I think it looked like there was some broken front left corner on that car. Change for the lead, by the way. Cole Swift has got ahead of Andy Marston. So the Seat goes back to the front. He didn't lead for about 10 laps or so after that off, but he's quickly got back to the front of the field. They're 10 seconds now ahead of Adam Blair, who has been caught by Steve Laidlaw.
So if Matt Suckling hopefully is somewhere down there, he can hopefully go and find our cameraman down there, Adam, in the pit lane, and we'll get those linked up together again, and we'll see if Matt can maybe see if we can start to get some interviews, because we'll be getting driver change, I think, at any moment, especially if we do get a safety car as well. I suspect some drivers, especially the solo drivers here, will be rolling the dice and waiting for a safety car, won't they, Josh, in this one?
Yeah, at this point, you obviously don't need fuel, but for some cars, they may need fuel earlier than others. There's the Audi, Mark Rice, front Civic Cup racer in the past. He's been doing this endurance series though for a while now. He is up to 9th and 6 seconds behind Sammy Venables in the BMW M4, and he's now 10 seconds clear of Steve Cheetham. Lots of tyre spill down there from the other end of the circuit. The Williams Motor Company Audi RS3 then turns its way down towards the Melbourne Loop. Leaders across the line, by the way. They're still together. Andy Marston is still with Cole Swift by just a few tenths of a second. And then 10 seconds later, we have a battle for third across the line between Adam Blair and David Griffin. And then a fifth place battle across the line just a couple of seconds later between Steve Laidlaw and Ben Rushworth. So we're the top 3, or the top 6 are running in 3 pairs or out on the racetrack at the minute. Then Will Stacey is solo in 7th, as is Sammy Venables. Then Venables hasn't come through, I don't think. So Mark Wright is up to 8th.
There's Venables in the background, I think.
So the M4 has had a problemed lap. So Cheetham is now 9th. Up into the top 10 has come Phil Knibb, who's lapping quickly in his Seat Leon now. And down to 11th, therefore, has gone Sammy Venables. René McGann out there. First time we've seen one of those in Club Enduro. That's Matt Dennis, who starts the car that he shares with Graham Price in Class B. Yeah, it's a new build for this year by Pure Truck Racing, Matt Dennis's team. And his wife, Sarah, also racing in the Clio that's being shared with James Miller. Here are the leaders into the hairpin. Cole Swift, they're diving down the inside of a Mini Cooper. The car driven by Neville Jones, and chasing him still is Andy Marston. Then we wait for the battle for third. Here they come. That is Adam Blair's Audi TT, just ahead of David Griffin. Then behind them is the battle for fifth between Steve Laidlaw and Ben Rushworth. And there's lots of Class B battling that they've just lapped as they turn their way through the hairpin. So we've got a little look there at the 3 battles up front, but it looked to me like Cole Swift was just starting to gap Andy Marston now. After 22 laps, they cross the line. 1.2 seconds is the gap that separates them. Certainly is. 45 minutes gone, 46 minutes nearly. Ben Rushworth looking racy here, isn't he, on the back of Steve Laidlaw? Yeah, absolutely. Those two just going into Redgate now. There's Will Stacey going
through as well.
He's not far behind them, is he?
No, not too far. About 4 seconds behind that battle, 4 or 5 seconds, something like that. Not too much between them at all. Let's watch this view of the start and finish straight, the Whitcroft Straight here at Donington Park.
This is battle for ninth. Steve Cheetham versus Phil Nibbs. So a lot of cars have got out there in pairs, haven't they, having battles? And chasing them both is Sammy Venables, going quicker. Now he's not in problems. Here comes the Class B leader. That is now Matt Fazy again. And he's pulling away from Scott Parkin. Between them, from pretty much the back of the grid, is the George Haler Seat Leon that was on the podium here a year ago.
That's right.
Coming through. So they got into the top 15 from way back on the grid.
Yeah, it was pretty much the penultimate row of the grid, I think, that that car started. So problems in qualifying, of course. Yeah, it was row 26 of the grid. Oh, and that's problems as well. That's for the 99 car. Yeah, that is the car that started at the back. That's Joe Williams, the WRT team for the 33-year-old mechanic, starting his first season of racing. Driver from Leominster.
He's trying to find a safe place to park, which is always very appreciated. But we can now ride on board with the Class B leader. This is Matt Fazy in the car that Steve Hewson won the final round of last season in the class. They are 14th overall and head Scott Parkin by about 3 seconds. Parkin has lapped quicker during the course of the race than Fazy, but Fazy doing a good job here to be ahead. I don't think we've seen much of Matt Fazy over the last few years, have we, since he won the class championship?
Yeah, it's 2018 he won the title, the class title, the same year as Steve Hewson won it overall, sharing with Matt Noster, and of course Hewson and Fazy teaming up now this season for this Class B campaign in the Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, the only races Matt Fazy's done in the last 3 years were at Cadwell Park, where he won twice in the Lotus Elise Trophy, so that was good for him. And now he is out with Steve Hewson in this Porsche, although it does look on this lap Scott Parkin is a bit closer again, but there is that Class A Seat between them, and Scott Parkin was at 1.2 seconds quicker than Fazy on that lap, so the gap is reduced.
Josh, go for an update on the position of car number 3, which is the TWP traction-branded MX-5 for John Munro, who started that car with Nick Dougill. In fact, we can see it on our screen now. There it is. But where is it in track position, Josh?
It's third in Class C still, but about 20 seconds behind class leader Graham Kelly. But John Munro is 35th overall, but third, more importantly, within the class. But the race leaders there we saw for a moment were absolutely together across the line. But let's take a look at that John Munro car. We'll come back to him in a moment, because the lead battle is on, because Andy Marston has closed in on Cole Swift. Now, could Cole Swift have to push so hard to get back up? Has he damaged his front tyres? Because, of course, on that Seat, all the work needed to be done by the front tyres on that Seat. We'll come back to the lead battle in a moment. We just see John Munro go through, and we've had a change for third place. Dave Griffin in that E90 M3 didn't start so quickly. He's moving up the order. He's got into third, ahead of Adam Blair. So some good battles out on the circuit, including across the line there, involving Michael Downey's Porsche Boxster and the Ginetta G40, which was started, I'm not sure who by, Matthew Tidmarsh, Chris Webster car there was started by Matthew Tidmarsh. So they were involved in a battle. And Sammy Venables is slower in the BMW M4, the Elite Motorworks car. In the background, the two Class B leaders are together and they touch. I think there was contact there between the two Class B leaders out of the hairpin, but involved in all of that phase, they're still touching, and they are very close to making contact into Redgate Corner, the two Class B leaders, Scott Parkin and Matt Fazy. We'll follow up on that in a moment, but first let's hear from Matt Suckling, who's down in the pits.
Yeah, thanks very much, Josh. Down here with Nick Grove, who's just stepped out of the 101 BMW. Nick, it looked like there was a bit of damage on the car and it hasn't gone your way, unfortunately. What's the matter?
No, we've had a fairly interesting start to the race. Obviously, a couple of safety cars. Was just starting to get back into the rhythm. Locked up at the bottom of McLean's. Went through the gravel. Treated it as a drive-through. Managed to get all the way out the other side. Again, just managed to get settled back down again. we got some oil temperature warnings, and as we were coming into the Melbourne Loop, I think it was a Lotus straight into the side of us as I turned in, and then at that point the steering was more than usually wonky and really difficult to get a gear. So it seemed okay when we got back and restarted the engine and stuff. So Carlo just took it out, but I think he just turned left at the end of the pit lane. So I think we're probably done.
Yeah, there was quite a bit of damage on the right-hand side of the car, wasn't there? And
very pleasing crunch as I opened the door. So a bit of fiberglass repair, but first race of the season, so we'll be back.
Yeah, so Carlo's gone away now. I want to let you get away and go and see if he's come back anywhere, but if you can get it back out, you probably will.
If we can bend it back into shape, we'll certainly have another go. It's still quite early in the race, so we'll see what we can do.
Nick, thanks very much for your time.
Cheers.
There we go, Nick Grove with the 101 BMW with some problems. Carlo was just sent back out, but as he said, turned left at the end of the pit lane with some problems. So that one for now is with a retirement.
Thanks, Matt. And that's a great shame for Nick Grove and Carlo Turner. Tractor has been busy mowing the car park, ready for next weekend, and the grass banks here at Donington Park. But that's the touring cars here next week. But we've got touring cars of a sort here with the TCR cars in this Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race.
There's the third place car, Dave Griffin, who's been moving through the order in the E90 M3. He's ahead of Steve Laidlaw and Ben Rushworth's touring cars there. Still half a second, the gap up front, by the way, between Cole Swift and between Andy Marston. Saw there Adam Blair, who had a slow last lap and has dropped to 7th, so I thought he may have come into the pits, but that's not the case. So
yeah, of course he's got those 15 seconds worth of penalties to add to his time as well. I think it's a 5 and a 10 making 15 rather than a 5 and a 15 from what I gather.
But yeah, he's dropped positions on the road as well. He lost third to Dave Griffin, and now he's lost 3 more positions with presumably an error. There's Rob Fennick heading through in his Class B Lotus in the car that he shares with Andrew Howard.
Up to the well, up there is the 71 car, I think that was, going through shot. Actually, the 70 car, wasn't it? That's the correction. Yeah, it was the 70 car of Venables going through, I think.
Yeah, but the car's still going, isn't it? Because that had the problem a little while ago. I thought it was coming to a halt just before we spoke to Matt. And of course, at that point as well, the 2 Class B drivers were trying to take each other out, weren't they?
What's the result of all of that?
Scott Parkin is now ahead of Matt Fazy. But
a couple of seconds between them, isn't there?
There was some non-ideal things happening, I think, between those two. Here are the 2 leaders. Andy Marston sideways out of the Goddard's hairpin, right on terms with Cole Swift, then the race leader, as they come down toward Redgate. But Marston is keeping with Swift, and these are both solo drivers now, we believe. So that race battle could last the whole distance. Then here comes Griffin. He's in third. The team, the Lodge Porsches have got themselves together, haven't they? Steve Cheetham laps Colin Gillespie. Cheetham is 9th, and he's keeping Phil Nibb there at bay as they head their way down in towards the Melbourne Loop. They're 9th and 10th now in this race, the Porsche and the Seat.
Yeah, Gillespie in the Class B Porsche Cayman there, whereas the 43 car of Steve Cheetham is a Class A Boxster. There's that 70 car of Sammy Venables, which has had a bit of a mixed race so far, it's fair to say. Running at the moment in 14th position. Is that still on the lead lap, or is it now a lap down?
It should still be on the lead lap,
I think. Yeah, I think you're right. It's the number 70 car, and it's Steve Hutchinson, Sammy Venables' teammate, that this is Donington Park, his favourite circuit. He's not yet had the chance to drive on it in this particular race. 58-year-old surface architect in that Elite Works prepared M4.
A couple of Lotus have got themselves together there, down through the Craner curves, but the leaders exit the hairpin, where I think they are lapping Reece Lysett, who is back out on track, but not racing still, I don't think.
No, still with those gearbox issues, I suggest, which is a great shame for young Reese.
Oh, and it's a Class C leader, is it not? That is Graham Kelly that's come to a stop on the exit of the Melbourne hairpin.
That's 3.25i for Graham Kelly, and that's looking like he's going to need some help to get back into the race. Another retirement, by the way, I think it's been 22. The Luke Browse and Paul Browse car, but been told that's been a retirement from the race as well. So we have lost a few cars during the course of this race so far, or cars which have had sort of long pit stops and got back out again. Looks like Graham Kelly is getting out of the car, or preparing to get out of the car, which I wouldn't be advising given his position.
Yeah, so you know what that might mean.
Yeah.
At a difficult time for pit stops.
Yeah,
pit lane to get busy.
You're sort of getting to sort of prime pit stop time, isn't it? I think Graham should probably be staying in his car.
So what that means is Jonathan Hayes now leads Class C from John Munro, who we were talking about earlier. But Munro, 20 seconds behind Hayes, and third, that promotes Rory Baptiste.
Right, Kelly's managed to get his car a few inches further off the road. Still not off the road though, unfortunately. So we'll see what happens to this. The marshal has now arrived and is suggesting to Graham that if he can, he should pull the car into the old pit lane entrance.
Has something happened? Maybe not. I was wondering if something had happened to Andy Marston there, but I think he's okay. Yeah, he's still actually right there with Carl Swift, isn't he? So yeah, no problems, which is good news for the E46 M3 driver that heads across the line.
Black flag being shown to someone, which is probably making them aware of a pit stop penalty that they need to serve. We can't see the numbers from here. If being shown to the drivers though. Let me just check my source of information, see what I can find out, if anything.
Badworth fourth comes out the hairpin, still Steve Laidlaw ahead of Ben Rushworth. Rushworth not quite as close to Laidlaw as he once was.
He's got a bit further away. Yes, he's onto the old pit lane entrance now, is Graham Kelly, but that car is still not in an ideal position, but it's in a slightly less bad position than it was, and Graham is now at least able to get out of the car.
Leaders exit McLean's in traffic, as they pretty much constantly are now, and turn their way through Coppice Corner. So Andy Marston, who's doing a great job here, I'd suggest, Ian, keeping with Cole Swift throughout this first part of the race, especially considering how Cole Swift caught him after going off.
Yeah, the rate at which Cole Swift caught him, you'd think he'd then be able to pull away, but that's not been the case at all. That's the 100 car, the Steve Laidlaw car. That's in fourth position, just putting a lap on the
Class C leader.
Class C, yeah, the new Class C leader. Therefore, in what position overall is that?
31st.
31st. Yeah, it's moved on to your screen now, hasn't it? The Jonathan Hayes, Paul Sabiani car, the Canet racing car.
So yeah, so they're going well. There's a Class B leader, Scott Parkin, and where is Matt Fazy? About 5 seconds behind now. And they're soon going to be lapped by the Class A leaders because they're turning their way across the line, complete 30 laps of this race. I can see there's yellow flags at Coppice in the background.
Yes, there are.
I don't think we've seen the reason for that.
So that's probably something that's perhaps stopped on the straight. Ah, there we are.
Will Stacey.
It is Will Stacey. Now he was inside the top 10, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's 6th, I think. Before that car has come to a halt in the last moment.
But Marshall and the driver having to get that car to a position of safety. So number 49 is the latest retirement. There's been a few retirements so far then, Josh. The Elise are now out of the race.
Yeah, because this endurance racing isn't just about being fast and consistent, it's also about being reliable and having good pit strategy, and pit stops begin.
Darren Anderson is handing over there to Roy Chappell. Darren, the 48-year-old Porsche specialist, so obviously he's racing a BMW. Valid a Mark 1 Cortina in the past, but only started racing in 2019. That car actually was built to go rallying, but they're actually running it in Club Enduro on the circuit, so perhaps a car that would go better in the wet, maybe. And why are they running that 190 car? It's in 37th position and 2nd, 3rd, 4th, thinking Class C.
So that's quite good. The Wallaces are heading exit stage left, or stage right if you're watching the screens, into the pit lane. So Matthew Wallace will hand over to his brother Simon. one of the area motorsport prepared cars. There's a few garages of area motorsport run vehicles here at the far end of the pit lane, and that is where Matt Wallace is, the first of those stoppers.
Yep, down there in the pit lane you can see they're stopping at a 45-degree angle to avoid too much congestion when drivers are making the stops. They all have to put in at 45 degrees and then be pushed back out into the race. Matthew Wallace getting out of the car, and Simon will get in. Car being refueled at the moment.
So you saw there he had to get out, shut the door before the fueling could begin, and then we have the fuel going in, and then somebody will be ready with a fire extinguisher. Well, hopefully it won't be needed, but just in case. There is Rob Baker. He certainly doesn't look like he's going to be driving the car. So he's on, in fact, he's running so many cars, he thought driving the car as well is not really feasible. So he's on team boss duties.
Yeah, Area Motorsport boss there. And that is one of the Area Motorsport cars, the number 6 of the Wallace brothers. Started there racing in MR2s. Over a decade ago now, I should think. They raced together in MR2s, and they raced in Civics together for a while, didn't they, as well?
That's right. So their pit stop, don't have to rush them. That's the whole point of the minimum pit stop time. There's Sammy Venables seemingly back up to speed, although now he is 15th in the race. And he turns his way down towards the Melbourne Loop. Into the top 10 now has come George Haler in that car that's started from the back. Marshall's still working to move the BMW down there, by the way.
Yeah, that's on the old Grand Prix pit entrance, as we're watching on screen, the number 70 Elite Works car go through. And who's that into the pits?
That's the Rob Fenwick Lotus.
The Rob Fenwick Lotus, isn't it, that's going in?
So Andrew Howard should be making his 750 Motor Club debut here.
I'm looking a bit blank because I don't know the answer to that question. I suspect it probably is.
I think he just raced minis, didn't he, before he went GT racing?
Yeah.
This is the Reece Lycett car, isn't it?
Yeah, so
you'd think wouldn't need fuel at this stage.
We might as well. It's going to be Steve Brockington that will get into the car, the 46-year-old program manager in his first season of racing. Done some tarmac and then gravel rallying, Steve.
Reece Lycett did do 16 laps, actually. Not very quickly, it has to be said.
The leaders have done 32, to put that in context.
Yeah, so he did. Does need perhaps some fuel, not as much as he probably would have hoped. See Matt Suckling watching on as Area Motorsport do their pit stop. Getting quite busy down there now, so Matt's going to have plenty of drivers to chat to as we head into the second part of this race.
Yep, so getting ready to, as soon as that 3-minute countdown has been completed, to push the car back out into the race. There we are, 180 seconds up, and Simon is going to go back out into the race for the remaining hour and 1 minute. So they've split that pretty evenly between the two drivers, haven't they?
That's right, yeah. Lead gap's now 2.5 seconds, so Andy Marston is just starting to fall away. There's third place, Dave Griffin, who's 20 seconds behind, but he's really pulled away from Steve Laidlaw and Ben Rushworth, who are together as they turn their way into the hairpin. Ben Rushworth can't go through. Ben Rushworth half a minute behind Cole Swift here, which I can't imagine would be in Ben's norm.
No, but I mean, Cole Swift's been racing these cars for a long while now, and it's Ben's first time out. And for Ben, very experienced, former Metro champion, of course, and Hot Hat champion as well in the Honda that he raced to such great effect. He's done bits and pieces of other racing as well, hasn't he? By invitation primarily.
Yes, he raced in Historics thanks to Paul Hugo, who's I think one of his sponsors. He raced a Chevron B8 primarily as his historic exploits a few decades ago, and impressed in that. I think the historic racing peeps were pretty impressed with Ben's debut a few seasons ago. Meanwhile, the Audi is pitting.
What's that, the Adam Blair car?
No, the Mark Grice, the
yes,
RS3.
Yes, it is, I beg your pardon, yeah.
Came out of 7th. Good stint there from Mark Grice. He overtook a lot of cars, and the car in 8th is also in. That's Phil Nibbs' Sayat Leon. And we saw Matt hanging around in the pit lane, and now he's caught up with a driver.
Yeah, down here in the pit lane with the number 6 machine, Matt Wallace, who's just jumped out of the car. Matt, that looked like a hard stint, but a good one.
It was really hard. I felt like the first 20 minutes or so was awesome. The car felt really good and everything. And then that last sort of 30, 40 minutes, I think it's the same for everyone, but the tyres were just really going off and I was really struggling. So we just, even though there was no safety car, we decided to make the move and come in at the right time. So.
And you were plagued, weren't you, in that early stint by a couple of safety cars? How did that kind of work for you?
It worked all right, actually, because when the safety car came out, I had a couple of people right on my bum, and then by the time the safety car came in, I'd managed to pull a bit of a gap, which is always handy. So yeah, it was actually okay for us.
You've now handed over to your brother. What are you kind of expecting from the day here?
Well, hopefully he can do a little bit better than me, but we'll see. I've just got no idea. Yesterday in testing, we were both around the same time, so hopefully he can just go out there and keep the car on the track till the end.
It's hard work today. It's not that warm, but it's a long circuit. It's a hard circuit.
Yeah, it's a very hard circuit. I mean, if I was doing it in another 10 degrees of weather on top of this, it'd be really hard work. So the cars get very, very hot inside. So as you can see, I'm, so it's like a full workout.
Yeah, but that's now you done for the day?
That is hopefully done for the day, unless Simon decides to come in for an unexpected reason.
Well, good stuff, Matt. Well done.
Cheers. Thanks very much. Cheers.
There we go. Matt Wallace down here in the pit lane. Now out the number 6 car, but brother in it, ready to go to the end of the race.
Thanks, Matt. So good to hear there from with another Matt, with Matt Wallace down in the pit lane. There's Luke Handley, the reigning Class B champion. He's currently in 5th. There's Ben Rushworth, and he has not got Steve Laidlaw directly ahead of him now because he's a couple of seconds behind. There's now Andrew Howard out in the Lotus Elise, so we'll see what Andrew Howard can do. I don't know when the last time he didn't race an Aston Martin was, so
not sure on that.
Good to see him out here. A late entry. There's Sarah Dennis and James Millars, Renault Clio, who we saw earlier on, turning their way through McLean's corner into the second half, as we've been saying, of this race now.
A couple of cars are going to have to start again. A couple of cars are going to have to serve some stop-go penalties. 27, which is the car that came into the pits a moment ago, the Mark Weiss Will Beach Audi RS3 TCR car. They've got 2 1-minute stop-go penalties to serve, apparently. And 191 car, which is that of Oliver Owen, he's got 1 stop-go penalty to serve.
Okay, that's will kind of ruined their races. 42 there going through is a new Lotus Elise in the series, driven by Paul Clark and Tom Gladys. Good to see some new names out there in the 2022 season. Here are the Class B leaders. It's Matt Fazy that we ride on board with. It's the Diesel Golf up ahead of Scott Parkin in the Dark Side Developments car that runs wide, just about stays on the circuit. So that's all happening in front of Matt Fazy then, who turns his way down towards the S's, brakes and down the gears on the flappy paddo box there, gets a bit sideways and then accelerates back off after the Class B leader. They're now, as they haven't pitted, in 9th and 10th overall and 15 seconds ahead of Jonathan Packer, and they're about to lap that Toyota Yaris that we've enjoyed seeing out there in this race.
Absolutely right. You mentioned Tom Gladys being involved in this race. He's another driver that's raced at a high level, up to including FIA Formula 2 Championship in between 2009 and 2011.
You think you recognise these names, but can't remember where from, so thanks for that info. So great to see him back out racing here in that Class A Lotus Elise with Paul Clark, who started the car. So across the line then comes a load of cars, which includes that Janetta G40 of Matthew Tidmarsh, that's 19th overall now.
Yeah, Matthew Tidmarsh sharing the car with the car's owner, Chris Webster, in the Flying Tangerine racing. It's less of a Tangerine, though, than it was when they raced the MX-5, which I think is now available as a hire car. 13. Ooh. Very crossed up from Matt Fazy there as he went through McLean's. He's kept it pointing in the right direction there as they come up to Coppice.
Yes, and Scott Parkin therefore trying to get away, but he's got caught up in a bit of traffic out of Coppice, and that has slowed the gulf up somewhat. So one TWP car was in trouble, now the other one has a drama.
But it's good news for our friends watching who have branded the car with the traction livery, because it's getting a bit of exposure in the pit lane. That's the number 3 car, John Munro, Nick Dougal. So if that car does go back out again, Nick Dougal, I'm sure, will be aboard it. But there's some work being done on the left rear corner on that car as it's sitting in the pit lane.
Ben Rushworth has not come through. Does that mean he's in the pits? I wonder. As the leaders come through, 4 seconds apart now, Cole Swift to Andy Marston. David Goodin is back in, so perhaps Nigel Greenstall will get a run now, but that car's way down out of contention, I should think. So with Rushworth not come through, meaning 5th place is Steve Cheetham, 6th place is now George Haler. And then the Class B leaders up next with Scott Parkin with this reduced margin again over Matt Fazy. There, I think that's George Haler. Is it just going through?
Yeah, it might well have been actually.
Here are the one of the Class B contenders. This is back on board with Matt Fazy, who was entertaining through McLean's a lap ago. This time he gets understeer, then oversteer later on. There's one of the area Sayers, that's the now Simon Wallace driven car, isn't it? That is rather getting on in his way through the corners.
Yeah. And Fazy, although he's in a Class B car, gets ahead of it through Coppice and down the straights, but the TCR car is level pegging with it more or less down the straight. I don't know, he's going to pull him behind, I think. I don't know if that right indicator's going for a reason, but it kind of indicated he was going to pull him behind. He's not got the pace, has he, Simon Wallace, coming off the corner there? So I think Simon Wallace possibly in trouble in that area motorsport car. But here are the 2 Class B front runners together now then. Scott Parkin and Matt Fazy. Yeah, definitely an ups, because he's lost a bit of ground there. Heading up towards Goddard, the hairpin.
To be fair, I thought that was going to be worse than what it ended up being. I thought we were going to see some...
I thought the same at McLean's a couple of laps ago. But they're coming out, the 2 Class B leaders, nose to tail, and in, what are they, 7th and 8th overall now, with the pit stop sort of in mid-flow.
In the background, we saw Will Beach come in the Audi to serve one of those penalties that we heard about a moment ago. So on to Hollywood and down the Craner curve for these Class B leaders. Up over the curve through the left-handed element there. So that battle continues to go on. They're now 15 seconds ahead of Jonathan Packer, who's 3rd. How's McLean's going to go this time for Matt Fazy when he turns in and accelerates up the corner with no drama?
Yeah, it's different every lap, isn't it, with Matt Fazy at McLean's? Can't tell from one lap to the next what's going to happen. So that's the Hayes and Subiani BMW head. I think it's now Subiani aboard, isn't it? In that car.
Yeah, looks like they've stopped. There's the Mini out there, the Cooper S, which is the car shared between Neville Jones and Matthew George. So another brand on track. The Audi TT is pitted now. Adam Blair.
So what was that from? 6th, was it, in the end?
Where's it gone? Oh, so perhaps it's been in already, because it's down to 23rd. So
yeah, it's probably already been in and made it stop.
What's Cole Swift up to here? So is Andy Schulz now in the 46 M3? I'd imagine.
I suspect he probably is if he's giving Carl Swift a race.
Here the Class B leaders still going at it.
They are. Different lines taken through the Goddard hairpin that time. And out of it they come along the Wheatcroft straight towards Redgate corner. It is Parkin still ahead, but is that going to be the case when they get to Redgate? A faster Class A car threading its way between them as well, which gets out of shape. That's Dave Griffin. And now the 12 car, the Parkin Golf, tries to go back from the inside but can't live with the BMW as it gets the power on down through the Craner curves. So that car of the BMW, where is that running?
3rd.
And it's running 3rd, so he's a lap ahead now.
That's right, yeah, Dave Griffin's having a good run. He's not losing any time to the two leaders. He's still only 20 seconds behind. Matt, though, is continuing his work downstairs in the pit lane, and let's see who he's caught up with now.
Yeah, just down here with Ben Rushworth, who's just jumped out the number 2. Ben, nice to see you in something a little bit different this year. How was that for you in the first stint?
Baptism of fire, that was absolutely mental. I've only sweat in a car twice like that before, and once I wasn't driving. So yeah, it was good.
A quick car, I imagine.
Yeah, it's such a composed car, and it's really different to jump into that compared to what took a little while to get used to it. Obviously, start the race, as busy it is, trying to keep up with people. It's mayhem out there, so I've never done Enduro, so it's another thing altogether.
Enjoying it, though?
Yeah, it was brilliant. Right towards the end, it's settling down. Couldn't really keep up with the front-running guys. Got not held up, but me and the guy in front, I had strengths and he had strengths, and they sort of averaged out a bit. And then, yeah, just trying to keep it on the track, keep it tidy and not push too hard, because they do go off. Almost like they go off, and yeah, they go off.
I saw you talking to the team there about tyres. Anything wrong with them, or just checking them over?
Right when they called me in to pit, I was going into the chicane alongside a BMW, and I ran a bit wide, and the sausage curbs, yeah, took me out. But luckily, it was on the last lap before they called me in a pit, so I just shouted to get some tyres out.
Now James into the car, of course. What do you think he can bring it home in terms of a result?
A, I don't even know where we are. And B, I just hope we keep it on and keep the same position. And maybe there's a bit of attrition at the front. It's the first race we've both done, so if we can just keep it on there on the track, it'd be awesome to finish.
Great job so far.
Cheers, mate.
There we go, Ben Rushworth then, as we said, out the number 2 car. Not too sure where he is, but I'm sure 2 people who do know where he is, Ian and Josh.
He's showing, Matt, in 18th position at the moment, having made that stop, so he'll climb back up, or James will, as some of the cars ahead of him that haven't stopped will make their pit stops. A bit of news from that Class B battle is that 13 car of Matt Fazy, which has been exuberantly driven, has picked up a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits now, so that rather blunts the battle that he was having with Scott Parker, and they're 1.2 seconds apart on the road, but make that 6.2 seconds on corrected times.
Having a look at that Renault Megane that you were talking about earlier, that was been newly built ready for this championship season. There's the other traction car done by TWP that we saw just for a moment, the Reese Lysick driven car earlier. 14 going through there is Christopher Freeman's Volkswagen Golf, who is battling towards the front of the Class B cars. There's Jonathan Packer, who's 3rd in that class, 15 seconds behind the 2 leaders. And there's the Blair and Parkin TT. And Adam Blair out of the car. It looks like Ryan Parkin is in it, but we know this is the 2nd pit stop, which is not part of the plan in the Club Enduro Championship. Not at this round, anyway.
No, absolutely not. So we'll get the car back out into the race. The Dark Side Developments car. The car originally built by Slide Sports for the VW Cup, and out it rumbles into the pit lane with 46 minutes of the race remaining. Bit of dust on the circuit there, with the cars having gone off in earlier races. That's at Coppice Corner. Here we've got 2 Seats going wheel to wheel. One is the Haler car, and one is the race leading car of Carl Swiftall. The Haler car is a lap behind, isn't it?
Yes, it's about to go a lap behind anyway. So George Haler's trying quite hard to stay on the lead lap just in case.
Yeah.
Because that's always an important factor in these type of races. Andy Schulz has now dropped behind Cole Swift. Cole Swift seemed to be quite happy to run very much wheel to wheel a moment ago, didn't he? With George Haler. He's got a 5-second lead. So he doesn't want to get held up here too much.
Well, he does now put a lap on with a 187 Haler car. I wonder if that's going to head for the pits. No, it's Jonathan Beeson that will drive the 2nd stint in that particular car, and they'll need to make that stop in the next 30 minutes because the pit lane closes with 15 minutes of the race left to go.
And yeah, we did actually lose a couple of seconds on that lap, Cole Swift. That's why he was keen to get through, because Andy Marston closed him in as he was getting stuck in traffic. And now he finds that Tom Gladys now driven Lotus, and he goes right round the outside through the corner curves, which look pretty spectacular. And then he turns the car over the inside of the old hairpin. Not sure if the trim on the side there is a little bit loose after its off-track excursion earlier. That sort
Possibly.
But I don't think that's really going to cause too much of an issue for Cole Swift, who turns a little bit of oversteer there maybe into McLean's as he lapped a Honda Civic. Yeah, there's definitely oversteer, isn't there, in that Seat? And whether they will decide to change tyres in the pit stop at Area Motorsport or not. So they turn their way down to the S's. There's not many races which Cole Swift has not won in recent years of the Club Enduro Championship. They lost out on one victory at Silverstone last year when they had a brake issue, and they lost out on one race in 2020 when Alan Henderson beat them at Alton Park. But otherwise, Cole Swift has won every race in the recent years of the Club Enduro season.
Yeah, usually sharing with Rob Baker though, more often than not. Usually Carl's probably done the lion's share of the racing, hasn't he, I would think. It's fair to say, but going solo here. 23 car, the Clio, you can see just heading down the hill. That's Sarah Dennis, who's now out in the race, ex-Stockcatch racer. She started racing 20 odd years ago, I think, but had a long break from racing, but has come back to it now.
Steve Cheetham is pitting
He
from
is.
6th place. Former champion.
It's the box dirt on the right hand side of screen, heading down the pit lane.
There's Andrew Howard going through in his Lotus. He's 27th in overall. He's in the Class B car. He's a little bit slower than the front runners. There is Andy Marston trying to squeeze past a slower car. How did that work out for him? Not particularly well, but he's still on the road. That's the more important thing. Now he gets past the Rory Baptiste and Tim Hartland, E46. And he's also now lapped George Haler, hasn't he? The Seat that's a lap down.
Tim Hartland, I think, was one of, if not the only driver last year to collect awards in 2 different championships, because he collected the award for being one of the best golfs as well in the Hot Hatch Championship last year. Are you looking at what I'm looking at, which is that grass in the sort of air intake there with the #1 car?
It looks that way, doesn't it? We've seen a lot of dust kicked up because the old hairpin at Coppice. There's a lot of inside of the road being used by pretty much everybody. So I guess if you're close behind someone where that happens, that's possible. And is that the case, or is it just a bit deceptive?
It's hard to tell, isn't it? Either way, I'm sure the team will try and get that cleared out at the pit stop, which can't be too far away now, you would have thought. I was wondering if they're rolling the dice for a safety car here and going to try and coincide the stop with that. So Swift has gone through, and now the second place car has gone through of Andy Marston. The gap's gone out by another 2 seconds nearly on that lap. So 1:42.09 for Swift, 1:43.95 for Andy Marston. That's 2 or 3 seconds off what they've been capable of in the early part of the races.
Class B leader is in, I think. That's Scott Parkin. He's got out of the car while the car is being refueled. Trying to be cooled down as well. You can see the big blower there at the front. So fuel is going in.
Yeah, of course, that's Ryan's twin. Ryan now out in the number 11 car. This is another Slide Sports built car, the Golf. And Scott, like his brother, because they are twins, 32 years of age. He's the owner of Dark Side Developments. He's been racing since 2019.
So I guess this will be a good time for the team to inform him of that penalty for the car he's battling with.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The Houston and Fazy car. We've got also, most of these cars will have team radios as well, so that information should be forthcoming. So top 2 yet to pit. I'm kind of surprised that Lotus is continuing around with a gearbox problem, because it's not very nice to be out there, is it? So much slower than everybody else.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to know what it achieves in some sense, other than some more experience, I guess, for the drivers, but it's not necessarily the most pleasant experience, I would have thought.
How was Nigel Greensall getting on? Oh, it's 5 seconds off the pace. Is the answer to that in the E36 M3. He was also racing here at the Masters Historic meeting.
Now what's behind this cloud of dust? I suspect by the time it clears it'll be nothing. Well, that's at Coppice. Yeah, they can't see anything there now. No sign of the car, but someone's been off the road at Coppice.
Nigel Greensall, such an experienced driver. Actually, I'm not. Is that Greensall in the car? I'm kind of not convinced, but if he has got in the car or not.
Yeah, very experienced. Used to race Storm Valley from the Ford 1600. I remember him racing in the sort of first ever sort of radical Enduro 2-hour race when that was at Mallory Park as well. He's raced in Boss Formula. Holds lap record at Castle Combe, or did, the outright record.
On the old track.
Yeah, on the old track.
That car's running, by the way, in the 27th position, but isn't one of the quickest cars in the race at this point.
No, but it's good to be in the race at all, because David and Nigel were only third reserve, so they've managed to get in the race with a little bit of attrition elsewhere, 1 or 2 cars pulling out before the weekend.
Yeah, David Goodin also races Jaguar E-types with, or a Jaguar E-type with Nigel, so that's where their relationship started. Of course, Nigel Goodin's also a driver coach, and he's keeping up with the Audi RS3 here, which has had those penalties, so it's dropped down to 22nd. Andrew Howard here, just being lapped. As he turns his way into the S's. Andrew Howard, a massively experienced driver nowadays. He's raced at Le Mans a number of times. It's been strange in recent years to not see him race with Johnny Adam, who he raced with for such a long time. Not too sure actually what Andrew's plans are this year, because he's not racing in British GT, he's not racing European Le Mans Series, so why not come into Club Enduro for your next step up?
Exactly, it's the next development, I think. It's hugely competitive, fantastic value for money endurance racing, great spectacle, nice variety of cars. Why would you want to be anywhere else? Just seen the 44 car, it's the 44 Stuart, David Trigg now car, I suspect. Has that pitted? Yeah, I think it has, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the Exige V6 Cup R.
Yeah.
That would have raced in the European Lotus Series.
Of course, we used to see Dayburn and Trigg in TVR Tuscan, didn't we, in various races.
It is a tiny car compared to the Audi behind of Will Beach now, who runs Williams Motor Company, which is on the side of the car. It's a great looking car, that Audi RS3. That's the type of car Gordon Shedden raced in the World Touring Car Championship, which I don't think was Gordon's favourite times. So he's come back to the British Touring Car Championship. He'll be racing here next weekend at Donington Park. There's 98. That is the Class C BMW of Rory Baptiste and Tim Hartland. And who leads Class C now? Well, I think everyone has pitted, and it's gone back the way of Hayes and Sabiani, and they are 40 seconds ahead of the Baptiste-Hartland car we see all there. And then into third position has come the Connell and Nolan MX-5. And I think they're only in their second season of racing and going well. They're in third place in the 97 car.
That's right, Dave Connell and Dave Nolan. 33 and 32 years respectively, both started racing in 2021. And this was a car that's been in the Connell family for 10 years, but converted to racing only a couple of years ago.
I saw Sam McKee wishing them luck, who we've seen out in 750 Motor Club races in the past. Here is Tom Gladys sharing with Paul Clark in the Lotus there. That's a bit further down the order now, I think. That car, good to see that car out there. There's 13 yet to pit. That's Matt Fazy. So who is the lead in pit stop? I think it's the Sam Laidlaw driven Seat, isn't it? It's now in 8th. Who's, I think, pulled away now from James Ramsden, who's taken over from Ben Rushworth.
Yeah, Ramsden in 10th at the moment.
And then Andy Schulz is catching them quickly. He's only 17 seconds behind Ramsden and was 5 seconds quicker on the last lap. So, and he's got ahead of Dave Griffin, who remember was third earlier. So Andy Schulz is bringing that BMW 46 M3 into a strong contending position,
Well,
I'd suggest.
his best lap time is a 1:42.17, which is pretty competitive, isn't it? When you look at Marston and Swift, they've both lapped in the 140s, but nobody else, apart from the Laidlaws and Rushworth, have really been lapping in that kind of pace, I don't think, that's sort of in contention now. A bit further back, I think Adam Blair has as well. He was lapping the 142s, but they've dropped back quite a long way now.
Here he is. Here is Andy Schulz, experienced GT racer in the Torque Speed BMW E46 M3 again this year. And he then is going to lap the MX-5 we were talking about a moment ago. That's in a podium position at the moment in class. So through McLean's goes Schulz. Pit window's only open for another 20 minutes or just under, isn't it? So those cars that haven't pitted will have to do so soon, and then we'll get a better read on the race. And I'm wondering if Andy Marston is in the pit lane now. Oh, there's a car off at Coppice, or run out wide at least, much like we had a moment ago.
Yeah. Again, I don't think we're going to see anything once the dust clears, are we? Unfortunately.
Not had much rain in the UK lately, so therefore it's pretty dusty on the grass and on the gravel.
Yeah, that I think drivers now that were sort of thinking, oh well, we'll wait till there's another safety car period, probably or possibly ought to be thinking about making their move and making their pit stop now, because time is running out.
Yeah, they'll be running out of fuel as well, I suspect.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? Some will be very tight on fuel, I suspect.
So here comes Schulz to lap Cam Walton's Toyota. So the gap to James Ramsden is now 4 seconds because he's caught another 6. So Andy Schulz might be passed on the next lap, and that is for second of the stoppers, although we wait for Andy Marston to come out the pit lane. So here comes Schulz over the curve, through the craners, down into the old hairpin. He's not quite using as much road as we saw in some of the sprint races. You need to conserve the car, make sure it lasts the full distance. And there's the leader, who's just put a lap on James Ramsden. They're in 2, and that is the car that Andy Schulz is catching.
That 97 car's got damage, hasn't it? Well, it's got the rear bumper flapping away. The car driven by Dave Nolan.
Almost got driven into there by the Porsche Boxer, Michael Downing, as it got all quite busy. Yeah, that rear bumper is trying to escape the car. Well, certainly on one side it is. The other side's not too bad, but with half an hour still to go, you'd think it might shake itself loose at some point.
Yeah, we see the Michael Downey car going through, the CW Motorsport prepared car for the Michael, who works in insurance, 5th season of Racing Club Enduro. He's inspired by his dad, Dave Downey, to start racing in this. Dave, his father raced in this until 2019, I think, on his own right.
Michael Downey finished 8th in the class championship last year, and the Audi is off at Coppice. So we've seen dust at Coppice. Now we've got a car as well.
The wheel there, the left-hand wheel, looks like it's at an interesting angle, which suggests there might have been a breakage on that car on the way up the hill towards Coppice. So that's the 27 car of Will Beach. It is now beached, and the Audi RS 3 TCR car is out of the race.
The question is, did it just break by itself, or more likely was there contact at some stage?
You cynic.
Well, TCR cars are built to do long distances, therefore they generally don't. Well, generally they don't break without contact. So
no, it might just been a light touch there to damage it.
That's Scott Parkin's Golf.
I think it might be.
Is that at the end of the pit lane?
Just trying to figure out exactly where that is. We're looking through the fence, but it does look like, yeah, it's at Starkey's Bridge. So it's the number 12 car of Scott Parkin, who was the Class B sort of effective leader earlier on. There's Will Beach getting his helmet off. He's out of the race. So a couple of rapid drivers out of the race in quick succession, it seems. So that's number 12, we think, off. And here's number 13, Matt Fazy into the pit lane.
So there is Steve Hewson waiting.
He's only going to get half an hour. He's going to get about a third of, or a quarter of the race distance, isn't he? Being a 2 hour and 5 minute race.
Another driver that forgot to take their radio out before getting out of the car. Professional drivers do that as well, so not the end of the world. But now out of the driver's seat gets Matt Fady, the door is shut and then the fuel goes in.
I think I can see on the sort of timer on the steering wheel there, they've got Taz 5 minutes programmed in as the race distance, and I think that's saying there's 30 minutes left to go underneath it, which is about right.
So nothing was ticking away. So
it wasn't. It wasn't. But anyway. So Marshall, looking at that, there's the 13 car, pink and blue, Intelligent Money Racing. Intelligent Money also involved in supporting the British GT Championship as well, of course.
Pictures taken on a selfie stick during the course of the pit stop there as well.
Yeah. Matt Suckling in the background there. He's a man for a selfie stick if ever there was one. I'm glad to see that they've got the fuel tank colour coordinated there to refuel the car with a pink tank. That's impressive. So it's going to be Steve Houston that will take over this car for the final sort of 27 minutes of this race by the time he gets in.
Still going slowly is that Lotus Elise, so now Steve Brockington, who I can't imagine if he's having the best time of his life driving that car at that speed. Here's the Class C leader, Paul Saviani, with Jonathan Hayes, the BMW 318 Ti, up across the line to complete 45 laps for that car.
Yeah, so we've got 28 minutes to go. Not everyone has yet made their stops though. Quiver equipment on the order nevertheless, although it will change. Number 1, Carl Swift leading, 187. George Haler in second place. Third is number 5, Jonathan Packer, leading Class B at the moment. 4th, number 13, Steve Houston in the pits. 5th is number 51, Luke Handley. 6th is number 37, Andy Marston. 7th is number 91, Chris Plaskett. 8th is number 100, the Laidlaws. 9th is 191, Oliver Owen. And 10th, having made his stop, number 69, Andy Schultz. So he's making progress in the right direction. Class C, currently being led by the Hayes and Subiani BMW 318 Ti. That is the number 66 car, isn't it? Originally a compact cup car, but now with a 2.8 litre engine.
Andy Schulz and Dave Griffin have got past James Ramsden, and Dave Griffin there is the quickest car on the track. He's catching Andy Schulz, he's only a couple of seconds behind. They just got past this car, James Ramsden in the Seat. There's a second place car in Class C, by the way. That's Tim Hartland with Rory Baptiste, who turns his way up through cockpit. And there's Andy Marston, the Class pit stop leader, the Class A pit stop leader. You mentioned he was up there. He's in 5th position and a long way ahead of Sam Laidlaw and Andy Schulz and Dave Griffin. There's the Ginetta G40, I think with a bespoke rear wing on the back. I don't think that's part of the G40 normally, and that is now driven by Chris Webster. I feel like Chris Webster raced Ginettas in the Ginetta Championship at one stage.
Not sure.
Might be making that up.
That car, 2.5 litre Duratec engine aboard it as well.
It's also not standard.
No.
Good to have a G40 in the championship again.
Yeah, of course, see the G40s racing in the various Ginetta manufacturer championships. In various different guises. 26 minutes of this race left to go. Still quite a few drivers to make their pit stops, and they've only got 11 minutes left to do it now.
Matthew Tidmarsh said they've had 3 days in the car since it's been brought out of long-term storage by Chris Webster. So perhaps he did race in the G40 Championship.
You're adding 2 and 2 together there.
Hopefully.
Hopefully making 4, yeah.
Race leader Cole Swift is yet to pit. Has got to do so in the next 10 minutes. Same for George Haler. So Jonathan Beeson's not going to get much driving. That Seat was sat in the Snetterton paddock for the last couple of days.
Oh, right.
Part of the Paul Sheard awning of Mazdas. So that car's now been transported to Donington Park, thankfully.
Someone on the YouTube comments was mentioning that they'd seen one of those cars, one of the TCRs at Paul Sheard's premises recently, so that was probably the one we're talking about.
That was absolutely right. So Marston, is 55 seconds ahead of Laidlaw, so it's certainly between him and Swift, isn't it, for the win?
You would think so, yes. Barring anything strange.
And Andy Schulz has had an issue because Dave Griffin and James Ramsden are ahead of him. This happened at Snetterton last year. He was so quick, and then every now and again there'd be a really slow lap where presumably he'd had an issue. So Andy Schulz has lost positions, and therefore what is kind of net third is looking good for the Laidlaws again. Meanwhile, though, Matt is continuing to be busy in the pit lane, and let's see who he's caught up with next.
Yeah, thanks guys. Down here with Matt, who's just jumped out of the number 13 machine. Matt, that was a really long stint there, left it right to the last few minutes.
It was. I think Neil was actually trying to torture me, if I'm honest. That was tough. That was seriously tough. I really thought that he was going to try and... I thought he was going to bring us in below an hour. How long was I out for?
About an hour and 30 minutes.
How long's left of the race?
Just under 30 minutes now.
So Steve's got hardly anything to do. See, that's just typical of him. That really is typical of him. Puts me in for the hard work. Do I get to say hello to people? Oh, well, in which case, anybody who knows me watching, I'm sure Sarah is, hi. And please bear with me tomorrow at work. I'm going to be absolutely knackered. Any other questions you got?
What do you reckon Steve's going to do now? You're looking at your class position. Do you reckon you can win that?
I hadn't got the data on who had not stopped in our class that's currently ahead of us on track. Was I first in class when I came in?
The boys will be able to tell us upstairs in a bit, but you were up there, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the car seems to be going well. It was my first time in that car, so I'm still getting used to her. But it was really, you know, we didn't think that we'd get close to some of the Golfs. So, yeah, to have that sort of pace, especially as my first time in the car, I'm quite happy.
You're happy, are you? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think after my dismal performance in qualifying, I honestly thought that we'd be struggling to get, you know, anywhere into the top 15. So to see that we were running something like 4th overall and first in class, I think, when I came in, I'm reasonably happy with that. You know, obviously we'd like to be, you know, 2 laps up on everybody, but that's not going to happen.
And I have to say, we've got the onboard camera in your car, some great dance moves through that safety car. We saw it all.
Oh, did you see it? Did you get my hand puppet? Oh, brilliant, good stuff. That was for you, Sarah, that was. The hand puppet was for you.
That's a new career.
Well, to be honest with you, it relieves the boredom. And you always tend to think that when you guys are watching and it's a safety car and we're trundling around like, you know, Aunt Ninny on a Sunday shop, you need something to watch. So I thought at least if I can entertain you, and I promise you I'll do more of it, you know, and at some point we'll have to get some tunes in the car, get that blasting over the live stream. You can dance at home, I'll dance in the car. It's going to be a much better way to race, I promise.
You'll have your own show.
I hope not. I've got enough to do.
Matt, well done.
Thank you, sir.
There we go, Matt Fazy out the car, and we're going to see what that car can do. He doesn't know where he is, but I'm sure, as once again, guys, you can tell us how that machine is getting on in the hands of Steve now.
At Donington Park, Easter Monday, that's where he is. Where is he? They are 15th overall at the moment, and within the class, they are 1, 2, 3, 4th, I think.
Got the lead in pit stopper.
They are. With the 12 car, which was the car that they were racing with, very hard for an hour or so, having retired.
Jonathan Packer was about 15 seconds behind early on. He's still out there, not pitted. Here's Sarah Dennis in the Renault Clio as she turns her way round the old hairpin. She runs in 36th overall.
Yep, marketing manager, started racing in 1997 in Stock Catch, had 15 years out and returned just last season.
Chris Freeman has stopped, I think. He hasn't come through lately in his Golf. He was fairly well up at one point.
Yeah.
So all these Golfs that we heard from there's less of them now, it does seem, because a few of them are stopped around the circuit. 481 there is Edward Christie in his BMW E36 M3, turning there into Coppice Corner. So there's only 5 minutes left before the pit window shuts, and we've got a number of cars inside the top 10 that haven't pitted yet. Andy Schulz, by the way, has got back past James Ramsden. So, and he's only 6 seconds behind Dave Griffin, so he's trying to catch Dave Griffin. That'd be, I reckon, for net 4th place in the race, behind the Laidlaws, who are 40 seconds up the road. So they could get a podium in their first race in the club Enduro. Here's Andy Marston, who's battling for the lead, but his bonnet is flapping about quite a lot there as he headed down into the S's.
Yep, that's right. So let's see how that pans out. Make sure he's not going to have any problems in the remaining. We've got 19.5 minutes left to go in this race. Still quite a good number of cars out there. We have lost several, but we've probably still got getting on for 40 cars left in this race. Just under 20 minutes of the race left to go. Is that the green Saul car?
Yeah, he's gone a bit quicker now. He's into the 143s.
And where are they running? They're 21st, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. So, good to see there's not many of these 36s left, but it is an E36 that's got the lap record round here, and that has not been beaten in the course of this race.
I don't know why you need to see what's going on in the commentary box, but there you go. There's a shot of what's going on in the commentary box for those of you at home, and this is what we can see out of our window, which is not an awful lot. We do most of our commentary from the screens, as you can see, and we can just about see a few yards of the pit lane. There's the 87 car, the 187 car, I should say. That is the George Haler car that has now been handed over, has it not?
Yes.
To Jonathan Beeson.
And it's in a good position. It's inside the top 10 and should get past 3 of the cars that are yet to pit. So it's a good fight back from the back of the grid.
So that will be, yeah, a good result, I think. They'll be happy with that comeback.
I think they're gaining a place before the end because they're only 3 seconds behind James Ramsden.
Yeah.
Well, the Ramsden is getting quicker now. He's only a couple of seconds off what Ben Rushworth did in that car.
Is Andy Schultz going through? How's he getting on now?
Well, he had that moment when he went off or whatever happened. So he's got back past Ramsden.
Just in his personal best lap as well, hasn't he? 142 dead.
And he's trying to catch Dave Griffin again. There is Griffin coming out the hairpin, so we're going to see the gap now to Andy Schultz, who comes out the hairpin behind the McGann.
And also behind Steve Houston as well in the number 13 Porsche Cayman.
Shame Matt didn't ask him about the penalty he's got, but Matt Fazy, because I'm sure we've got an interesting answer to that.
Oh, there was an interesting answer to any questions, including some that weren't asked.
The Audi TT's still going after problems, but down in 24th for Ryan Parkin.
Yeah, there he is now, the number 11 car. It was started by Adam Blair. Just behind him is the Flying Tangerine Racing Chris Webster Janetta.
Right, the leader's in the pits, I reckon.
Well, he didn't have a lot of choice, because if he left it another lap, he would have been sort of dicing with it being up against the 15-minute pit window closing.
And the car's back out the pit. So there's Cole Swift. So where's Andy Marston? Is he behind or ahead? Not sure.
We'll try and piece all of this together in a few moments. And here goes the Laidlaw car just out over the line. You could just see that. We could see that out of our window as well. There's the Gazoo Racing Yaris, Cam Walton, pedalling that solo. Be very interested to find out what Cam's made of this in Rage, but it seems to, touch wood, have been reliable. It's the number 50 car, it's running in 20th position overall. Of course, this is in Class A, that's because it's on power to weight, and I imagine that the Yaris weighs quite a lot less than some of the other cars in that class as well. A smaller car in stature.
I guess it's still quite a big car for what it is, isn't it? Like compared to the Civic alongside it.
But Yaris are bigger than they used to be.
Yeah, exactly. So Cole Swift's come through, he is still leading. So I think he might have an extended margin, if anything, over Andy Marston. Here's the Class C leader.
Yeah, with something training, I think it's just a bit of bodywork, isn't it, from the bumper. Training from the back of the 66 car. Paul Subiani, the Canet Racing car. Johnny Hayes had that for the first part of the race.
20 seconds is the lead gap between Swift and Marston.
That should be enough, shouldn't it, I would think?
Yeah.
For Carl Swift, which is quite something really when you consider what happened at that second restart, which was a bizarre off at Redgate Corner.
So presumably Jonathan Packer and Luke Handley are also in the pits. So therefore shortly we will get a read on if Steve Houston is leading Class B. And the Class C leader just goes through there. of Paul Saviani with a good gap over Tim Hartland. And third in that class is the Mini. The Mini Cooper S, now driven by Matthew George, who I want to say is former British GT driver, Matt George.
Yep, no, you're absolutely right. I did note that down earlier on. Where did I note that? Yeah, British GT, Euro GT4, ADAC GT Masters as well. So very experienced driver.
He snuck in without a professional driver penalty as well.
Yes, there's a few that I think could, you know, maybe by the letter of the regulations they don't get one, but they're certainly, you know, very experienced and quick drivers. He describes his occupation as a, you know, performance and development driver, so it's his occupation.
But well put to not put professional for this championship.
Yes, well. Number 70's got a 5-second penalty now as well. That's the car that's now been driven by Steve Hutchison, that was started by Hammy Venables, but he's running now in 17th.
So shortly we should get a full read down on the order once the Packer and Handley stops are completed.
Yes, because we've got 13.5 minutes left to go in this race.
So Hewson came through 3 minutes and 22 seconds behind Jonathan Packer. 3 minutes in the pits, plus running down the pit lane, stopping, pushing the car back out again after the stop. Might be quite close, I'd imagine. So we will find this out very shortly. We wait for Volkswagen and Porsche drivers to make their way to the end of the lap. I think that was Hewson in the background, heading down towards the S's.
Possibly.
So in about half a minute we should get a read on that. But here's our Class C leader, Paul Saviani, and not sure if we've seen that car right at the sharp end of Class C recently.
There is the 67 car, Julian McBride. Where's Julian running?
15th.
15th. We've not really seen much of him during the course of this race. The Jeff Steele Racing prepared car, S55 3-litre engine for the 54-year-old sales director. Started racing the M3 Cup in 2016, but decided he was more suited to long-distance racing. He's a disabled driver as well, so there's quite a lot of adaptations to that car to enable him to race. And the TWP Lotus has finally called it a day as well, by the looks of it.
Yes. That's somehow lasted almost the whole race. So Steve Hewson has gone through and leads by 2.9 seconds, but he has his 5-second penalty to overcome over Jonathan Packer. So the Class B lead battle is very much on. So 2.9 seconds, Hewson to Packer. There's only 10 more seconds back to Luke Handley. So the top three in Class B are separated by very little, but on sort of aggregate with the penalty, Jonathan Packer is in front on times.
Just looking at the car on circuit, on screen now, the 100 car, Steve Laidlaw and Sam Laidlaw. That's been a good performance from the two of them. Running in third place overall. Sort of thick end of a lap behind the leaders now, but nevertheless acquitting themselves well.
Absolutely, their first race here in the Club Enduro Championship. I don't think Sam Laidlaw's done that much racing before now, and there's a car off at Coppet.
And it's the Marsden car, isn't it? Ramsden, I should say.
That's it, yeah. From 7th. They had just been passed by Jonathan Beeson for 6th.
Yes, so that's the car that Ben Rushworth started. James Ramsden has taken it over. Corton Miller prepared. Set there on TCR.
Just looking here at Julian McBride, who you were talking about a moment ago. Great new livery on that car. And he turns his way just behind the Laidlaws we were talking about.
I think he sat out most of 2021, didn't he? Julian McBride. Not seen too much from over the past couple of years. Probably worth a quick rundown on the top 10 now. Number 1, it is Carl Swift leading by 21 seconds on number 37, Andy Marston in 2nd place. In 3rd place is number 100, Sam Laidlaw. In 4th place is number 34, Dave Griffin. In 5th place is number 69, Andy Schultz. In 6th place is number 187, Jonathan Beeson. In 7th place, number 2, James Ramsden. 8th place is number 44, David Trigg. 9th place is number 43, Steve Cheetham. 10th and leading Class B, but not on corrected times just at the moment, is number 13, Steve Hewson. Then 11th and second in Class B is number 5, Jonathan Packer. Third in Class B at 12th overall is number 51, Luke Handley. In Class C is number 66, Paul Subiani, that is ahead in 28th place overall, 29th. And second in Class C is number 98, that's Tim Hartland. And third and 30th overall is the Matt George Mini Cooper S that he is sharing with Neville Jones.
The Class C battle isn't that close at the moment. I know there's not long to go, but Matt George is lapping massively quicker than the two in front. He's 5 seconds faster than Tim Hartland, and on the last lap, 9 seconds faster than Paul Subiani. He's a minute behind the leader, so even at that rate of catch, it's not quick enough, is it? But Matt George is pushing on in the Mini. Interestingly, in this race, no lap records have been broken, and we're about a second off, I think, in each of the classes, for whatever reason.
Yeah, I don't know what the reason is. I don't think anything's particularly changed in the regulations that would necessarily change things too much. But it's been competitive down the field. There's been battles all the way down the field. Is that the Ramsden car looked to be coming a little bit slowly out of Goddard that time? I think it's all right.
Just behind the Class C new leader, because Paul Subiani has been off. So Tim Hartland has taken the lead of Class C and is 10 seconds ahead of Paul Subiani. And then Matt George is only another 20 seconds back, going much, much quicker. So the Class C battle may not yet be over. Here is the Class C leader, just behind the Class B leader, actually, being lapped. So we look at the Class B leader there, Steve Houston on the road. There's Jonathan Packer, who's the Class B leader in reality. And there's Roy Baptiste, who is the Class C leader on the road and in time as well.
Well, it's Tim Hartland, we think, aboard that car now. Roy Baptiste that started it. Tim Hartland, well, both of them have raced Golf GTI Mark IIs together. Hartland and Baptiste. Hartland at the wheel at the moment. Also raced a few races in Hot Hatch last year as well.
So Jonathan Packer is getting closer to Steve Houston. So it's kind of a shame this penalty is overhanging them, isn't it? Because otherwise this would be boiling up into quite a battle.
It would for the last 7 minutes of the race. I'm just having a look at what's going to go on. Yeah, unless Subiani has another off, I don't think George is going to catch him. No, I wouldn't have thought so. Just having a look at that battle for second in Class C, because I don't think it's going to go anywhere other than Tim Hartland now, unless he has a problem himself.
There's the race leader, Cole Swift. He's now 25 seconds ahead of Andy Marston's BMW. Those two have been the clear of the pack during the course of this race.
Yeah, it says on the side of the car it's C. Swift and R. Baker, but Rob Baker not driving the car today. It seems to be focusing on the team management duties at Area Motorsport.
So, plus,
and that is the 70 car that's off, isn't it? That's the car of Steve Hutchinson, the Elite Works car, which was started by Sammy Venables. Yeah, just looking for a safe place, but it's such a busy circuit, there's not many gaps in the traffic for it to rejoin. Oh, and the 481 car also in strife. That's Edward Christie's E36 M3, the Class B car. The 70 car back into the race. And there's the 481 car just about to rejoin. Oh, they were all off. They are all off now. This is the number 10 car. That's the Andrew Howard car. Andrew Howard's car's come to stop, the car that was started by Rob Fennick.
Christie for the pits.
Yeah, didn't have too far to get there, did he?
That Class C battle, Paul Subiani's going quicker now. So he's catching Tim Hartland again. There's only 5 seconds between them. As Andrew Howard in his Beach Dean overalls gets out of the car. It nearly made the end, that one.
It did, which would have been impressive.
Yes.
5 minutes to go.
Oh, another Lotus in strife. Here is the car that was driven is driven by Tom Gladys, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not going at full rack power, is it? Not at all.
There's Dave Griffin. He's had a really good run. I think he had a slower pit stop, but up there in 4th place in the E90 car, the only E90 racing M3 I think we've really got in the country. Certainly not many of them anyway.
He is certainly emerging from credit from this race, isn't he? Along with the Laidlaws as well as someone you put a star next to the name of, because they've had a good performance. And Andy Schultz certainly has had a good drive. He's done another fastest lap, hasn't he?
The two Class C leaders are separated by half a second now. So Tim Hartland has been caught by Paul Sabiani. So that's strange. It was a long lap, wasn't it, for Sabiani? There's Matt George in third across the line. So here are the two leaders then, absolutely together in Class C. Tim Hartland ahead of Paul Sabiani, so it's 3:30 ahead of 3:18 Ti here. Yeah, they're still 20 seconds ahead of Matt George, so he's not going to catch them.
I wonder if they pitted to take that bit of bodywork that was trailing off, or if they had to for the black and orange flag. Possible, because it's not there now.
Yeah, so perhaps, it was about a half a minute longer. Oh.
And check flags out a little bit early with cars stranded around the circuit, so the win will go to Carl Swift then in the Seat Leon TCR. Second, well, there he is. He's just taken the checkered flag with about 3.5 minutes early.
I'm not sure if he knows it.
Well, no, it's Carl Swift who'll be pushing on just in case that was an apparition. Second will go the way of Andy Marston, and then yet to finish will be the third place car, but here's the battle for Class C.
Yeah, a change round the outside into the S's on the final lap of the race. Comes Paul Sabiani. He hasn't made the best exit, so can Tim Hartland fight back down towards the Melbourne Loop to a last lap change for a win in the class, and it's in the class that didn't have overly many cars compared to the other two, but very competitive.
The two BMWs proving an even match, but yeah, I can't help but feel that must have been a late pit stop for the Hazen Sabiani, the Canet racing car. We saw it with that trailing bodywork. It's not got it now. It lost the class lead. It's got it back now from Tim Hartland. They're going to come out of the final corner, and it's going to be then the Paul Sabiani car that comes through, shared with Johnny Hayes, to win Class C of the Tigawar Club Enduro Championship.
And that's their first win in the championship.
It certainly is, so they'll be delighted with that. It's a great comeback on the last lap there. Carl Swift winning the race overall. Has Class B been through? Yet to be decided.
I think so, because Carl Swift is going to take the flag for a second time.
He is, so that will mean it on correct times is going to be Jonathan Packer, isn't it, that wins Class B, because he was only just under a second behind Steve Hewson on the road in the Porsche Cayman, but Hewson had that 5-second penalty to bear from what Matt Fazy incurred in the first part of the race.
Yes, so
which was track limits.
So Matt's got to try and explain that to Steve, hasn't he, why they haven't won the race.
He gets all the best jobs, doesn't he? Does Matt Suckling down in the pit lane. Hopefully there'll be some officials there also to explain what's going on. A dramatic race, really. Carl Swift really coming back to win that race, when at one point my heart was in my mouth and I thought he was going to be in the wall at Redgate.
Yes, and let's take a look at those results then for the first round of the Tigawar Club Enduro Championship.
Right, deep breath, this could take a while. The winner, number 1, Carl Swift. Second, number 37, Andy Marston. Third, number 100, the Laidlaws, father and son. Fourth was Dave Griffin, and another good drive from him. Fifth, and also on the lead lap, I think the last car on the lead lap, Andy Schultz had taken over from Matt Hampson. A good performance from the back of the grid for George Haler and Jonathan Beeson. Ben Rushworth and James Ramsden in 7th place for number 2. 8th to number 44, the Trigg and Dayburn Lotus Exige. 9th, 43, Steve Cheetham in the Porsche Boxster. 10th there on your screen, Steve Hewson and Matt Fazy in the Porsche Cayman. They won't have won Class B though. Jonathan Packett in 11th place will have done, because he doesn't have a 5-second penalty attached to his name. 12th to number 51, Luke Handley. And another front-running Class B car, the Chris Plaskett Golf GTI as well, 16th place overall. A little bit further back. See if we can see who finished outside the top 20. Well, there we can see the confirmation of the Class C result, and less than a second between number 66 and number 98 there. 66, Johnny Hayes and Paul Sabiani taking their first Class C victory in Club Enduro from Roy Baptiste and Tim Hartland, and Matt George and Neville Jones with their Mini. And now we're into the cars that perhaps didn't make it all the way to the end. Some of these did. Sarah Dennis and James Miller. James Miller making his race debut. Sarah Dennis, something of a comeback. But we lost Scott Parkin quite a few laps from the end in the number 12 car. He was contending for the Class B victory. There we can see in the background the Beach and Bryce car that came to rest at Coppice Corner. No progress for the Together We Progress car this weekend to speak of. And more cars here that unfortunately didn't make it to the end with various mechanical issues and accidents that they picked up along the way. And the car that got least far was the Scirocco GT24 of John Maudsley and Stuart Mead, I'm afraid to say. Hopefully we'll see them back out next time with the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship. That is going to be at Croft at the end of May. So we'll look forward to seeing the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship back in action then. Still, although it's 25 to 6, 3 more races to go here at Donington Park today. We've got RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship up next, then 750 Motor Club Formula V and the Toyota MR2 Championship to round out the day. But in just a moment or two we'll head downstairs. Matt Suckling will be there, ready and waiting to talk to our top three. So Matt, it's down to you.
And here, Steve, many congratulations. We spoke to Matt after his pit stop. He was very enthusiastic about how he'd done and hoping for you to do the same, and you did exactly that. Well done on Class B victory.
Thank you. I think we may have a penalty, so I'm not actually sure the fat lady's sung on this one yet. But, I mean, great fun race. Matt did really well because we didn't get any traffic, didn't get through any traffic in quali. So I'd say really our quali performance wasn't representative of the car. But, yeah, he pulled it well back together on the race. And then really it was just a question of trying to hold it ahead and stay ahead of the area Golfs for the end of the race.
Do you know why you got the penalty at all?
I suspect it was a track limits. From my enthusiastic partner Matt.
We were keeping an eye. I think you might have pulled 5 seconds, but of course the race a little bit early finish there, so I didn't quite catch what happened. But a good race anyway.
Yeah, I'm not 100% where we landed, but yeah, great fun race. Brilliant to be back into the championship again.
And what is it like to drive the Porsche as well?
It's fantastic. I mean, everything's in the right place. They're designed to do this job. So yeah, it really is. It's a great car. We raced it a bit last year. We had a good result at Alton, and we raced with a couple of other clubs as well last year. Really well, we were developing it. And yeah, no, really happy with it. It's a fantastic thing.
Good stuff. Well done, Steve. Well done, Matt, as well. Congratulations to both you for the class victory there. Let's have a quick chat with our Class C victor as well. Let's have a quick chat. Both of you want to come in. It's entirely fine. Well done there. Congratulations. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was good. I mean, we were just sort of pacing most of the way, and then we had to come into the pits because we had a nudge from somebody and the rear diffuser was loose. So we came in, mad dash, and obviously dropped a second. And I thought, right, this is more fun. Let's give it some. Yeah. So the poor little thing, I was absolutely thrashing it. But just in the nick of time, just down off McLean's, I think it was, got on the inside, and here we go.
Yeah, a couple of corners from end. Checker flag, of course, came out. You got it done, but a great race.
Yeah, it was brilliant. The weather's been nice. So on our little trusty shopping car's done it again.
Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations. We'll now have a quick chat with our race winner and Class A winner as well, which is Carl Swift. Carl, well done. Nice to see you again. Many questions for you. First off, what happened after the second safety car restart down at the first corner?
I underestimated the width of the oil slick, and I was too busy looking in my mirror, so absolute sideways, well, backwards into that first corner. 4 or 5 came past, and it was hard work, but fun. Getting back up there, and then Andy kept the pressure on for God knows how long. That was an awesome race. First hour was just unbelievable.
What a save, though. Save of the day, I think, and you must have been lucky to get on that gravel trap.
Yeah, lucky to get out of the gravel trap, and I had 2 back wheels that were like flat spotted to death, so I was just shaking my eyeballs out for the whole 2 hours, but luckily they held out.
The other question is, you're doing it solo today. That's another punishment, isn't it, for 2 hours?
It is, yeah. It's a while since I've done 2 hours, since we did 24 hours, because I was shared with Rob. But he's at TCR UK, well, was at TCR UK most of today, looking after 3 cars there, so he didn't make it back in time for quali to do his 3 laps. Yeah.
Apart from that, great race for you, great job. As you said, Andy was on your tail in the BMW, but the pit stops came around, it all kind of shaked itself out.
It did, yeah, a bit of a breather then, and the brakes came back and the tyres came back, so it was nice for the last 15 minutes.
Well, good stuff. You look like you've worked hard, but well done.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Good stuff. Well done. Carl Swift there, taking victory then in the first of the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship races of the year here at Donington Park. And we can't wait till the next one. It's going to be hopefully just as action-packed with as many cars as well. Back to sprint racing next, because it's the second race of the day for the RLMM Racing Bike Sports Championship.
Yes, and it's going to be a 20-minute race for the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship coming up next. The grid for this race based on the second fastest times from qualifying this morning. We had a race earlier on. That was won by Richard Wise from Joe Locke and Simon Ward-Hansel with an early checkered flag due to the car of Jules Griffiths being stranded at a Redgate corner. But to say, this grid based on the second fastest lap times, although it's got a similar look to the grid that we had for race 1. So on pole position it's number 88 Richard Wise, and alongside it's number 1 Leon Morel, who had some, we think, electrical issues in the first one, which dropped into 5th. On the second row it's number 4 on the inside and 87 on the outside, so that's Simon Ward-Hansel and Jack Lees. Jack Lees didn't make it out for race 1, so we'll see if it's there this time. Row 3 is number 8 Joe Locke and number 7 Julian Griffiths. Julian Griffiths hopefully has dug himself out of the gravel at Redgate. Row 4, 5 and 73 Doug Carter and Alistair Smart. Row 5 is 86 Stephen Bell and 12 Andrew Fido. Row 6 is 20 Matt Moore and 30 Mark Grayson. On to row 7, that's 11 Philip Brown and 16 Ash Hicklin, a bit further back than we might expect to see him. The 8th row is 66 Rich Hardy and 24 Ian Charles. Row 9 is 33 Lee Jackson and 29 Andy Tidy. And I think we should have one more car at the back, and that is an important one because it's Joe Stables this time taking over the number 95 Radical PR6 from Father Richard, who raced it in the earlier contest. And let's just have a short break before we look ahead to the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. Well, Jack Lees has very obligingly put a comment on the YouTube feed to say, no, I'm at home. So Jack Lees isn't going to be out there for race 2, unfortunately, which is a shame for him. We're looking forward to seeing him make his bike sports debut. What do you reckon we can expect from this one then, Josh?
Well, Joe Stable's probably driving through from the back, I suspect. His lap record, or his lap times, I should say, from last year was sort of 2 to 3 seconds faster than what we saw earlier. So he should be able to do that in 20 minutes. But the rest of them, especially the Class B battle, that was good earlier, wasn't it? And there's some people, I think, starting further back than what their real pace can be shown, because we saw Alistair Smart, didn't we? He moved up nicely in the earlier race, as did Ash Hicklin. So I think there are a couple of drivers, aren't they, Ian, that will move forward. But there'll be a few moments before we get the cars out, because there were quite a few stricken cars in that last race, weren't there, from the club Enduro. So there's going to be a few moments to wait. But Richard Wise, he took that first win, didn't he, in the first round of the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. And hopefully we'll get a checkered flag under green conditions this time, because that was a disappointing thing in the earlier race where we had the safety car out for Jules Griffiths off. We've got the pace car at the front, because this will be a rolling start for the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. And Liam Morel will be looking to have a better time than the earlier race, won't he? Because he was so quick. He's at the fastest lap in his class, but he only took 3rd after that intermittent problem in the middle.
Yep, that's right. It's still quite an inexperienced racer, though, is Leon Morel. He's only been racing 2 or 3 seasons now, hasn't he? But he won the championship last year from Class B. It was a very exciting conclusion to the last year's Bike Sports Championship at Snetterton, wasn't it? Because you've got Joe Stables and Stuttgart Mattel going at it for overall and Class A honours. And it was all dependent on what Leon Morel could do within Class B. Would he do enough if things didn't go to plan for them, for him to wrap up the championship title? And he did get the title under his belt there in a dramatic conclusion to the championship. All went down to the last lap, I think.
Yeah, Leon Morel won all but one race last year, but he didn't always have a full complement of cars in his class, which lost him some points. But this year, Class B, I think, has the bigger grid.
It does.
And it has some very pretty quick drivers in it too.
It does. Yes, the points are limited. If you don't have a full complement of starters within your class, then you can't pick up the maximum 15 points for a win necessarily. But that shouldn't be a problem, at least this weekend, and hopefully for the rest of the season. Class B being for the more production-engined cars, motorcycle-engined cars. Class A for tuned motorcycle engine cars. That's the differential between the two classes. And as we said earlier on, no Class C anymore this year. That separate 1000cc class has been sort of merged into classes A and B, but we do have that 1000cc car on pole and the race 1 winner.
That's right, yeah, the smaller engine but a lighter car that Richard Wise is in, the first of the Mattel bike sports cars, the MC41R. That's got Mattel was a race winner in, but now Richard Wise has added his name to that winners list. So it's no longer an exclusive club for Scott Mattel.
No, it's not. It's not at all. And it is good that we do see that car out there beating the Radicals. No Spires on the grid this year in bike sports. We've had them in the past.
Been a championship winner in the past as well, with the overall championship back in 2015 going the way of Tim Gray in the Spire GT3. And wonder where those couple, well, Richard Wise drove one, didn't he, where those couple or so cars have gone. Charles Hall had one for a bit, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he is entered in, or is registered for the championship, but not in a Spire, not in a Radical, in something else. So hopefully we'll see that car out later on in the season.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing Charles out later in the year.
I did see he was in the paddock today, so
okay.
That's planning his return. Of course, he is racing other cars as well this season.
Right, that beach car is taking more recovering than we thought. It's needing a full lift.
You spotted the broken corner on it, didn't you, during the
yeah,
race?
Broken suspension, I should think. And we never did find out why or how that happened, whether there was some contact there that broke the suspension or if it was a sort of component failure. But clearly it won't go anywhere on an all-field wheel, so it does need that full lift from McAvery's recovery crew. And he'll have been busy recovering other cars around the circuit as well, which is why we do have this slight delay, unfortunately. Probably, I suspect, why we did have that slightly earlier checkered flag as well, knowing that there was a number of cars that needed recovering after that Takiwa Club Enduro Championship race as well.
Yeah, we should say a thank you to all the track staff and particularly the marshals for what is going to be a very long day here at Donington Park. You promoted the nearly 8 hours of coverage, didn't you, up to this event, and it might exceed that.
It could be. It could be. A little bit more than that in the end. We've still got 3 races to go.
We're over-delivering.
We are. We aim to please with the 750 Motor Club. So they'll be getting that car strapped up and onto the back of the recovery truck, and once that is on its way, I suspect they will then look to release the cars out onto the circuit for the bike sports, which have the rolling start, of course, as well. But yes, that car with its broken suspension being recovered. There's the McGann, looking all rather lonely on the start and finish straight here at Donington Park. It wouldn't be lonely here next week because the British Touring Car Championship is here at Donington Park for its first rounds of the season. So we will look forward to that, no doubt. Next 750 Motor Club action after this weekend is in just under 2 weeks' time. It's at Silverstone on the national circuit. And what have we got racing at Silverstone? We've got 5WX5, 750 Formula, their first round of the season. First race is 2 for the Alphas and the Armed Forces Race Challenge. Classic Stock Hatchback out again, so to the Clio Sport Championship. F1000 also making its seasonal debut, and low cost. Hot Hatch, MR2s and Road Sports also in action at Silverstone on the 30th of April and 1st of May. And Matt and Josh will be talking you through that.
You haven't been to a national circuit meeting at Silverstone for 750 Motor Club for a little while, so looking forward to some slipstream in action, I suspect, over the course of those 2 days.
It'll be a great weekend, I'm sure. There'll be some really good racing on the 1.6 mile national circuit at Silverstone. We'll be back at Silverstone later in the year on the international circuit and the Grand Prix circuit for the Burkitt 6-hour relay race in October as well. Jack Lees has messaged us again. Just an update, enjoyed driving the car. He had a gearbox issue in qualifying, which was costing him time. He decided it was hurting him too much to race, so he packed it in. Hopefully it will be resolved for Alton Park, which is the next round in about 4 weeks' time. So best of luck to Jack, and we'll hopefully see him racing at Alton next month.
The pace was quick, the car was working properly, so hopefully Jack is looking forward to the remainder of the season. That was a good showing against some experienced drivers.
Top rookie, as we said last year, in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, so it was a very good showing from him there, so it would have been very interesting to see him make that switch. We've seen drivers make the switch from Civic into bike sports in the past as well. It's not necessarily obvious.
Joe Locke
move.
did the same, did he not?
He did, yeah. But yeah, we've seen 1 or 2 drivers doing that.
Another former champion we saw out in the previous race. He's gone sort of the other way. Phil Knibb. He was out in the Seat just now. He was a 2016 bike sports champion.
He was. That's right. He's raced a few different things. That's Phil.
Adrian Reynard was the former champion. I think still racing now, but in historic cars that he built many years ago. And going back further, Darren Luke was a champion, and Jonathan Wright when Radical PR6s were to the front. But those cars are still out there, but not right at the sharp end today. Yeah, that Audi, I think, is causing some issues, isn't it, for the team down there at Coppice?
Yeah, it's proving rather difficult to recover, I'm afraid.
Of course, Stefano Lini was the last champion driving a Radical PR6, and he was lapping quickly last year around Castle Combe.
Yeah, got the outright lap record on the new layout at Castle Combe. Nigel Greenswell having the layout on the record on the old layout. That was driving an F3 Cup, and I think it was sort of 56, 57 second laps I think he was doing there, which is quite something.
I'd imagine these cars would be not terribly far off should they go to Castle Combe.
No, I'm sure they'd be very welcome there by the loyal crowds at Castle Combe. They've had their first meeting of the season today with some 750 Motor Club content in the form of the Sport Specials Championship. Just having a look to see what happened in those races. And we've had both of the races now for the Sport Specials Championship. Race 1 was won by Andy Hiley, the reigning champion, from Martin Gambling and Paul Boyd, 5 seconds separating the first 3. Class C, that was won by Stuart Much in his MEV Exocet, and Class B by Stuart Thompson in the MK Indy. And then race 2 was Hiley again by 11 seconds this time from Martin Gambling, Clive Hudson and Paul Boyd. Class C this time going to Darren Griffin in the MEV, and Class B to Warren Vesey. So Andy Hiley therefore with the early championship leads as he looks to retain his title in Sport Specials. We'll see those on the Alpha live stream later in the season.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing Sport Specials again. One of the championship or hopefuls going into the season, Steve Wells, unfortunately had to withdraw after an accident on the Isle of Wight a few weeks ago, which damaged his wrist and damaged his car as well. On the when they had sprinting on the streets of Sandown in the south of the Isle of Wight, which was a cool new event.
Yeah, very popular. You were telling me lots of spectators there.
Yes, it was, I think, a sold-out affair, and maybe some spectators not managing to sneak in as well as you do on a street course. But yeah, they had about 100 competitors there, including some 750 Motor Club competitors. And so that was good. Road cars, sports cars, there were some radicals and things like that there as well. There was a Westfield sports car, so not sure if one of them might come out in bike sports at some point. Well, you're seeing them in kit car form, don't you, in bike sports specials, like we were just talking about. But
absolutely.
This was a sports prototype car that was there with a bike engine. And the Bike Sports Championship, of course, can cater for a number of different cars. We've mentioned Radicals and Mattel here, Spire in the past, but there are other bike engine type cars, and of course you can build your own like Mattel have done. If you wish to build a bike engine sports prototype car, Bike Sports is the home for those types of car.
Certainly is, and a very good home it makes as well. Good competitive grids, and some of the fastest racing, if not the fastest racing that the 750 Motor Club provides these days. But still, as with everything that 750 Motor Club does, it is the relatively affordable end of the spectrum. There's no such thing as cheap racing, especially a car like, of this type. But it's still a better option in terms of the value for money in terms of your track time compared to what you might get elsewhere. And that's why the 750 Motor Club is an excellent place to start your racing career, as many people have discovered. Down the years, more than 20 different categories now that the 750 Motor Club puts on. So there really is something for everyone. And that meeting that we've got in a couple of weeks' time at Silverstone, that's we've got the low costs in there. That's a very affordable way to go racing. And we've got the Alphas, a recent joiner of the 750 Motor Club roster, and moved across from the British Racing and Sports Car Club, and they've enjoyed their time with 750 MC over the last couple of seasons. And F1000 as well, another to have made that move. And again, seeing grids almost double since they've made that move.
And really now 750 Motor Club, the home of bike engined racing with Bike Sports, with F1000 and with Sports 1000 as well. And so if you like your bike engines in cars, 750 Motor Club is the place to race them.
It certainly is.
There's still problems up at Coppets, by the way, and so the race is not able to start until the Audi can be picked up. You can see there we are no further along than we were 5 minutes ago. So this is obviously a difficult car to put onto a flatbed.
Yes, it seems to be quite difficult to get it to balance and on the straps. Safety car driver out of the car. I'm not sure I blame him. Getting some fresh air.
When days don't run as planned, they really don't run as planned, do they?
No, it's unfortunate that what probably looked like a relatively straightforward recovery at first is taking rather longer than expected with that Will Beach and Mark Rice Audi stranded up there at Coppes with broken suspension, needing a full lift and proving somewhat recalcitrant in that lift happening as well.
Start line marshal's put his flag down as well, so that's never a good sign.
No. And yeah, safety car drivers taking their helmets off as well now, which is also an interesting one. So here at Donington Park, with this pause before we get the R&M Racing Bike Sports Championship race underway. Let's just take a short break before we look ahead to this race.
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV, phone, tablet, or even your gaming console. We've got you covered. Just head to the YouTube app on any of your devices and search for Alpha Live. Here you can watch all of the events as they unfold, or you could choose from our vast library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Welcome back to Donington Park. We can see there that the recovery of the Audi from the Club Enduro race is still going on. Unfortunately taking rather longer than expected to be done. We will get the cars out for the Ireland Racing Bike Sports Championship race just as soon as we can, and then we'll hopefully get in remaining races for Formula V and MR2, but obviously time is ticking down towards the curfew, and we'll see what racing does get in before the end of the day, but unfortunate that we have lost some time here with this recovery that's taken rather longer than expected up at Coppice Corner at the end of that Club Enduro race. So bike sports cars still in the assembly area, about to be brought out onto the circuit just as soon as it is cleared. I suspect as soon as it looks like the recovery will be completed, they'll get the bike sports cars out on track so that they can get off onto their green flag lap just as soon as they possibly can. But for the moment, we still have this recovery to be completed here. Ian Soman up here in the commentary box with Josh Barrett alongside me, speaking to you whether you're here at the circuit or watching the live stream at home. Thank you for sticking with us as we look ahead to this bike sports race. We had a great start to the season though at Croft, didn't we, last weekend, Josh? Really enjoyable racing there across the whole range of classes, including a really cracking 116 trophy race to round out the day this time, 8 days ago.
Yeah, that kind of caught us a little bit by surprise, I think, didn't it? Which came down right to the last 15 minutes, where the whole podium basically changed in that time in a race that didn't have any caution periods, did it?
No, not at all.
And it ran straight through, and that series is getting more and more popular, getting bigger and bigger grids, and as I say, the racing sort of comes with that. And the thing is, more people got used to the cars, everyone's getting, the times are getting closer, which actually was shown for a lot of the categories. All the times, Clios all came closer, Type R Trophy especially all came closer, and that helped to some good racing. The Mazda 7 race on Sunday, I thought was really good as well.
Yeah, they were really good, and interesting new sort of talent uncovered there in Eddie Moore, who was having his first races. He was leading the first race for quite a long time, and I think he got one podium out of the two races in the end, didn't he? It was his experience showed just a little bit.
Yeah, although strangely, when he had that brake caliper issue, he did better on the Saturday. On the Saturday than he did on the Sunday race. But yeah, they were really good, and they get to go to the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit next month, which is going to be an exciting affair for both them and the Low Cost Championship.
Yeah, they're showing a grid there, aren't they?
Yeah, so it's going to be a lot of cars on a tricky circuit, which probably nobody's seen before or nobody's been around before. So they're going to really love that away day, really, on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit, which I think most people consider as, especially in this type of car, the greatest circuit to drive on.
Yeah. The Tigua Type R Trophy races were really good as well, I thought, last weekend.
Yeah, that was highlights of their sort of their short career for the championship. And again, that had lots of new names. We had some drivers who hadn't competed in racing before, and they surprised with some podiums. And yeah, so that looks really good for their, I think it's a 13 race season for Type R Trophy, and over 6 meetings, so that looks to be exciting. That's another new initiative from 750 Motor Club. There's been quite a few over the last few years.
Yeah, always looking to make changes and developments. We mentioned the Clios. That's now the Clio Sport Championship, not the Clio 182 Championship, because the 197-200 models have been introduced, and they were competitive, to say the least, right from the off. Some newcomers entering that class straight away. We'll see how that sort of sorts itself out as the season goes on in the Clios, but we did have a first-time winner in Chris Keir in the second race there, and also We had a win for Scott Edgar there as well, didn't we?
Yeah, that's right.
Croft.
Both first-time winners,
Yeah.
which is always a nice way to start the season.
Things are a bit more predictable there in 5 Club, weren't they? The MX-5s from memory.
Yeah, but with the championship though, Ben Short might not be doing the whole season, so
That's right.
And George Kingwood did really well there, didn't he?
He did well. George King had was it 3 podiums? He had certainly 2 podiums, wasn't it? Out of 3, and he will be a challenger for the championship this year. Ben Abbott will be up there. Ben Hansey will be up there as well. If Ben Short is good as his word and doesn't do the whole season.
Well, that's the thing. He said that last year as well. And George King this weekend is racing at Paul Ricard in Aligier in the support race, the European Le Mans Series.
Okay.
So whether he's going to do the full season of MX5, I'm not sure, but he's...
well, I should imagine he'll prioritise that, you know.
So he's got a potential star of the future there. He finished 3rd in one of the races there over the weekend.
He was racing radicals in the Gulf, wasn't he, over the winter as well?
Yeah, and the Dubai 24 Hours, so that's another potential future star to add to the 750 Motor Club's list that is growing. 8 years ago at this meeting, we saw George Russell make his racing debut in a Toyota MR2, and I think he's done okay.
He's done all right. He's not done too badly, hasn't George? Now with Mercedes, of course, and got a podium last weekend, wasn't it? In Australia.
2nd in the championship as well.
Absolutely right.
In a car that perhaps shouldn't be 2nd in the championship this year.
Not on pace, but it's finishing races, which is more than can be said for at least one of its rival teams.
And of course, Formula V, we saw Ash Sutton, didn't we, 10 plus years ago, now multiple British touring car champion.
Yeah.
And is with a new team this year, which will be here at Donington Park, or a new outfit with Napa Tools sponsoring it, which is great to have a new brand, international racing here in the UK. They already have a big brand in America in NASCAR, and now coming into the British Touring Car Championship. There was also a Mini Miglia at Snetterton over the weekend in those same colours.
Oh, right.
So in club racing, national racing, and in the biggest sport in America.
Yeah, absolutely right. So there we can see the Audi now is sort of on the road to being recovered, but I'm afraid this is taking a rather long time. And until this is cleared, of course, we can't have any more racing here at Donington Park. We're due to have the R&M Racing Bike Sports Championship up next, but unfortunately this is taking a little while to get recovered. So we will continue chatting away for the moment. We'll think of something else to talk about. It's worth just mentioning 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk, and there you can find information about all of the different championships that we've mentioned for the 750 Motor Club. You can also find the race calendar, which will have links in due course to all of the programmes, the live timing, the live stream where the events are being streamed as well, and all of the other information about each weekend's racing. So that's the place to go for the 750 Motor Club information. Of course, you'll find it on the usual social media, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, etc. So do look out for it there. You'll be able to watch clipped versions of the various races that we've seen both here this weekend and at Croft last weekend in due course.
And you can see past stuff on there as well. I somehow come across the 2010 Formula 4 Championship finale at Mallory Park.
Yes, I remember it well.
If you remember that. That was quite an exciting race.
It was. That was a really good meeting, that one. There's lots of exciting championship deciders. Mallory always produces really good racing. We're there towards the end of this year as well for some more championship finals as well. So hopefully that will be more of the same in October. I feel like we finally might be getting somewhere.
Hopefully.
With this recovery of the number 27 car from the Club Enduro, the Will Beach Mark Rice Audi. And that will be on its way back to the team. And then hopefully we'll get the bike sports cars released out onto the circuit.
So yeah, that looked like a rather difficult job, didn't it, for everybody up there in Coppice?
Yeah, it did. It took a rather long while to deal with as well, but the marshals on the start line are now sensing that they're about to be called into action. Or maybe not. The safety car crew will head back into the safety car shortly, no doubt, but we'll just wait for something else to happen for the Bike Sports course to be released. So it looks like that car is on its way back, on the back of the Mick Avery recovery wagon, and hopefully we'll see cars released out onto the circuit shortly. Now for the Bike Sports Championship, we've got the marshals now sort of moving into their positions down the grid. The safety car crew are about to hop aboard the McGann once again, and we should be able to get underway with some racing very shortly. So Mick Avery heading down the straight. We'll hopefully hear some Bike Sports engines fired up behind us shortly, and Bike Sports cars being released out onto the track.
The start line's looking more like a race is going to start, doesn't it, than it did
does.
5 minutes ago.
It does. I fear that we have now lost the MR2 championship race that was due to end the day, so hopefully we'll get this Bike Sports in, and we'll try, if we can, I'm sure, to try and get a Formula V race in as well, but time is running a little bit short. I wonder if they will run this the full 20 minutes or if it will be a slightly shorter race for the Bike Sports. But the cars are coming out onto the circuit now for their race, being headed by Richard Wise in the number 88 car then. We did do the grid for this quite some time ago, didn't we? And, oh, is that a moment for Leon Morel as he tries to warm his tyres up getting to the grid? Possibly it was. But he's going to take up his position on the front row of the grid. So 88 Richard Wise on pole position in the Mattel MC41R, and alongside him is number 1 Leon Morel in the first of a whole plethora of radicals. Second row on the inside is number 4 Simon Walker-Hansel. He's going to be on his own because Jack Leese is watching the stream at home. He should have been next to him though in the number 87 car. Third row on the inside is going to be number 8 Joe Locke, and 7 Jules Griffiths is alongside him. Fourth row 5 Doug Carter and 73 Alistair Smart. Fifth row 86 Steve Bell and 12 Andrew Fido. Seventh row 20 Matt Moore and 30 Mark Grayson. 7th row 11 Phil Brown and 16 Ash Hicklin. 8th row 66 Richard Hardy and 24 Ian Charles. 9th row 33 Lee Jackson and 29 Andy Tidy, and Joe Stables number 95 at the back.
So as you can see on your screen, this race is now shortened to 15 minutes, so we hope to get the Formula VE race in after it, all being well. It looks like where Jack Leese has now withdrawn from the meet and everybody's been moved up a spot.
Yes, they have. So
just trying to make a liar of you, Ian.
Yes, so that's Joe Locke now. No, actually, they've moved up on one side of the grid, but not the other. So I think actually what's happened is Jules Griffiths has moved up, and he probably shouldn't have done. Because it should have been Joe Locke that moved up to be alongside.
I think at this point we'll go with whatever happens.
Yeah, I think it's for the best. But it's a 15-minute race going to be, rather than the 20 minutes that we were expecting for the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship race. So 750 Motor Club safety car leading them around. Richard Wise in behind in the Mattel, the central seat driving position car. Mixture of central seat positions in the Mattel, and also the Radical PR6s have that driving position as well. The SR3s have the right-hand drive position, as it were.
I think we saw some left-handers as well, didn't we? Yeah, left-hand drive for Walker Hansel.
It is, that's true.
I don't know if there's many of them, so I wonder if that is a car that was built not for the UK.
Possibly so.
Anyway, that doesn't really matter too much, I doubt. So there is Walker Hansel then, the experienced driver that started off in T-cars a couple of decades ago before racing in Formula BMW, I think Clio Cup as well, and has done a lot of racing with the 750 Motor Club over the last few years.
Yep, absolutely right. So 15-minute race this will be for the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. here at Donington on the 2.5 mile Grand Prix circuit today.
It's Joe Stables at the back. He's got 5 less minutes to get to the front now.
He has. Does that change your view as to whether he might be a race winner here?
Probably not. But,
okay.
But the only thing he's got, maybe these moves might be a little bit more desperate to come through the field. No, well, assuming he knows there's 5 less minutes than what there was otherwise going to be.
Well, knowing Joe, it won't make too much difference. I'm sure it will be foot to the floor. He'll try and get through as quickly as he can.
I don't know what happened to his other racing ambitions he told us about at the end of last year, which included a few varied things, but it looks like those have not come to pass.
Well, everyone has ambitions, don't they? They don't always come to fruition. So down at the Melbourne Loop, we've got the bike sports cars. It's a rolling start for the bike sports. These bike engine cars, 1000cc car on pole position, Suzuki Hayabusa engine, Mattel MC41R of Richard Wise. Cars will be in 2x2 formation as they head up to the line. You can see Stables at the back sporting the 195 on his car for the purposes of this race. Round the Goddard hairpin they go. Red lights are on. Red lights are out, and away they go. And it's Richard Wise trying to fend off Simon Walker-Hansel for the lead of the race as they head down towards Redgate for the first time. It might allow Liam Morrell to go around the outside, and it does. Morrell takes the lead of the race. George Griffiths is going to try and go around the outside as well. He was off there at the end of race 1, tucked back in behind into 4th position, I think, behind Wise and Simon Walker-Hansel. So it's Griffiths in 4th, Joe Locke 5th, Doug Carter is 6th, but it's Leon Morrell that made the best of the start.
Yeah, he went round the outside, didn't he, into Redgate. There's Joe Stables. He's already passed 7 cars, something like that. But Wise is fighting back up the hill in towards McLean's, but Liam Morrell has that line covered, so he continues to lead. Simon Walker-Hansel hops over the curbs. I think he thought he was in a Clio Cup car there, as the car hopped up onto 2 wheels. Not particularly sure that's what you want to be doing in a Radical SR3. There's Joe Stables, who he's finding it hard work to get past Andrew Fido there, but he has got past now, and he's inside the top 10. And here comes Wise with more power in the Class A car, but he can't get fully alongside Leon Morrell. It keeps him at bay, so Morrell has got this Class B car between Class A car between himself and the rest.
Well, it's a tuned car, but it's a small engine capacity, isn't it? The 1000cc engine. And he locks up, does Wise, under braking for Melbourne Hairpin. Further back, Stables makes up another position. He's gone past Doug Carter now, so I think he's up to 6th place as we come towards the end of the first lap. So it's Morrell leading in number 1, last year's champion from number 88, Richard Wise in 2nd. In 3rd place, it's the number 4 car of the Simon Walker-Hansel, the multi-experienced Simon Walker-Hansel from all kinds of different categories. Low cost he's been racing in regularly most recently. And then in 4th place it's Joe Locke, 5th place it is Jules Griffiths, and then in 6th place, about to be 5th, and there he is, number 95, Joe Stables from the back.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well, isn't he? That is for sure. So he's now on terms with Joe Locke, who was a class winner in race 1, and he's trying to go round the outside at the Craner curve, which then we're given the inside for the old hairpin. So I don't think Joe Stables has done much driving today, but you wouldn't know it really, would you, as he comes through the field. But for the lead, Leo Morrell has been caught by Richard Wise, who would like to win this if he can, and they then battle their way up towards Coppice Corner with Walker-Hansel, then Stables, who's lapping so quickly, and down the straight towards the S's. Here comes Wise. Morrell tries to place his car in the middle of the road, but Wise looks up the inside. Morrell brakes later, round the outside. He stays in front, but behind them, Joe Stables has gone past Simon Walker-Hansel, I think, to get 3rd. Wise is slow off the S's, so already Stables is challenging him now for P2, and he dives up the inside. He brakes so much later, and he goes through.
Yeah, so not a complete surprise there to see Joe Stables move up to 2nd place down there at the Melbourne Hairpin. So he's just got Leon Morrell to try and pass now. There's only 6/10 of a second between Morrell and Wise at the start of the lap. I think that had gone out as we turn their way through Garage to complete lap 2. So it's Morel number 1 that leads. The 195 car in second place is Joe Stables. His dad Richard watching on from the pit wall, I can see in front of us. In third place, number 88, Richard Wise is locked up again, this time at Redgate Corner. He does get through the corner though, although he runs wide. Fourth is number 4, Simon Walker-Hansel. Fifth is number 8, Joe Locke. And sixth is number 7, Julian Griffiths. Unsurprisingly, the fastest lap of the race has gone to Joe Stables, and he's about to get the lead as well. Does he do it at Old Hairpin? No, Leon Morel closes the door in his face down there at the right-hander at the foot of the hill, but Stables will have another go further around the lap.
Leon Morel looks like he'd quite fancy to win this race overall, but I'm not sure if that's going to be possible now. One corner later at McLean's, Joe Stables goes through. He doesn't need 20 minutes, doesn't need 15 minutes. He didn't even need 5.
No.
So he leads the way through Coppice Corner. So the race for second, I'm sure, will continue. Battles further back between Doug Carter, between Alistair Smart and Andrew Fido have resumed really from race 1. And they make their way then down towards the S's for the third time. Smart right underneath the rear wing of Doug Carter, and he gets really, really close under braking, as then they flick left and right and then power their way up towards the Melbourne hairpin once more. But it looks like they're going to stay in the order what they exit the S's in until Fido breaks later into the hairpin and goes past Alistair Smart. And
and there's almost a touch there, wasn't there, as well, between Matt Moore and Smart, I think.
Yeah, Moore had a sneaky sort of look up the inside on the exit of the corner. Couldn't quite make that work.
So there's Smart in the number 73 car, the man from Surrey, the real estate development director. Started racing in 2011. Done some bike sports, done some CSEC Mag 7s as well. He's going back ahead of Fido here on the run up to Redgate Corner at the start of lap number 4 in this 15-minute race. And still with them as well is that Matt Moore car as well, which had a nibble at the back of Smart at the Melbourne hairpin. There's Fido going through in that number 12 car, with Moore in the North Motorsport car just behind.
As you saw there, the PR6, which is a bit more slippery through the air, able to power back through with a little bit more straight line speed than the Radical SR3, which I think has got a bit more aero as well, so potentially quicker through the corners there of Andrew Fido as they turn their way up towards Coppice Corner. And they then work lap 4 of this race. So Carter in front then of Smart as they break back down towards the S's. Not quite as close to what they were a lap ago, but for second place it is closer because Richard Wise, after that small error a couple of laps ago, has re-caught Leon Morel and is putting him under pressure up towards the Goddard's hairpin, but Morel brakes late. Had a good look in the mirror before turning into the corner. And then they accelerate out of the corner, out over the curbs. And now can the tuned engine Mattel challenge up towards Redgate Corner as they go on to lap 5.
4.74 seconds down the lead for Joe Stables, so he's really pulled away since he got the lead a couple of laps ago. But it's now about this fight for second place overall. It's not for class position, but points are scored within the individual classes here. So it's Morel from Class B and Wise from Class A. They've got quite a decent advantage over Simon Walker-Hansel. It's more than a second between Wise and Walker-Hansel as they go on to this 5th lap of the race. Interesting to see if they do slow each other up as they battle though, and that possibly might allow Walker-Hansel into contention. They're very experienced Walker-Hansel. He in turn is a couple of seconds clear of Joe Locke, and Jules Griffiths is another second or so behind him. So just under 8 minutes left to go. It's coming up to half race distance then. Wise, possibly this might be an opportunity down the straight where he has got more power. Is he going to look to attack into the Fogarty S's? Nope. No, he can't attack there. He wasn't really either close enough or confident enough to be able to make that work.
No, we saw when he tried it before, he actually lost time. So this time he's decided to sit behind and perhaps try and challenge a bit later around the race. Halfway through this shortened distance, and Richard Wise then behind Leon Morel as they turn left through the hairpin. He runs a little wide, does Morel, so does that give Wise a chance to power up alongside him on the run up towards Redgate this time as they start the 6th lap. And again, Morel had a good look in the mirror because he knows Wise is coming. This time he lets him go, and round the outside then Richard Wise takes second position.
As that is a retirement, is that for Matt Moore possibly? that's going slowly there. Yes, it is the number 20 car, Matt Moore. I'm not sure he's going to get back up the hill towards Goddard's in the pit lane, is he, the way that was looking. He was inside the top 10, he's not anymore. Steve Bell and Ash Hicklin and Steve Bell have now moved up into the top 10.
Great close-up shots there through the old hairpin. We can see varying lines. Simon Walker-Hansel took the tighter line. It really rattled the car over the rumble strips there on the inside of the old hairpin. Jules Griffiths is 6th and 3rd in Class A. He's quite a bit ahead of the other PR6s in this race of Doug Carter and Alistair Smart.
Matt Moore's made it, but I think he's back into the pit lane.
Meanwhile, for this battle between Alistair Smart and Doug Carter, sees Smart grab 7th at Coppice, and Andrew Fido's trying to follow his way through, and he has. Ash Hicklin hasn't made as much progress as race 1, I don't feel like that's happened. He's there in 10th.
He was 6th in race 1 in the final result, so he's not got there just yet. Though he's going to challenge Doug Carter now. As they go down to the Melbourne hairpin, Ash Hicklin, a race winner at Mallory Park on Boxing Day, as the 750 Motor Club took on the running of the Plum Pudding races. And he goes Alistair Smart, though, heading this group in that Hayabusa-engined Josh Smith-run car. Car originally built by RLM, but now run by the RJ Motorsport concern. Hicklin at the back of this group.
Leon Morello has been caught by Simon Walker-Hansel for the Class B lead. I noticed, so that isn't over yet. A slower lap for Morel, and a big lock-up for Alistair Smart into Redgate. Does he get through the corner? He does. So he stays there in 7th, ahead of Andrew Fido, Doug Carter, then Ash Hicklin.
I almost thought there was some fluid or smoke coming out of the back of Smart's car. There is, isn't there?
Yes, perhaps it wasn't a lock-up then. There's something else going on there. Is it the tyre rubbing on the bodywork?
I was wondering that. Looking like where it came from was under that sort of right front wheel arch, wasn't it? So it could well be tyre on bodywork.
So here comes Smart then, in the PR6. And Andrew Fido, he's been really quick this weekend, I feel like. He had that off, I think, in the earlier race and then got a track limit penalty. So his result doesn't really resemble the kind of speed he has shown over the course of the 2 races today, but he's now up in 8th place and chasing after Alistair Smart, and they turn their way then through the S's.
Still Joe Stables leading, by the way, number 95 by nearly 11 seconds now from number 88, Richard Weiss in 2nd. 3rd is number 1, Leon Morel. 4th is number 4, Simon Walker-Hansel. 5th is number 8, Joe Locke. 6th is number 7, Julian Griffiths. And then it's the battle we're watching now, headed by Alistair Smart.
Yeah, that's right. So they turn their way down towards the Goddard's hairpin then. Richard Wise is lapping quickly now. 1 minute. We'll come back to that in a moment, because for 7th place, Fido almost got alongside Alistair Smart, but Smart closed the door, made sure he couldn't come through.
Smart's gone very deep into that corner, hadn't he? And it left the door open for Fido. I thought he was going to be able to take advantage there and get through in that number 12 SR3.
What I was going to say is Richard Wise lapping quickly, I think quicker than he has done all day long. 1 minute 31.82.
Yeah, and he did a 1:32.40 in the first race, so 0.6 of a second faster than that. I wonder if now it's a bit cooler than it was at the time of the first race, because we are now at 6:30 in the evening.
But the others don't seem to be particularly much quicker than before, so maybe Richard Wise has found something.
Yeah, changed the setup of the car.
And he's pulled away from Liam Morel since passing him. Morel's gone a little bit quicker to get a bigger gap to Walker-Hansel, but Joe Locke on that previous lap was the quickest of those 3, but it's quite small increments between the 3 of them.
Joe Stay was a 1:29.57, the best lap of the race. That is nearly a second now outside Scott Mattel's lap record from this time last year.
A year ago, Stables won 1 race and Mattel won the other, I think. So no one to sort of battle with for Joe Stables. So I guess last year he and Scott Mattel sort of urged each other on, didn't they, to go quicker and quicker. It was a cold day last year, wasn't it? Because that's when we had, didn't we have some snow in the morning on Easter Monday?
Yeah, I think we did.
So obviously it's a little bit more friendly temperatures today. The lap time's not quite there. And Joe Stables has got the lap record in Class B, and no one's got near to that during the course of this race. But the rules have sort of been tweaked, haven't they, over the years? So whether that's a potential reason for that, as late on the brakes into Redgate for Andrew Fido, as the cars, I think, go on to their penultimate lap of this race.
Yep, Slickshod cars, of course, it's a free choice of tyres and indeed wheels. Specification is free as well in the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship.
Oops.
Oh, and off goes Ash Hicklin. Well, his hopes of trying to get anywhere near where he finished in race 1 have faded there with that grass cutting moment. We had the tractor mowing the spectator areas earlier on, and Ash Hicklin has took it upon himself to mow the grass on the runoff areas.
Maybe Radical isn't the best lawn mower in the world, but
no, it could be worked on though.
Joe Stables is getting the move on 1 minute 29.29. It's half a second now out of Scott Mattel's lap record. So he's getting closer to it. Is he going to have one last go as he goes on to the last lap of the race? Everyone else still working lap 9. And there's Jules Griffiths. He is in 6th. Alistair Smart still defending for 7th place as they make their way around the hairpin. So Andrew Fido still yet to get through. He had that good go a couple of laps ago down here at Goddard's. In the end didn't come of anything. This time Alistair Smart feels the need to defend, but be careful you don't run out wide there. But he sort of got the second apex on the exit of the corner and looks okay as they go on to the final lap.
Yes, so how far behind the leader are they? It is over half a minute, isn't it? Yeah, nearly 40 seconds behind the leader. So Joe Stables is already about halfway round his final lap. There he is indeed, coming out of Coppice Corner, heading down the straight toward the Fogarty S's. And he is nearly 20 seconds clear of Richard Wise now in second position. So it's really been a dominant performance this from Joe Stables, as predicted by my co-commentator Josh Barrett. I have to say, I'm not too surprised by it either. Smart and Fido still disputing 7th and 8th position though, as this race comes towards its conclusion. They're up at McLean's. And this also for 4th position within the class as well, Class A. Class A indeed. Here comes though Joe Stables coming through, takes the checker flag, and he wins round 2 of the 2022 RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship, and he's done it at a canter from the back of the grid. He set a time of 1:29.29, so improved his lap time on the penultimate lap, I think that was, the 9th lap of the race, and he's won it. I should think it would be by more than 20 seconds in the end, Josh.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Because he did a quick last up. There's Richard Wise. Good drive for second. Liam Morrell does take that Class win. He wins Class B. He flashes his headlights and beats Simon Walcatch with Joe Lott. But those 3 cars not separated by too much. And Liam Morrell on the last lap sets the fastest lap in Class B to get that bonus point at 1 minute 32.47. Oh, there's a car that's gone way off at Coppice in the background. And is it going to get back out of the gravel?
I hope so. Yes, it does. It's onto the grass. That's the 33 car, which is Lee Jackson, who started on the penultimate row of the grid. But yes, that was a heart-in-the-mouth moment for Lee, and anyone with an eye on the timetable. And it means that he is able to continue towards the end of the race. So that's the RLM Racing Bike Sport Championship. An important win there for Leon Morrell after his disappointment in the earlier race where he was only 3rd in Class B. Joe Stables, I'm not quite sure what his plans for the season are going to be. Obviously he shared the car with his father Richard today, which suggests he's not going to be mounting a full-time championship attack. So, but it's going to be, I would think, Richard Wise that will leave Donington in the lead of the championship, I would think, probably. He's had a 1st and a 2nd in Class A today.
Yes, looks that way, doesn't it? So perhaps Matt might be able to find out from Joe if he can tell us what his plans are for the rest of the year. But before we get to Matt, let's take a look at the results of round 2 of the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship for 2022.
And it was Joe Stables that took the win from the back of the grid in car 95. He won by 22.5 seconds in the end from Richard Wise, number 88, in 2nd place. In 3rd place, the Class B winner, number 1, the reigning champion Leon Morrell, ahead of number 4, Simon Walker-Cancel in 4th position. Joe Locke was 5th, completing the class podium with Jules Griffiths in 6th place. At least he got to the end of the race this time. Alistair Smart was 7th in number 73, 8th was number 12, Andrew Fido, 9th, 16, Ash Hicklin, and Doug Carter was 10th in number 5. A bit further back, Steve Bell, Ian Charles, Richard Hardy, Andy Tidy, and Lee Jackson all made it to the end, but Matt Moore didn't. He was retirement. So that was the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. They will next be in action at Alton Park in a month's time, so we look forward to that. We still have one more race to go. Unfortunately, we're not going to see the third scheduled race for the Toyota MR2s this evening, but I'm hopeful that we will have time for the second race of the day for the 750 Motor Club Formula V Championship coming up in a few minutes' time. But with a bit of luck, we'll also be able to hear from our successful drivers in the RLM Racing Bike Sports Championship. We should have our class winners, Leon Morel and Joe Stables, so two different class winners as well compared to the earlier race. Matt Suckling is getting ready down there in the pit lane. Joe Stables is down there as well. So we will head down now for the penultimate time today to Matt Suckling in the pit lane.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner, Joe Stables. Joe, a magnificent race. You should start from the back a little bit more often.
I know, it's good fun, isn't it?
It's good to watch.
Yeah, I bet. It's good to drive.
Yeah. Good lap times there, brilliant. I think every single lap was under 1 minute 30, so you're absolutely flying, but it took you no time at all to get to the front.
Yeah, I was hoping the track would be a bit faster so I could get a lap time in, but it was only the 1:29, so...
What's the reason for you and Dad sharing this weekend?
Just, I don't want to start at the front and just race against myself for the entire race, so it makes sense to start from the back and actually have to do something.
What was your thought then once you got to the front? What were you trying to do then?
Just try and break lap record, but I think the track was too slow. I was second slower than last year, so...
Enjoyed it though?
Yeah, it was good fun. Thank you.
What's the plan for the rest of the year?
Don't know yet. No. Don't know.
Still in the air?
Yeah, still thinking about it.
Well, good to see you. Well done, Joe. Many congratulations on the victory there. Let's grab a quick word as well with Leon Morel, who finished in the Class B category and took another win. Leon, not the race you wanted, race one. What happened there first off?
We had a silly gear change issue. The connector for the paddle shift fell out on the dashboard. Oh, okay. So I spent a lap trying to put that back in. So yeah, a bit annoying. Pace was there in race one to do that. Fastest lap showed that, but yeah, great racing, right through the field, very clean and very fair. So well done to Joe and all the other guys for a good weekend.
You managed to mix it with the Class A car, Richard Wise as well. You tried, didn't you, to keep ahead of him?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's kind of tactical. I wanted to use him as a blocker for all the B cars that was chasing me behind, so I thought if I can get in front and just make a bolt for it, hopefully it'll give me a little bit of breathing space, and yeah, it sort of worked out that way. I saw Simon just dropping back, attempted to a lap, so we came down the straight. Richard's car's way faster, so I just let him go on the brakes and then just tried to follow him as best I could. So yeah, solid job by the team, and thanks to all my friends and family for their support this weekend. It's much appreciated.
You've done well. Well done, Leo. Many congratulations. Good luck for the next round as well. So there you go, our two class winners from the final bike sport race of the day. We now get ready for the 750 Motor Club Formula V Championship, which are heading to the track. So we'll hand back upstairs to Ian Soman and Josh Barrett.
Yeah, cars heading to the circuit for the 750 Motor Club Formula V Championship. It's their second and final race of the day, and indeed the final race of the day now here at Donington Park. The grid set by the second fastest lap times from the qualifying session, I should say. This morning we have Craig Pollard on pole position once again in the number 92 car. He's going to be alongside number 1 James Harridge on the front of the grid for what will be as many laps as we can get in before the curfew, basically, I think. So 92 Craig Pollard and 1 James Harridge alongside him on the front row. Second row is 2 Danny Hans and 99 Craig Bell. Third row 41 Andrew Cooper and 33 Matt Harbert. On row 4, it's 16 James Madden and 6 Tim Probert. On the 5th row, 51 Matthew Hyde and 11 Ben Cressy. And row 6 is 25 Daniel Lanier and his brother, 24 Rick Lanier. Row 7 is 4 Maurice Gloucester and 75 Mark Egan. Row 8 is 10 Bill Garner and 69 Ian Buxton. Row 9, is 56 Christian Goller and 17 Elliot Mason. On the 10th row, it's 21 Adam Zieber and 64 Sam Wallbank. The 11th row is 80 Peter Cann and 42 James Huckle, 28 Sam Engineer and 7 Richard Walsh on row 12. The 13th row, 15 Tim Reeve and 47 Matt Topham. Phil Waterhouse, 66 and Rachel Swain, number 13 on the 14th row. 65 Simon Livesley and 72 Colin Gregory on row 15. On row 16, it's 19 Emil Costa-Dinov and James Caton, number 18. 59 Chris Wilshire and Dave Harridge, number 8 are on the 17th row. And on the 18th row, it's 43 Vaughan Jones and number 3 Ian Jordan. So that's the way the grid will line up for this 750 Motor Club Formula V Championship race. Round 2 it will be. The cars go off on their green flag lap now ahead of what should in theory be a 15-minute race. Whether we get 15 minutes or not is probably a moot point, but we'll get as many laps of racing in as we can. Earlier on today it was a victory for Craig Pollard. He beat Craig Bell by 13.5 seconds, with Andrew Cooper, number 41, in third place. But in that first race, Josh, we lost a lot of the fancied runners.
Yes, we lost about a third of the grid as well. But yeah, we lost both, more importantly, perhaps, Danny Hands, and we lost James Harridge early on. They're both back, aren't they? They're on the front of the grid. So we had a good race up till Hands stopped, didn't we? So it'll be interesting to see, one, if those cars are fixed, and two, if they are able to take the challenge to Craig Pollard in his new car in the WEV, the Web, on pole position. Had a message from Ian Jordan. The reason he hasn't competed in the race is he blew an engine in qualifying. So a bad start to his season. Someone that's been racing in Formula V for 30 or so seasons.
Yeah, 1991 he started.
So hopefully we'll see Ian back out later on during the course of the year. But Craig Pollard versus James Harridge versus Danny Hands, you would expect from this race. But Craig Bell, he did well, didn't he, in that earlier race?
Yeah, he did. A maiden podium for him, a relatively unusual podium for Andrew Cooper as well. I think both of them were really pleased to be up there on the inside the top three. But possibly a little bit of misfortune for others is what played into their hands there. If they can do it again, well, they'll absolutely deserve it. Bell, of course, does start on the outside of the second row of the grid behind Danny Hands on this occasion. Cooper starts 5th. And as for that grid set by the second fastest lap times in qualifying this morning.
It's a similar looking grid though, isn't it?
It is.
To race 1. So Craig Pollard didn't do many laps in that earlier race, but in the qualifying session, but he obviously got 2 quick ones in. That gives him this pole position for both races to start the 2022 season for Formula V. Not many Formula V races, I think, have started at 6:45, have they?
Not a lot. No, I'm trying to think of any others that I can remember. We may have had some others at a Donington meeting before. I don't think they ever did anything at Power Nights from memory, which was sort of in the early 2000s. I quite like the idea of Power Nights, but it didn't really catch on. I came to one of their race meetings here at Donington, actually, as a spectator. Anyway, we'll evoke the spirit of Power Nights now with this 6:45 start.
And on a weekday.
Yeah, and on a weekday for the 750 Motor Club Formula V Championship. Craig Pollard, number 92, on pole position in the yellow Wev. It's the blue Maverick for number 1, James Harris, and it's the blue Dominator for number 2, Danny Hands, and the black Dominator VSD, modified car with a fin on the back, for Craig Bell, and it's Andrew Cooper, another Dominator, Mark II for him, and Matt Harp at number 33 in the sort of black and green car is alongside Cooper's blue one on the third row of the grid. So the final few cars just coming into position. We should see the green flag wave very smartly indeed as soon as the last car comes to a halt, and then we'll get as much racing in as we can before we all need to go home. And just waiting for that green flag to wave. It does so now. 5-second board is shown. We'll watch for the lights then. Red lights go on and they go out now, and it's a good start by James Harridge from the outside of the front row of the grid there. He's going to try and squeeze ahead of Craig Pollard as they go down to the first corner at Redgate. I don't think he's going to be able to do it though. No, he's still trying to go all the way around the outside. So it's Harridge from Pollard, from Hands I think in third place. Craig Bell is 4th. Let's see how that pans out as they head down Crater Curves. They're still alongside one another there, but it's the yellow car ahead of number 92, Craig Pollard. The company director from Suffolk is ahead of Harridge. He tries to go around the outside, and the number 1 car with the old hairpin gets a little bit sideways, gets a better exit from the corner, tries to get alongside Pollard on the run up to Schwantz Curve. We've lost number 8. That's Dave Harridge's, James's dad. But for the lead, it's Pollard against Harridge at McLean's.
Harridge was doing some finger pointing there, like go forwards, but perhaps he's trying to go forwards. At this point, you'd think you're not really going to want to work together too much, are you? But there is a big gaggle of cars at the front, Going off the previous race, you'd think James Harridge would want to get ahead of Craig Pollard pretty rapidly before Pollard tries to break away, and he's defending down towards the S's, because we do know that this finish of this race is going to come earlier than the 15 minutes, and they turn their way then through the S's for the first time, with Craig Pollard out front, with James Harridge challenging up the outside into the Melbourne Loop. Craig Pollard sort of defending like any lap could be the last lap, isn't he?
And that's what he's got to do, and the others have got to attack like any lap could be the last lap. And Hans here making a move on Harridge. Is he there sort of side by side as they come up to the braking area for Goddard? It's Harridge in the Maverick that just slots in ahead of Danny Hans, who carries more speed through the corner. Thought he was going to run into the back of Harridge there for a moment, but all of that battling as Tim Probert goes off the road, it does allow Craig Pollard just to get away a little bit.
Yeah, that's right, and he got to the point where he might be breaking the toe for fourth. Well, Matt Harbott had got there, but not for much longer, because Craig Bell goes down the inside and he goes back through with Andrew Cooper, the third of those dominators, in one specification or another behind. Down the crane occurs. James Harridge now desperately trying to catch back up to Craig Pollard.
Yeah, so there's Bell and Matt Harbert, and also Andrew Cooper in there in 6th position, so he's lost one place. It's not Ian Buxton's having a better race this time. He's in 7th. We saw his early demise in race 1. He's been a race winner in the past, and then behind him is Rick Lanier, Ben Cressy and James Madden in that number 16 car, rounding out the top 10, the UK-based Dubliner.
Of course, we didn't see much of Ian Buxton in race 1, did we?
No, not
And he started on row 8 in this race, and he's up to 7th already, so that's a remarkable start from him, isn't it?
It's a very Ian Buxton kind of drive, this, isn't it? As now Harridge is back with Pollard and attacking as they go down to Fogarty S's this time.
Pollard made a small mistake there, I reckon, Ian.
Yeah, must have done, and now we're going to get the two of them side by side. Harridge is going to be on the inside line this time as they crest the hill and head down into the Melbourne hairpin. No, he's able to hold on. It's Craig Pollard, and Danny Hans coming up on the inside of Harridge instead. It's a bit of a repeat of what happened a lap ago, and Hans got a good run out of the hairpin this time at Melbourne. They're heading up towards Goddard, but again it's Harridge with the inside line.
Yeah, that's right. And Hans was a little way behind, but because of that mistake Pollard made, backed Harridge up, and therefore Hans is back with them. And I think James Harridge might be a little bit annoyed that he was challenged there into the hairpin, because all of a sudden the gap is larger again to Craig Pollard, the race leader, as they turn their way through where we had that oil spillage earlier on. All clean now, and it's Pollard from Harridge from Hans onto Hollywood for another lap. It looks like Craig Bell, after getting fourth, has dropped back again, because Matt Harbott was back into fourth ahead of Andrew Cooper and Ian Buxton, who has the pace to pass the two cars in front of him.
And sliding his car around Fevridge Campers AHS Dominator around the old hairpin that time. It's still Pollard in the WEV, the car that Graham Gant used to win the championship in 2019 that leads. Pollard himself as a driver won the championship in 2018. Harridge has won the championship for the last 2 years. He's number 1. He's there in 2nd place right now, but he's right in the wheel tracks of Pollard as they head through Coppice for the 3rd time in this race. Hans just a few car lengths behind them, but that was pretty much the same a lap ago, and he was with them by the time they got to the Melbourne hairpin. It's Matt Harbert in 4th in number 33, Andrew Cooper 5th, and Ian Buxton is 6th. Into Fogarty S's this time. Harridge not as close as he was on the previous lap.
No, he didn't get alongside this time, did he? But he hasn't got Hans to worry about behind him now, which he might be kind of pleased with. As they turn their way through the hairpin, he can take his own line. I think Craig Pollard's just really good around this part of the track, isn't he? Through the slower corners, going down the gears and back up the gears. Again, he's got a bit of a gap, and these three are the class of the field. They're pulling away from now Craig Bell, who's back to 4th.
How's he managed that?
From 7th at the start of the lap, but he may not be there at the end of the lap, because he's got cars coming either side. On the inside, Matt Harbott takes the position. Andrew Cooper is behind, and Ian Buxton, who is moving forward, drops a position. New fastest lap by the leader, starting to get away again. So quick through that Grand Prix loop. He's Craig Pollard, 146.45.
Yeah, he's got an Iron Martin Farmers lap record. He's still about 1,300ths behind it, though. So it's Pollard that leads, Harridge in 2nd, also a Class B registered competitor, and Danny Hans in 3rd. But it looks like these three have spread out a bit more, so I don't know if we can see what's going on in that fight for 4th, 5th and 6th. We'll see if we can pick that up in a moment, because Matt Harbert and Craig Bell and Andrew Cooper were really going at it. Ian Buxton was catching them as well to make it a 4-car fight for 4th position. Let's just see if they run into shot at Schwanzkirch. Here they come. Well, it's Cooper that's 5th. Bell is back to 6th, and Buxton is with them now as they climb up through the right-hand McLean's, and Buxton spun. Now, was there a touch there?
Not sure. He's looking to lock up under braking. He's in a slightly precarious spot there, especially if the car rolls backwards. But he has got it moving forwards again, so that's better. Yeah. But not a good day for Ian Buxton. And a great first lap to this race, but apart from that, nothing's really gone to plan.
No, so just the 3 cars left in the fight for 4th, 5th and 6th. Then Matt Harbert, local drive from Markfield in number 33, under pressure now from the man from Suffolk, another man from Suffolk, and that is Andrew Cooper, number 41. The 25 car is off, and that is Daniel Lanier, the older of the 2 brothers, and he was 17th at the end of the previous lap, so he'd already dropped back from where we'd expect to see him.
And for 4th, well, now it's Matt Harbert back at the front of this trio of cars as they make their way up towards the hairpin. So 3 Dominators, all in slightly different specification. Meanwhile, up front, James Harridge has done a lap time of 1 minute 46.12, which I think it's going to be Harridge then that eclipses that lap record.
Well, it is a new lap record then as Craig Bell goes off the circuit and spins as he rejoins. Cars pointing back in the right direction again, but there was 4, then there was 3, and now there's 2 cars left in that battle for 4th position. The leaders have got on to their next lap. It could be conceivably the final lap of the race. We'll have to wait and see exactly when the checkered flag comes out, though. It's Harridge driving the wheels off that thing. He's got the lap record. He's got it away from Martin Frommer, but what he really wants is to get the victory away from Craig Pollard. Can he do it?
It's definitely possible, isn't it? Because he's right on the gearbox now, the race leader. So like you say, probably this one or one more, isn't it, in this race up towards Coppins, and Harridge dives up the inside and he goes through then ahead of Craig Pollard. Pollard didn't defend there like he was earlier, but it's not a bad place to be behind because the run down towards the S's is certainly a potential overtaking opportunity. They're side by side, they're wheel to wheel, and Harridge brakes really, really late on the inside line and he hangs on, he hooks over the curbs, but has he got the exit? It's done okay. We know Pollard is really good through the 2 hairpins though, Ian, so he's going to try and fight back up the outside.
He is down the outside into the first of the right-hand hairpins. This is at Melbourne. It's the left-hand hairpin at the top of the hill at Goddard, and Harridge hasn't been particularly good at these parts of the circuit in earlier laps. We didn't really get to see how good he was in race 1, so Pollard is going to try and hassle him. Harridge goes defensive into Goddard. They're turning their way out of the hairpin up towards the line, and over the line they come, and it is the number 1 car ahead, and it's James Harridge, and we've got at least one more lap of this race, and so Craig Pollard lives to fight another day. They've got away now from Danny Hans, but Pollard's going back through on the inside into Redgate Corner. No, he's not, because number 1, James Harridge, closes the door in his face. So we've got at least 2.5 miles more of this, Josh.
It's fair chance this is the last lap, and they're going to go side by side down the Craner curves. Craig Pollard's on the inside. Harridge gives him room. There's racing respect there between these 2 drivers, and James Harridge, who's really quick through the old hairpin normally, takes the lead and stays ahead.
Andrew Cooper's got up to 4th place now at the expense of Matt Harbert as well. I noticed in Tim Probert after that off on the opening lap, he's back up to 7th as Pollard and Harridge are at it, and at McLean's it's Pollard that has the advantage in the number 92 Web. But we saw on the run down to Fogarty S's on the previous lap, that was where Harridge was strong. He got the moved on here, didn't he? At Copps on the previous lap, he couldn't do that on this occasion. But how good is he going to be on the way down to Fogarty S's? Just half of this lap to go, and it may well be the final one.
Yeah, Pollard defended hard into Coppit, and he defends hard here as well. James Harridge seems frustrated that Craig Pollard is defending. Well, that's kind of what you do, don't you? So Craig Pollard then leads the way through the S's, what we think might be the final lap of this race, and down towards the hairpins. We know Pollard's good here, but James Harridge on the outside line breaks late, and can Pollard get the car tucked in? Okay, I think he can, and there's possibly 1 corner to go, Ian.
Yeah, so up towards Goddard then. It's Pollard leading. Harridge brakes very late. He'd have to brake very late to make it work. He tries to get the switch back, though. He's right on the gearbox now of Pollard as they come up to the line. The checkered flag is ready and waiting, and it's going to be Craig Pollard that does it. His 2nd win of the day in the 750 Motor Club Formula V Championship. He wins by 26 100ths of a second If it had gone one more lap, it could have been different again. James Harridge takes second place, Danny Hans in third, and they are just streets ahead of the rest, because here is the fight for fourth place coming out of Goddard now. And is it going to be Andrew Cooper, or is it going to be Matt Harbert? The two dominating almost side by side as they come up to the line, just over a car length between them, and it is Cooper, number 41, that follows up his podium earlier on with fourth place this time. Matt Harbert is fifth, and then the rest of the cars, like a handicap race, this all coming through together. Rick Lanier sixth, Tim Probert seventh. No, hold on. Tim Probert sixth, Rick Lanier seventh, Craig Bell eighth, Ben Cressy ninth, and Christian Goller, who was a retirement from the early race and the qualifying session, rounding out the top 10.
He started last, didn't he, I think, Christian Goller? So that was pretty... Oh, no, he didn't quite start that far back, did he?
But nevertheless, good drive.
From a long way. I think row 9 it was in the end for him. So, yeah, good drive to 10th. But like you say, a whole load of cars came through all in one go there. But a great race there. We had to wait a little while, didn't we, to have that one. It was a shortened race, but it was a great battle. And how important was it that Craig Pollard defended like he did into Coppice Corner on that last lap?
Absolutely right. And I suspect I can anticipate the kind of comments James Harridge might be saying after this race.
There was no weaving, was there? You just placed the car exactly where Harridge perhaps wanted to go.
It was a really good, clean race, but it could have gone a few more laps and would have done in normal circumstances, and I think that will be Harridge's argument.
They were lucky to have a race, I think, is one point to look at it.
That is certainly one way. Let's have a look at the results. Number 92, Craig Pollard, it was that took the win, and what did they get? They got 6 laps in the end. Quarter of a second victory margin for him over James Harridge in number 1, who also won Class B. Third place, number 2, Danny Hans. Fourth place to number 41, Andrew Cooper. Fifth was 33, Matt Harbert. Sixth was number 6, Tim Probert. Seventh was number 24, Rick Lanier. Eighth was number 99, Craig Bell. Ninth, number 11, Ben Cressy. And 10th, number 56, Christian Goller. Further back, Matt Hyde, he had some supporters on the live stream. He came home in 11th place, a great debut from him. 12th to number 4, Maurice Gloucester. Then it was Bill Garner, who was the next of the Class B cars, in 13th place, overall number 10. Then Mark Egan and Ian Buxton rounded out the top 15. Bit further back, any particular names to pick out there? Emo Kostadinov, 26th in the number 19 car. Daniel Lanyon and Elliot Mason, though, both retirements from the race. And I think if we go on to the final screen, yeah, we just see James Madden there. He also didn't make it. Then we saw Dave Harridge, a retirement right at the end of the race. So some final thoughts on the day's racing from you, Josh Barrett?
Well, I think the Club Enduro race, that was really good, wasn't it? We had some really exciting racing. The last lap pass after 2 hours to win a class race there. I think that was super exciting. And obviously it's a shame in some ways what's happened in some of the time-wise today, but we did have some good racing. Bike sports were some of those best races we've seen. Okay, Joe Stables kind of ruined it a bit in the second race by winning by a long way, but that in battles between Richard Wise and the front Class B cars really bodes well, because those cars are so fast, they're exciting anyway, but when they're so close together you get some great racing, and that last Formula V race was a great battle.
It certainly was. Thank you very much, Josh, for having you alongside me once again on the Alpha live stream. Thanks to all the marshals, from me, Ian Soman, up here in the commentary box, and all of the other officials of the 750 Motor Club, and Josh Barrett alongside me. But let's head down to the pit lane for the final time, and Matt Suckling.
Thanks very much. Yep, down here with Craig Pollard, double winner today. Well done, Craig, first off, but that was quite tough, wasn't it?
Yeah, James kept me honest throughout that, and if I'm honest, I didn't expect it. I thought, you know, new car for the year, we knew it was a quick car, and I thought we'd have a bit of an edge on James and Danny this year, but the gap's not as big as I thought it would be, but I'm not disappointed. It's good to have the competition, and it's good to see things develop, and those guys have obviously been working hard in the winter as well.
It seems to be in that race there was different parts of the circuit where you did well compared to James.
Yeah, you know, James is a fantastic driver. Everyone can see that, and he's always going to be quick through the corners. I haven't got to grips with that web yet. It's I'm sort of still playing it safe. I feel like there's a couple of moments where I could throw it all away, and I'm just sort of backing off a little bit, but it will come in the year.
Plenty more races to come. Hopefully you're doing all of them.
Yeah, full season, so fingers crossed, assuming nothing happens, we'll be there to the end.
Good start to the season, well done.
Yeah, cheers, thanks.
There we go, Craig Pollard, your winner. James finishing in second. What a great battle we said there with Craig. Did you enjoy that one?
Yeah, it's always enjoyable, you know. He's got a new car, so he's very, very quick this year. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. They've spent a few years developing it. Obviously, he's a younger driver than the last guy, but he's good. You know, he's really done well for himself today. But yeah, we're going to have to try and pull something out of the bag to beat him. I had a DNF in the first one. The gear shift snapped in my hand. So yeah, so it's quite nice to just get a solid, points finish. Thinking long term, a second is pretty good. So it could be a long season. So anything can happen.
I think it's going to be a long one, but hopefully very competitive between you and a few others.
Yeah. I think the three of us, are definitely going to be right up there. At certain tracks, I think it's going to suit me. Other tracks might suit him. He seems to have amazing traction off some of the corners. Not too sure how we can compete with that. But through some of the faster corners, I was all over him and managed to get past him, which was a bit of a miracle. I just wish, because I didn't see any sort of last lap board, it was just, I didn't know whether it was the last lap or not. So that sort of played into his hands a little bit. But no, well done to him. He's done really well.
And well done to you on second. Well done, James. Many congratulations. And we'll just grab a quick word as well with Danny Hands. Danny, if you just want to jump down here for us so we can have a quick chat. Well done, third place. I'm sure you saw that battle in front, wanted to be part of it, but still, good podium.
Yeah, I mean, I was part of it in the last race. Unfortunately for James, he didn't finish. On that one, unfortunately, I just couldn't keep up. I just couldn't quite hang on to the back of them. In the last race, we didn't finish because our front anti-roll bar snapped. So we put a different one in, and now it's causing me like chronic understeer. So all through the high-pace stuff, the front of the car wants to wash out, and under braking, it's pulling one way. So I had a few things to deal with in the cockpit then. But yeah, I wasn't too far away. But yeah, like you say, I would love to have been part of the fight. I was early doors, but then just unfortunately just dropped off.
Well, a learning curve for today and hopefully better for the next one.
Yeah, hopefully come back stronger.
And still a podium anyway.
Yeah, can't ask for more.
Good stuff. Well done, Danny. Many congratulations to you on third place. Second place, of course, to James Harridge, and victory for the second time today in Formula V for Craig Pollard. So there we go. Hopefully you've enjoyed all the action here at Donington. It's been a busy one, and we've got more live action to look forward to later in the season.